flash of disrespect, and suddenly your chest tightens, your voice sharpens, and you're no longer in control. It's as if your peace was never truly yours, always one insult away from vanishing. Most people live like this, reactive, volatile, held hostage by the behavior of others. But what if that didn't have to be you? The Stoics believed the true battleground is not out there but within. It's not the insult that harms you, but the instant you let it dictate your energy. Real strength, they taught, begins not in louder words or sharper comebacks, but in the quiet refusal to hand over your state of mind. This video is not about becoming numb or pretending you're unaffected. It's about discovering a deeper kind of power, the kind that lets you respond with clarity instead of reflex, to remain steady even when the world tries to shake you. You'll uncover timeless Stoic practices that will help you reclaim your breath in moments of tension and rise above patterns that no longer serve you. Not through force, but through discipline, not by fighting fire, but by mastering the flame within. So stay with this message, let it challenge you, and if a part of you is ready to stop being controlled by what you cannot control, then you're exactly where you need to be. 1. Break the habit of anger. Think about this for a moment. Were you born with anger? Did you come into this world already knowing how to shout, how to slam doors, how to clench your jaw at the slightest disrespect? Of course not. Those reactions were learned. They were conditioned into you, slowly, over years of pressure, pride, and misguided advice. Somewhere along the line, you were taught that to be a man is to be loud, to strike back, to assert dominance with force. And so you learn to wear anger like armor. But that armor is heavy, and what's worse, it doesn't protect you, it controls you. The Stoics saw through this illusion. They didn't see anger as strength. They saw it as a weakness, a crack in the foundation of your character. Epictetus said, "Any person capable of anger is a slave to it." It's a harsh truth, but one worth facing. Because the moment you lash out, the moment you let your emotions drive the wheel, you hand over your power to whatever provoked you. You become easy to read, easy to control, easy to exhaust. Anger isn't just a feeling, it's a habit, it's a loop that plays out the same way every time. You're disrespected, your pride is touched, and before your mind even catches up, your mouth explodes. That reaction might feel natural, even justified, but it's not noble, it's not stoic, and it's certainly not strength. Because true strength, the kind that doesn't need to prove itself, is quiet. It's steady. It's the power to remain unfazed in the face of fire. Picture this. You're at the DMV, stuck in line for over an hour. Your patience is thinning. Then someone walks up and cuts right in front of you, acting like you don't even exist. Your blood pressure spikes. Your jaw tenses. You feel the familiar fire rising. That moment, that precise moment, is your training ground. This isn't just a minor inconvenience. This is where the work begins. This is the dojo of the Stoic. Not on a mountaintop, not in isolation. Right there, in the discomfort of modern life. Now ask yourself, will getting angry fix this? Will raising your voice get you to the front of the line? Will making a scene make you feel like a better man? Or will it just replay the same old script you've been stuck in for years? You already know the answer. You've lived the answer. And that's the power of reflection. When you pause and observe, not suppress, not deny, but observe, you break the chain. The Stoics weren't emotionless. They felt what you feel, but they learned to step outside of it, to stand apart from their instincts just long enough to choose a better response. They trained their minds to stay above the noise. Anger to them was not some badge of honor. It was a signal that the self had been hijacked, and so they practiced stillness, not to run from the fire, but to master it. We live in a time where rage is celebrated, online, at work, even in relationships. The louder you yell, the more power you seem to hold. But that's not power, that's panic disguised as confidence. The real power, that belongs to the man who doesn't flinch, who doesn't let the behavior of others determine his state, who doesn't allow small people to pull him into small battles. Let's be clear, this doesn't mean you never feel anger. It means you don't let anger steer the ship. The moment you feel it rise, you breathe, you observe, you detach. You say to yourself, this anger is a habit, but I am not my habits. That sentence alone, that split-second recognition, is a quiet revolution. It means you've begun to reclaim your mind, and you walk away, not because you're avoiding confrontation, but because you're choosing where your energy goes. You're choosing to respond like a man who has something far greater than pride. He has control, and that kind of man doesn't need to shout to be heard. His silence speaks louder than rage ever could. When your partner says something sharp and you don't respond in kind, you're not being passive. You're demonstrating poise. When your boss talks down to you and you choose calm over confrontation, not because you're afraid, but because you're thinking long-term, you're showing wisdom. And when a stranger disrespects you and you don't take the bait, you're no longer a puppet on the strings of impulse. You're the master of your reactions. Most men never get there. They mistake reactivity for courage. They think that lashing out means standing up for themselves, but often it's just fear wearing a mask. Fear of looking weak, fear of being overlooked, fear of feeling powerless. But the paradox is this: when you stop reacting to everything, you stop being ruled by anything. And that's where power lives. The man who trains his mind to pause instead of explode, to observe instead of judge, to respond instead of react, he becomes unshakable. Not because life gets easier, but because he gets stronger. This doesn't come overnight. Like any habit, the habit of anger is broken through practice. One moment at a time, one breath at a time, you catch yourself, you reset, you rise. So the next time it happens, and it will, when that heat climbs into your chest, when your thoughts start to race and your pride starts to stir, remember this: that moment is not the enemy. It's the opportunity. It's the opening. That's where your growth lives. That's where the real fight happens, not with the other person, but with the old version of you. And every time you win that battle, every time you choose stillness over spite, presence over panic, wisdom over impulse, you become more of the man you were meant to be. Let that be the lesson, not to fear anger, but to recognize it for what it is, a habit you no longer need. And every time you break it, you make space for something greater: clarity, strength, peace. And that peace, it's not soft, it's not surrender, it's the sharpest edge in the room. Now let's keep going, because once you unlearn the habit of anger, the next step is learning how to replace it with something unshakable. 2. Master yourself, not others. It's tempting, isn't it? The urge to prove you're not someone to mess with, to fire back the moment you feel slighted, to raise your voice just enough to tilt the power back in your direction. That's what most men do. They explode, throw verbal jabs, storm out of the room, believing they've regained control. But what they've actually done is lose it. Because that kind of control is a mirage. It's fast, it's loud, and it always leaves a trail of regret. The truth is, the man who needs to dominate others to feel powerful is the one most ruled by weakness. His reactions own him. His pride drives his mouth. His ego whispers, "If you don't respond, you're weak." And so he responds, not with wisdom, but with fire, not with strength, but with fear. Because at its core, reactive anger is fear. Fear of being seen as small, fear of not being heard, fear of losing standing in the eyes of others. But the Stoics taught something radically different. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That's not just a quote to read, it's a principle to live by. Because the man who owns his inner world cannot be shaken by the outer one. And that's what real control looks like. Imagine this, you're in a meeting, your manager dismisses your idea in front of everyone. Not kindly, not constructively. It stings, it's public. Your first instinct is to defend yourself, to challenge him on the spot. You feel your pulse quicken, your jaw tighten, the words forming in your throat. But in that split second, you pause, you breathe. You remember who you are, and you say calmly, "Thanks for the feedback. I'll take another look at it." Then you move on. Later, when the heat has passed and the room is quiet, you meet with him in private. This time, you speak clearly, firmly, without venom. You state your position, not to win an argument, but to be understood. That is self-command. That is discipline. That is Stoicism applied in real time. You didn't lose your voice. You chose when and how to use it. You see, trying to control others, how they speak to you, how they see you, how they treat you, is a losing game. You might win a moment, but you lose yourself in the process. You sacrifice your inner peace for external validation. And the truth is, people aren't drawn to those who shout the loudest. They're drawn to those who stay composed under pressure. Think back to the last time you saw someone lose their temper in public. Did you feel inspired by them? Did you admire them more? Probably not, because rage doesn't radiate strength, it signals instability. But the person who remains calm, who doesn't need to clap back, who maintains their poise even when challenged, that person becomes something rare. That person becomes respected, even feared. Not because they're aggressive, but because they're unshakable. And that's the essence of Stoic control. It's not about staying silent forever or pretending nothing affects you. It's about choosing your response with intention, delaying that first impulse just long enough to see clearly, to act instead of react. That gap between stimulus and response is where your growth lives. And most men never step into that space. They react because it feels good in the moment, but they don't see what it costs them: relationships, opportunities, their own peace of mind. The man who controls himself, though, he walks out of every conflict with his dignity intact. He doesn't need to win every argument. He doesn't need to dominate the room. He just needs to stay aligned with who he's becoming. And that quiet alignment, that self-respect, is more valuable than any temporary ego boost. So next time someone tries to get a rise out of you, don't take the bait. Let them act small. Let them perform. You don't need to match their chaos. You stand firm. Not because you're afraid to respond, but because you've outgrown the need to prove yourself in petty battles. You rise above it, not for their sake, but for yours. Control isn't about force. It's about choice. The choice to remain grounded when others are spinning. The choice to protect your peace instead of sacrificing it for validation. The choice to walk through fire without letting it consume you. And here's the truth. When you stop trying to control others and start mastering your own energy, everything changes. You stop being reactive. You stop being manipulated. You stop living on emotional autopilot. You start leading yourself first. And then, by example, others. So make that your new standard. Don't try to control the room. Control your breath, your tone, your posture, your intention. Speak when it serves a purpose, not when it feeds your pride. And when the moment comes to walk away, do so with calm, not as a retreat, but as a statement of self-possession. Because the man who can stay composed under pressure isn't suppressing his feelings. He's sharpening them, directing them, using them like a blade, not a bomb. That's the kind of power the world can't shake. And when you start living from that place, something rare begins to grow inside you. Not fear, not chaos, but clarity. And from that clarity, real authority. So keep walking that path. Because the next step isn't just about holding your ground. It's about moving forward with a purpose no one else can define for you. 3. Train calm like a muscle. You can't expect to stand firm in chaos if you've never trained for it. That's the trap most men fall into. They wait until they're angry, overwhelmed, disrespected, and only then try to summon calm. But calm doesn't appear out of nowhere. It's not a button you press when things fall apart. It's a muscle, one that's built in silence, in the ordinary, in the unnoticed corners of the day. The same way you wouldn't walk into a gym after years of sitting around and expect to lift 300 pounds. You can't expect to hold your ground emotionally if you've never practiced. Emotional control is a skill, not a gift. And like any skill, it requires reps. It requires showing up even when you don't feel like it. It requires daily choices that most people overlook because they seem too small to matter. But those small moments are everything. They're the forge where discipline is shaped. Picture a man who's never trained, no warm-ups, no stretching, no preparation, and then life hands him a storm, a job loss, a betrayal, a difficult child, and he folds. Not because he's weak, but because he's untrained. His reactions haven't been shaped by practice. His breath hasn't been anchored. His mind hasn't been tempered. So he's thrown into the fire with nothing to hold on to but instinct. And instinct, when untrained, rarely chooses wisdom. Now imagine a different man. He's home after a long day. He's tired. His mind is foggy. And then it happens. His kid spills juice on his laptop, right on the keyboard. His first instinct? Rage, frustration. But then something deeper kicks in. A pause. A breath, a decision. He hears himself say, "Let's clean it up." Not out of passivity, but out of practice. That moment, small as it looks, is massive. That's a rep. That's emotional strength made visible. That's Stoicism in action. Because Stoicism isn't some abstract theory for philosophers in marble halls. It wasn't written for men on mountaintops or monks in caves. It was forged in the dirt, in the Senate, in the barracks, in the chaos of Roman life. Marcus Aurelius was an emperor under pressure from all sides. Epictetus was a slave who turned his pain into power. These men weren't avoiding the world. They were in the thick of it, and they didn't just talk about calm, they trained for it, every single day. That training didn't begin when everything went wrong. It started long before, in the quiet, in the ordinary, in the discipline of the daily, morning reflections, evening journaling, choosing not to respond to provocation, waking up with intention, listening more than speaking, resisting the temptation to vent or escape. Each act, each decision, each moment, that was the training ground. And over time they built a kind of calm that could not be shaken by insult, delay, or loss. So what does this look like for you? It's waking up early to gather your thoughts before the world intrudes. It's taking 5 minutes to sit with your breath before a stressful call. It's choosing stillness when sarcasm is easier. It's closing your eyes when the urge to argue arises and asking, what outcome am I really after? It's choosing not to grab your phone every time boredom or anxiety creeps in. These aren't empty habits, they're your emotional weightlifting, and every time you choose one, you build muscle. The mistake most men make is thinking they'll rise to the occasion, but when pressure hits, you don't rise, you fall. You fall to the level of your training. That's why daily discipline matters. That's why repetition matters, because the mind, like the body, adapts. It strengthens in proportion to what it's exposed to. Marcus Aurelius didn't just hope to stay calm. He wrote every day, reflecting on what provoked him, how he responded, and how he could do better tomorrow. Not because he failed, but because he knew that mastery was a process. And Epictetus taught that discipline starts not in grand heroic acts, but in the quiet control of thought and attention. They weren't trying to appear stoic, they were becoming it. So when life next throws something your way, a delay, a disrespect, a disappointment, you don't wait to see how you'll respond. You've already prepared. You've been training. You've been practicing silence in noise, stillness in frustration, control in temptation. And because of that, you respond not from fear or pride, but from clarity. This isn't about perfection. You'll still feel anger. You'll still get shaken. But each time you return to your breath, each time you choose not to lash out, each time you reflect instead of react, you grow. And the more you grow, the less the world can pull you out of yourself. So start small. Sit with your discomfort when it arises. Don't reach for a screen. Don't drown it out. Just be there. Notice the urge. Breathe through it. End your day with 5 minutes of reflection. What tested you? What helped you stay centered? What could you do differently tomorrow? These questions don't take hours, but they rewire the mind. They train your awareness. They sharpen your inner eye, because no one is born a stoic. No one wakes up with perfect composure. But the man who commits to this path, to small, deliberate practice each day, he becomes something rare, not reactive, not chaotic, not easily shaken. He becomes solid. He becomes calm, not because the world got easier, but because he got stronger. So, don't wait for the next crisis to test you. Test yourself today. Train before the battle comes. Choose your breath. Choose your pause. Choose your perspective. Because the man who builds calm through daily practice isn't just ready for life's storms. He welcomes them. And in doing so, he proves that the most dangerous man in the room is the one who doesn't need to react at all. Now let's keep going, because building calm is only the beginning. The next step is learning how to hold on to that calm, no matter who tries to take it from you. 4. Let go or stay stuck. You woke up early, full of intention. Today was the day. You had your routine mapped out. Hit the gym, finish your tasks, stay focused, stay ahead. And for a while, everything goes according to plan. Then, traffic. A meeting gets cancelled without warning. Your boss drops a mountain of work on your desk with zero notice. And suddenly, the day you prepared for becomes a mess. The frustration builds. The tension climbs, and before you know it, your peace is gone. But here's the truth. Most men never realize. It's not the traffic that ruins your mood. It's not the boss or the unexpected change. It's your resistance, your refusal to accept what's happening. You're not angry because things changed. You're angry because you expected they wouldn't. That gap between expectation and reality, that's where the suffering lives. The world doesn't revolve around your plans. Life doesn't ask if it's a good time before it interrupts. And the more tightly you grip how you thought today would go, the more violently you react when it doesn't. That's not weakness, that's attachment. And if you're not careful, attachment becomes a prison. Because a man who needs everything to go right in order to stay calm is a man who will always be one small inconvenience away from losing himself. Letting go isn't surrender. It's not giving up. It's learning to see clearly what's in your control and what isn't. It's having the courage to drop what you were never meant to carry. The Stoics mastered this. They didn't waste their energy fighting traffic, people, or problems they couldn't change. They saved that energy. They invested it where it mattered, on their response, on their mindset, on their discipline. So when life throws a wrench in your plans, stop. Don't react on instinct. Don't let the storm pull you under. Take a breath and ask, is this mine to fix? Is this mine to hold? If the answer is no, then you let it pass. Like rain on a windshield, you don't deny it's raining, you just don't let it steer the wheel. This isn't passivity, it's precision. You're not becoming indifferent, you're becoming selective. You're choosing where your energy goes. And that shift, right there, is power. Most men confuse control with force. They think strength is about making the world obey. But Stoic strength is about staying composed when it doesn't. It's not about changing the external, it's about transforming the internal. Now picture this. You're walking back to your car after a long day. You see it immediately, a dent in the rear bumper. A stranger backed into it. You confront him and he shrugs. No apology, no concern. That heat rises in your chest. You want to make him care. You want justice. But then, before your anger speaks for you, you pause. You ask yourself, what does exploding here actually give me? Will it fix the car? Will it humble him? No, it won't. So instead of escalating, you take down his information, file the report, handle the situation with calm, and drive away with more than just a damaged bumper. You drive away with your dignity intact. He may have taken a piece of your car, but he didn't get your peace. He didn't get your night. He didn't touch your health. That's the win. That's the moment you showed strength. Because what matters most isn't what gets dented on the outside. It's what stays whole on the inside. And the man who protects that inner calm, he's the one truly in control. Letting go is an art. And it starts by realizing that not every offense deserves a reaction. Not every inconvenience is a battle to fight. The Stoic doesn't shout to prove his control. He doesn't cling to things falling apart. He lets them fall. And in that release, he holds on to what truly matters: his clarity, his presence, his power. So ask yourself more often, is this worth carrying? That rude comment, that delay, that change of plans, are they truly worth your energy? Or are you holding on to storms that were never meant to be yours in the first place? Because the man who can let go of what doesn't serve him walks through life lighter. He's not dragged down by every offense. He's not shaken by every shift in the wind. He doesn't need to control everything to stay composed. He stays composed because he controls himself. That's the man who remains calm in chaos. That's the man who doesn't fold when things go sideways. That's the man who wins, not by overpowering the world, but by refusing to be overpowered by it. And that kind of man doesn't just survive the unexpected, he thrives in it. Now, let's keep going. Because once you learn to let go of what doesn't serve you, the next challenge is learning how to speak act and move from intention, not reaction. That's where real mastery begins. 5. Turn conflict into training. If you're alive, if you're building something meaningful, if you're showing up in the world with any amount of intention, then conflict is not optional. People will misunderstand you. Someone will challenge your values. Someone will test your patience, talk down to you, or push past your boundaries. That's the reality of living among others. But here's where most men fall short. They treat conflict like a fight they must win, a threat to their pride, a moment to prove dominance. And when they do, they miss what conflict actually reveals. Because conflict, in the eyes of a Stoic, isn't something to fear. It's something to study. It's a test, but not of your strength over others. It's a test of your strength over yourself. When tension rises, when voices get loud, when disrespect walks in the door, that's when your discipline is put on trial. Not in theory, but in real time. Think of it this way. You're at the counter of a hardware store. You've been waiting your turn patiently. Then someone behind you shoves their receipt in the air, talks over you, and demands to be served first. Your body reacts. Your heart races. Your jaw clenches. Your mind prepares the perfect comeback. And right there, in that exact moment, you have a choice. You can erupt, feed the fire, and let that man dictate your energy. Or you can step back, not physically but mentally, and ask yourself, what's really at stake here? My time, my pride, or my peace? Because once you start viewing conflict through that lens, everything shifts. You realize it's not about the guy at the counter, it's about you. It's about how well you've trained for moments like this. The Stoics believed that life hands you daily reps. Opportunities to master yourself by not taking the bait. Every insult, every confrontation, every unfair jab, it's not just friction, it's feedback. It's a mirror showing you exactly where your ego still runs the show. And the more you flinch, the more you react, the more you realize how much control you still lack. Real strength is not found in shouting louder or silencing someone else. Real strength is what you don't say. It's the insult you don't answer. It's the storm you don't feed. Because when you react blindly, you hand your power over to the very person trying to shake it. You lower yourself to their level. You trade control for pride, and it's never a fair trade. But when you learn to pause, to observe, to speak only when necessary and never from rage, that's when you start operating from a place of true mastery. The Stoic man doesn't avoid conflict. He simply doesn't let it hijack his mind. He chooses clarity over chaos. He protects his energy like it's gold, because he knows it is. And this isn't about looking passive. It's about being deliberate. You don't roll over. You rise above. There's a difference. You respond, not with silence rooted in fear, but with restraint born from wisdom. You don't match their chaos. You hold your line, and that unnerves people more than shouting ever could. Because most men are predictable, they respond to disrespect with more disrespect. They feed insults with ego. But a man who remains unmoved, a man who doesn't flinch, doesn't rush to prove himself, that man becomes a presence. And in a world full of noise, presence is power. Marcus Aurelius lived this way. As emperor, he faced betrayal, criticism, and war. And yet his journals don't read like the thoughts of a man obsessed with revenge. They read like the inner reflections of someone who knew that every interaction, no matter how small, was an invitation to practice self-mastery. He didn't see enemies, he saw teachers, and every test was a step toward becoming stronger, calmer, more immovable. So the next time someone disrespects you, see it for what it is, a training ground, not for your fists. Not for your voice, but for your mind. When someone pushes your buttons, try this. Pause. Say nothing. Let their energy hang in the air, untouched. Let them feel the weight of their own behavior. And then, when you choose to speak, do so with precision. Not to prove a point, but to protect your peace. Because that's the real goal. Not to be liked, not to be feared, but to be unmoved. The man who walks through conflict without being bent by it, that's the man everyone remembers. Not for his noise, but for his silence. Not for his rage, but for his steadiness. This is not weakness. This is not avoidance. This is you choosing the higher road, not because it's easier, but because you've trained for it. You've practiced stillness. You've sharpened your awareness. You've learned that the battle isn't out there. It's in here, in the space between what happens and what you do next. Every conflict is a chance to rise above what used to bring you down, to sharpen your edge. To walk away, not as a man who avoided the fight, but as a man who didn't need it. Because when you reach that level, when your peace no longer depends on how others treat you, you've reached something rare. You've reached mastery. Now keep going. Because beyond conflict lies the deepest test of all, remaining centered not just in resistance, but in every moment, no matter how quiet or chaotic. 6. Stay present, not paranoid. It's not the moment that breaks you, it's what your mind does with it. Someone cuts you off in traffic, and for 3 seconds, it's over. But in your head, it's just beginning. You imagine chasing them down, yelling, proving a point. And that imaginary confrontation, you carry it with you for 30 minutes, maybe more. Into your next meeting, your next conversation, your evening. The moment passed, but your mind dragged it forward like a chain. That's not the world making you angry. That's your imagination. That's what makes most men suffer, not reality, but the stories they attach to it. And it happens constantly. You're not upset about what someone said. You're upset about what you think they meant. You're worried about how it reflects on you, what you should have said, what they might say next. And just like that, you're not in the present moment anymore. You're 10 steps ahead, fighting shadows, or 10 steps behind, reliving a past you can't edit. And while your mind is everywhere else, your ability to respond with clarity disappears. Stoicism cuts through that noise like a blade. It says, forget what's behind. Stop fearing what's ahead. Focus on now, because now is all you have. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." That's not morbid. That's liberating. It reminds you that your power is not in controlling outcomes or rewriting the past. Your power is in choosing how to show up right now. So much of what we react to isn't real. It's imagined. It's projection. You walk into a conversation already bracing for a fight because of who you think that person is, because of how you expect they'll treat you. And that expectation, that invented future, puts your body into battle mode before a word is spoken. But what if they don't insult you? What if the tension is only coming from the story in your head? That's the danger of unchecked thoughts. They turn possibility into punishment. That's why presence isn't just some spiritual ideal, it's a tactical advantage. When your mind starts racing, pause, notice your breath, feel your feet on the floor, look at what's actually in front of you, the air, the tone, the silence. Not the script you wrote in your head, but the reality unfolding in real time. Presence brings your awareness back to what's real, and what's real is always more manageable than the storm your mind builds in anticipation. You don't need to meditate for an hour a day to access this. You just need to train your attention, one breath at a time. When you feel the tension rise, don't argue with the thoughts. Just don't follow them. Let them pass like clouds. Return to your breath. Return to your body. Every time you do, you're reinforcing a new pattern, a stronger one. You're telling your nervous system, we're here. We're not in that imagined future. We're not in that old memory. We're right here. And in that moment, your choices change. You don't overreact to what someone might say. You don't carry the energy of a previous conflict into something unrelated. You stop bleeding yesterday into today, and you stop living in fear of things that haven't even happened. That's what the Stoics trained for. Not the elimination of emotion, but the taming of imagination. Because the undisciplined mind is always trying to protect itself from things that don't exist. It builds enemies, arguments, tragedies, all in the name of preparation. But the man who stays present doesn't need to prepare for every possible storm. He's anchored where the storm can't reach him. You may not control what happened yesterday. You don't control what's coming tomorrow, but you control your focus. And if you can control that, even for a few breaths, you can interrupt the cycle. You can stop the spiral. You can choose response over reaction, stillness over chaos. So the next time you feel yourself spinning into the past, into anxiety, into imagined futures, come back. Bring your awareness back to the moment. Breathe slowly, ground yourself, and ask, what's actually happening now? Not what might happen, not what should have happened, just now. Because now, there is no fight, there is no insult, there is no loss, there's only you. Breathing, choosing, responding, that is presence. And in presence, there is freedom. So keep practicing. Because the man who can stay present, who refuses to be yanked by every thought or provoked by every illusion, is a man the world can't shake. He doesn't need to fight the future. He doesn't need to relive the past. He owns the only thing that ever truly exists, the moment. And that moment, when fully lived, is enough. It's where your strength lives. It's where your peace waits. And it's where the next lesson begins. 7. Forgive to free yourself. There's a kind of heaviness that has nothing to do with what you're carrying in your hands. You can sleep 8 hours, eat well, even hit the gym, and still walk through the world with a weight that makes your shoulders slump and your spirit dim. You've seen it before. Maybe you've even felt it. A man who looks worn down even when his schedule is light, who flinches when someone is kind because kindness reminds him of all the times it turned into betrayal. That weight, it's not physical, it's emotional. It's the residue of resentment. And over time, it doesn't just poison the mind, it hardens the body, dulls the senses, and drains the soul. Most men don't notice it happening. They assume that silence means they've moved on, that not bringing something up means it's over. But silence isn't the same as healing. Just because you don't speak about the wound doesn't mean it isn't shaping the way you speak to others, how you trust, how you react, how you sleep. That grudge from 5 years ago, it's still living in your shoulders, in your jaw, in how fast you snap when someone barely crosses a line. And that's exactly why the Stoics saw forgiveness not as a moral obligation, but as a form of inner liberation. Letting go wasn't about excusing what happened. It was about refusing to let what happened keep you shackled. Epictetus said it best. You may fetter my leg, but not even Zeus can get the better of my will. That's the essence of forgiveness, not weakness, not forgetfulness, but defiance, refusing to be bound by what someone else did. Because every time you hold on to resentment, you give them your peace, again and again. And no one, not even those who hurt you, deserves that kind of power over your present. Think about a moment when someone betrayed you. Maybe they lied. Maybe they left. Maybe they humiliated you in front of others, and you told yourself, "I'll never forget this." Maybe you didn't, but every time you remember it, your stomach turns, your jaw tightens, your peace evaporates. That's not strength. That's self-inflicted punishment. You're reliving the offense while the other person has likely moved on. That's the trap. Believing that holding on to the pain protects you when in fact it weakens you. The Stoic doesn't carry rage like a shield. He releases it, like fire that only burns the one holding it. Forgiveness to him is not a favor for the other. It's a form of freedom for the self. It doesn't mean trusting again. It means making space again, space in your mind, your body, your energy, for something better, something lighter. And that begins with one hard but necessary decision. Stop feeding the story. Every time you replay the insult, every time you vent about what they did, you reinforce the wound. You keep it fresh, and eventually, it owns you. So stop rehearsing the pain. Start protecting your energy. It's yours to guard. Now imagine this. You're in the break room at work. Someone throws a slick comment your way. It's a jab, passive-aggressive, designed to get a reaction. You could clap back. You could carry it with you all day. Let it echo in your head at dinner. Let it leak into the way you talk to your kids or partner. Or you could let it drop. You could breathe, smile, and walk away. Not because you're pretending it didn't happen, but because you're choosing not to carry what doesn't belong to you. That comment was their burden, not yours. That's not passive. That's power under control. That's clarity. That's a man who knows what's worth responding to and what isn't. And when you start living that way, when you begin dropping the little weights of resentment and bitterness, you'll feel it in your body, in your sleep, in how much easier it becomes to breathe, to think, to move forward. Forgiveness isn't a soft act. It's a strong one. It requires courage to stop playing the victim in your own story. It demands maturity to say, what they did was wrong, but I won't let it write the next chapter of my life. You do it not to restore a broken bond. You do it to restore your own peace. Because life moves forward, and if you don't let go of what's dragging behind you, you'll miss everything that's trying to meet you ahead. You've got more life in front of you than behind. Make space for it. Clean the internal room. Because when you stop dragging the pain of yesterday into the clarity of today, you open yourself to freedom. Emotional freedom, mental freedom, physical freedom. The Stoic knows that strength isn't just in holding the line. It's in knowing when to release the rope. The more you practice this, the lighter you become. Not because the world changed, but because you did. Because you finally put down what wasn't yours to carry in the first place. So let this be the moment you stop measuring your worth by how tightly you hold on to pain. Let it be the moment you breathe deeper, stand taller, and forgive, not because they deserve peace, but because you do. Now let's continue. Because once you've dropped the weight of resentment, the path ahead becomes clearer. And what you do next with that lightness, that's where transformation begins. 8. Pause, then command. It happens quicker than most realize. One careless comment, one dismissive tone, and suddenly your body reacts before your mind has time to respond. Your pulse quickens, your jaw tightens, and without warning, you're already halfway to raising your voice or slamming the door. This is how most men move through life, on autopilot. pushed by triggers outside them, pulled by tension inside them, and in that single instant between the spark and the fire, they give away the very thing they were trying to protect, their power. But what if that instant held the key to everything? What if that sliver of time between what happens and what you do next isn't just a pause, but a portal, a point of choice where you either repeat the old version of yourself or rise into a new one? That's where Stoicism begins. Not in the heat of the argument, not in the perfect comeback, but in the quiet moment just before, all power, all potential, all clarity waiting to be claimed. Most people don't even see that moment. Their emotions move faster than their awareness. But once you learn to spot it, to breathe into it, you begin to see what the Stoics saw, that power isn't in the reaction, it's in the restraint. That clarity doesn't come from speed, but from stillness. That you are not at the mercy of what happens around you, only at the mercy of what you choose to do with it. Imagine this. You're at home after a long day. Your teenage son talks back again. That tone, that look, it stings. It pokes at every nerve. You feel the old reaction rising up fast. But this time, something shifts. You pause, you breathe, you say, "I'm going to respond in a minute." Just that. And in doing so, you interrupt a cycle that's played out for years. You create space, not just between you and him, but between who you were and who you're becoming. That's the power of the pause. It's not weakness, it's wisdom. It's not surrender, it's sovereignty. Because in those 2 seconds, you gain the thing most men spend their entire lives chasing: command. You give your brain time to think, to aim, to speak from principle instead of pride. And that shift, as subtle as it seems, is the foundation of all inner strength. Marcus Aurelius never told us to suppress our emotions. He didn't say, "Don't feel." He said, "Don't act unless it serves the greater good." And that kind of action rarely comes from haste. It comes from presence, from patience, from waiting until the impulse fades and the intention rises. The world around you may reward speed. Text back now, reply now, defend yourself right this second. But Stoicism teaches a deeper kind of precision. Saying the right thing at the right time with the right tone. And you can't do that if adrenaline is driving the conversation. So what do you do instead? You stop. You breathe. You ask yourself what you're really feeling, not what you're supposed to say. Not what proves you're strong, but what outcome you actually want. You step into the other room if you need to. You take 10 deep breaths. You let the fire pass. And when you return, you do so with direction. You speak not to dominate, but to deliver. You move not to react, but to respond. Because the Stoic man isn't a statue. He's not cold. He's composed. He's not slow, he's steady. He doesn't shut down what he feels. He sharpens it, he channels it. He lets the emotions rise, but he doesn't let them rule. He waits just long enough to see the landscape clearly. And then he moves, deliberately, with clarity, with command. And here's the truth. That moment of pause, that breath of restraint, may look like nothing from the outside. But inside, it's everything. It's the turning point. It's the practice. It's the proof that you are no longer a servant to the past version of yourself. You're something else now, something calmer, something stronger. So train for that moment. Build your pause like a muscle. Let it become your shield, your strategy, your signature. Because the man who can hold himself when provoked, who can pause when pressured, who can stay calm when chaos calls, he is no longer reacting to life. He's commanding it. And when you learn to live from that place, not once, but daily, You don't just win arguments. You win freedom. You win self-respect. You win the rare kind of control that can't be taken, only chosen. The kind that doesn't just survive the fire, but shapes it. From this moment on, treat every rise in tension as a quiet opportunity to grow. When your heart races, when your breath shortens, when your hands want to clench, stop, breathe. Let the moment settle before you decide how to move. Because the man who masters that pause does not just avoid mistakes, he reclaims his power. And that is a victory worth choosing again and again. You are not at the mercy of your emotions. You are not bound to the patterns that once ruled you. The Stoics taught that peace is not given, it is earned. Not through denial, but through steady discipline. Real strength is not loud, it is calm. It is focused. It is built breath by breath, choice by choice. So begin today. Train your breath. Hold your words. Command your presence. And watch what begins to change. If this message spoke to something in you, take a moment to reflect. Leave a comment below with just 2 or 3 words. Maybe, still in control. And if you found value in this, consider subscribing. This journey is just beginning, because the next lesson is not just how to stay calm, but how to lead with that calm in a world that's forgotten how. Keep going, you're on the right path. Have you ever seen a river forced to flow uphill? Of course not, because nature doesn't fight its own design. It flows, it bends, it adapts. And in doing so, it carves mountains and nourishes valleys without ever needing to force its way forward. Now ask yourself this: why do we spend so much of our lives doing the opposite? We grip tightly to our goals, try to control every conversation, every outcome, every twist of fate, and the harder we push, the more life seems to resist. Anxiety builds, frustration creeps in, progress stalls. But the Stoics saw things differently. They didn't see surrender as weakness, they saw it as wisdom. Marcus Aurelius taught that life unfolds according to a rhythm far beyond our command. And peace isn't found by controlling the wind, but by adjusting our sails. In today's episode, we're going to explore how letting go, not giving up, can be your most powerful move. You'll learn how to shift from desperation to alignment, how to stop chasing outcomes and start attracting them, and how a quiet mind creates space for everything you truly want to arrive naturally. Because what you want isn't found in force, it's found in flow. And by the end of this video, you won't just understand why, you'll feel it. Before we begin, take a breath. Then, if you find value in this kind of wisdom, hit subscribe so it reaches others walking the same path. Let's begin. 1. Focusing on what you can control. There's a story of a sailor caught in a sudden storm. The sky darkens, waves begin to crash against the boat. Wind tears at the sails. Everything feels on the verge of falling apart. In panic, he grabs the ropes tighter, yells at the wind, curses the sea, thinking somehow, if he just tries hard enough, he can make the storm stop. But the storm doesn't listen, because it never does. Eventually, exhausted and soaked to the bone, he remembers something his old mentor told him long ago. You cannot command the wind, but you can adjust your sails. That single truth changed everything. He lets go of his need to control the storm and turns his attention to what's still in his power, his sail, his steering, his breath. The chaos around him doesn't disappear, but it no longer controls him, and he finds his way through it. This is exactly what the Stoics taught. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. And in that one sentence is a principle that can transform how you approach everything in your life, your career, your relationships, your peace of mind. Most of us are taught to obsess over results. We wait anxiously for that callback. We stress over whether someone likes us back. We panic when things don't unfold exactly as planned. We believe that if we just work a little harder, push a little more, we can bend life to our will. But life doesn't respond to desperation. It responds to alignment. The more we cling to outcomes, the more we suffer. We make our happiness conditional on getting the job, on whether they text us back, on whether our plan works exactly as we imagined. And what happens? We burn out. We feel helpless. And ironically, the tighter we grip, the more things slip through our fingers. The Stoics were wise enough to spot this pattern thousands of years ago. They understood that suffering comes not from the event itself, but from our need for that event to happen a certain way. Epictetus put it plainly, "Do not seek for things to happen the way you want them to. Rather, wish that what happens happens as it does, and you will be happy." This isn't about fatalism, it's about realism. It's about understanding that our control is limited, but powerful. What we do control are our actions, our thoughts, our responses, our mindset. And when we focus there on the internal, not the external, we step into a kind of power that chaos cannot shake. Let me give you an example. Think of a writer working on their first novel. If they obsess over whether it'll be a bestseller, whether agents will say yes, whether readers will praise them, they'll write in fear. Their creativity will shrink under pressure. Every sentence becomes a struggle. But if that same writer shifts their focus to the craft itself, to writing honestly, showing up daily, and putting their soul into the work, the process becomes fulfilling. The outcome no longer owns them, and often that's when the best work emerges, not from force, but from freedom. It's the same in relationships. You've seen it. Someone trying too hard to make someone like them. Over-messaging, over-analyzing, adjusting their personality just to be accepted. And what happens? That energy repels rather than attracts, because neediness is rooted in fear. But then there's the person who knows who they are, who gives space, who doesn't chase but invites. Their presence is calm, their attention is genuine, and they're unattached to the outcome. That's what makes them magnetic. That's what makes people trust them, not because they're perfect, but because they're grounded. This is detachment, not indifference, not apathy, but a healthy space between you and the outcome. A kind of inner poise that says, "I care, but I'm not controlled." This principle applies even more powerfully when it comes to success. So many people tie their worth to a deadline. I need to have made X amount by this age. I should be married by now. If I'm not at the top by this year, I've failed. But life doesn't run on our timetable. It unfolds in its own mysterious way. And often, the detour ends up being the better path. The thing you thought you missed, it was never meant for you. The opportunity that seemed to slip away, it made room for something deeper. If you're too attached to one rigid vision of success, you might miss the gift life is trying to hand you in disguise. Ask yourself this: what are you gripping too tightly? What outcome are you so fixated on that it's stealing your peace? Now imagine loosening your grip, not in defeat, but in trust. What would change if you reminded yourself, "I will do my part, but I don't need to control every turn for it to be meaningful"? This is the essence of Stoic freedom. It's not about being passive, it's about being focused on what's actually within your control. So, how do you live this out? Start with 3 simple practices. 1. Ground yourself in effort, not outcome. Each day, ask, what's within my control today? Show up fully for that. Your attitude, your choices, your habits. Let those be your measure of success. 2. Reframe your thoughts. When you catch yourself thinking, I need this to work out, shift to, whatever happens, I trust myself to respond with strength. That mental shift creates emotional resilience. 3. Come back to the present moment. The more you live in the now, the less you're controlled by then or what if. Focus on the breath, the next step, the small action. Because the present is the only place your power lives. It's tempting to think that if we just had more control, we'd be happier, but the opposite is true. The less we need to control, the freer we become, the calmer we feel, and ironically, the more space we create for what we truly want to find us on its own terms. The Stoics weren't emotionless monks. They were leaders, workers, thinkers, people like us navigating uncertainty, but they had a compass, and it always pointed inward. So let me leave you with one final image. You're standing in a river. The current is strong. You can either fight it, exhaust yourself trying to push the water back, or you can plant your feet where you can, steer where you must, and let the current carry you. You still move with purpose, but you don't fight the flow. That's what happens when you let go of the need to control what was never yours to begin with. And in that moment, unexpectedly, you begin to move forward with ease. Not because life got easier, but because you finally stopped fighting the current and started sailing with it. 2. Reframing challenges as opportunities. There's an old parable of a blacksmith's apprentice, young, eager, and full of confidence. On his first day in the forge, he burns his hand, misstrikes the iron, and drops a half-shaped sword on the floor in front of everyone. Humiliated, he nearly walks out. But the master stops him and says, "The fire doesn't just test you, it makes you." This story captures a truth the Stoics understood well. Adversity isn't a punishment, it's a forge, a training ground. Not for your comfort, but for your character. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." In other words, the obstacle is not blocking your path, it is your path. Life will challenge you. It always does. Some days flow easily, others feel like walking through a storm with no shelter in sight. Plans fall apart, people disappoint you, circumstances shift without warning. And the difference between those who grow stronger through it and those who crumble isn't luck or talent, it's perspective. Your mindset is the lens through which you interpret everything. And if you don't learn to shape that lens deliberately, the world will shape it for you. You can't control the economy. You can't control how others treat you. You can't predict every twist life throws your way. But you can decide how to interpret those moments. You can choose how to respond. That's where true freedom begins. Epictetus, born into slavery and later becoming one of the most revered Stoic teachers, said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This isn't just a philosophical insight, it's a practical tool. Because the reality is, every external hardship you face is a mirror, reflecting back your inner strength, or the areas where you still need to grow. Let's take something simple but familiar. Imagine you have just been passed over for a promotion. You worked hard, showed up early, went the extra mile, and still someone else got the position. The first response most people have is defeat. What's the point? Or bitterness. I deserved it more. Or self-doubt. Maybe I'm not good enough. But what if instead you paused? What if you stepped back and reframed it? Not as a rejection, but as redirection. Not as failure, but feedback. Not as a setback, but an invitation to sharpen your edge. That's the Stoic move. To ask yourself, what is this moment here to teach me? Because here's the truth. Hard moments are rarely wasted. What feels like a delay might be preparing you for a better opportunity. What stings today may be shaping the depth of your character in ways success never could. And this doesn't mean lying to yourself. It means choosing a perspective that empowers rather than paralyzes. The Stoics weren't about sugarcoating suffering, they were about turning it into strength. Seneca said, "Difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor strengthens the body." Think of your challenges like weights in a gym. Without resistance, your muscles don't grow. The same applies to your spirit, your clarity, your discipline. You build inner strength, not in times of ease, but in the trenches of discomfort. Let's take another example. Say your relationship is falling apart. You feel betrayed, lost, like you're starting from zero again. It would be easy to wallow in self-pity, to blame the other person or beat yourself up for what went wrong. But a Stoic would ask, what did I learn about myself? Where did I ignore red flags? How can I grow from this pain rather than carry it as a burden? You see, pain that isn't transformed gets transferred to others, to your next relationship, to your future self. But when you reframe the wound as a window into your deeper values and needs, it becomes a turning point, not a dead end. Now let's be clear, this isn't easy. Training the mind to see clearly in the middle of chaos doesn't happen overnight. Like lifting heavy weights, it takes repetition, awareness, and a willingness to get uncomfortable. So how do you start? First, pay attention to your inner language. The way you speak to yourself in hard moments shapes your entire reality. Are your thoughts filled with blame, fear, and helplessness? Or are you cultivating thoughts that reflect strength, clarity, and curiosity? Catch the thought that says, "I'm failing." Replace it with, "I'm still learning." Catch the thought that says, "This always happens to me." Replace it with, "This is an opportunity to do things differently." It's not about lying to yourself. It's about choosing a more empowering truth. Second, stay present. Most of our stress doesn't come from what's happening now. It comes from obsessing over what already happened or fearing what might happen next. The mind jumps to conclusions, spirals into scenarios, and suddenly you're drowning in problems that don't even exist yet. The Stoics were masters of anchoring themselves in the present. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, "Do not waste what remains of your life in speculating about others." It is not the future or the past that troubles you, but always the present. Ask yourself, what can I do right now? Not tomorrow, not next year, right now. What small action can move me one step forward? That question alone can interrupt panic and return you to your power. Third, view each challenge as a chance to practice a virtue. The Stoics believed life is a training ground for virtue, that every obstacle is an opportunity to practice something: patience, humility, courage, wisdom. Stuck in traffic? Practice patience. Criticized unfairly? Practice restraint. Rejected? Practice resilience. This shift transforms you from a passive victim into an active student of life. Suddenly, hard moments aren't punishments, they're teachers, and every day becomes a classroom. You begin to welcome pressure not because it's easy, but because you trust yourself to rise under it. Let me end with this. Your mindset is your most powerful tool. But like any tool, it must be sharpened, refined, tested. And the tests don't come in quiet moments. They come when everything feels messy, uncertain, and unfair. But that's where your opportunity lies. The next time life throws you into the fire, remember the blacksmith's apprentice. The fire is painful, yes, but it's also where swords are made. Let the flame shape you. Let the challenge reveal your strength, because you're not here to crumble. You're here to grow. And when you learn to reframe the storm as the forge, you don't just survive life's challenges. You're made stronger because of them. 3. Embracing patience and trusting the process. There's a quiet story about a man who planted bamboo in his backyard. For the first year, he watered the soil daily. Nothing appeared. The second year, still nothing. The third year came and went, with not a single shoot above ground. People mocked him. Friends urged him to give up. Even he began to doubt himself. But he kept watering, kept tending, trusting in the process. And then, in the 5th year, something extraordinary happened. The bamboo shot up over 80 feet in just 6 weeks. Was it growing all at once? No. It had been growing all along, underground, in silence, developing the root system needed to sustain its explosive growth. The waiting wasn't wasted, it was essential. That's what patience often looks like. You can do everything right, show up, give your best, plant your intention, and still feel like nothing is happening. But beneath the surface, something is always shifting, preparing you for the moment when everything finally aligns. The Stoics understood this better than most. Seneca once wrote, "Time discovers truth." In other words, what is meant to endure reveals itself through patience. Wisdom, strength, mastery, none of these can be rushed. They are earned over time through quiet persistence and steady faith. And yet, we live in a culture addicted to immediacy. You post a photo, you want likes within minutes. You start a business, and you want results within weeks. If you're not successful by the world's timeline, you start to question your path, or worse, yourself. But here's the truth, no one tells you. Life doesn't follow your calendar. The universe doesn't bend to your expectations. And trying to speed up what requires depth only leads to burnout, bitterness, and shallow success. Think about the person who trains for a marathon. They don't expect to run 26 miles after 1 week of practice. They understand that endurance is built gradually. Every run, every sore muscle, every early morning, it's all part of something invisible that's slowly becoming visible. Strength is forming, even when it's not yet showing. The same goes for building a meaningful career, deepening a relationship, healing after a loss, or cultivating wisdom. The milestones aren't always obvious, but the transformation is happening inside you. Let's take a real-world example. Imagine a young architect fresh out of school. She's talented, driven, passionate. She wants to make a name for herself, to design buildings that leave a legacy. But for years, all she gets are support roles, drafting blueprints, assisting senior architects, handling minor details. It's tempting to feel overlooked, unimportant, wasted. But in truth, every project she supports sharpens her eye. Every obstacle she navigates hones her problem-solving. Every conversation with mentors builds her understanding of form, function, and human need. And one day, maybe when she least expects it, her chance arrives. A lead project lands in her lap, and suddenly she's ready. Not because of luck, but because she stayed ready in the waiting. That's the essence of Stoic patience. Staying diligent without being desperate. Trusting the process, even when the reward is still unseen. Marcus Aurelius captured it beautifully. No great thing is created suddenly. There must be time. Give your best and be patient. His words remind us that nature doesn't rush, and yet everything unfolds as it should. The world wants you to believe that faster is better, that if success hasn't shown up quickly, you've somehow failed. But that's not Stoicism. That's ego. Ego wants applause now. Wisdom waits for what's real. So how do you stay patient when your goals feel distant? When the waiting begins to feel endless, start here. Focus on what is still in your hands. You can't control when the door opens, but you can control how prepared you are when it does. You can't control how long the storm lasts, but you can control how steady you remain in the rain. You can't control the timing of love, success, or healing, but you can shape who you're becoming in the meantime. And that's the real gift of the process. It's not just about what you achieve, it's about who you become. The Stoics teach that life is not measured by outcomes, but by virtue. And virtue, discipline, courage, patience, wisdom, is cultivated slowly, often in silence. If you find yourself growing restless, take a moment and ask, what is this moment asking me to become? What part of me is being forged in this waiting? Because sometimes you're not waiting for life to change. Life is waiting for you to grow into the person who can handle what's coming. Maybe your dream job hasn't arrived because you're still developing the resilience to handle its pressure. Maybe the relationship hasn't shown up because you're still learning how to be at peace alone. Maybe the recognition hasn't come because the foundation you're building needs to be stronger, deeper, more enduring. When you stop rushing, you start listening. You begin to notice the wisdom in the delay, and what once felt like a dead end begins to feel like preparation. Let's be honest though, patience is not passive. It's not sitting back and waiting for miracles. It's active endurance. It's watering the soil, even when you don't see the sprout. It's waking up and showing up, not because of what might happen today, but because of who you're committed to becoming, regardless. One of the most powerful phrases in Stoic practice is this: amor fati, love of fate. Not just acceptance, but embrace. Not only enduring the wait, but honoring it, trusting that every delay, every detour, every moment of stillness is part of a much larger design that's unfolding in your favor, even if you can't yet see it. So here's the takeaway. Don't measure your progress by the applause. Don't judge your growth by how fast things happen. Measure it by your consistency, your intention, your willingness to trust the process even when it's silent. Because when the moment does come, when the seed finally breaks the surface, when the bamboo finally shoots up, when the recognition finally arrives, you'll know you didn't just get lucky. You endured, you became, you waited without wasting, and that's what makes the arrival so meaningful. So breathe. Stay steady. Keep watering. Life is still working beneath the surface. And when it's time, you won't have to force anything. It will rise. And so will you. 4. Acting with purpose, not desperation. There's a story of a man who enters the forest with a bow, determined to hunt a deer, but he's impatient. He stomps through the woods, shouting, snapping branches, running in circles, hoping to flush something out quickly. He keeps his bow drawn at all times, breath shallow, eyes darting everywhere. Hours pass. Nothing. Then a second man enters the same forest. He walks slowly, silent. He studies the wind, listens to the birds, observes the patterns. When he finds the right spot, he waits, still, focused, not grasping but ready. Guess who goes home with something? This story reveals something we all feel at some point but rarely recognize. Desperation repels. Purpose attracts. The Stoics understood this dynamic deeply. They didn't just preach restraint. They practiced inner alignment before outer action. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Let your one delight and refreshment be to pass from one act to another with God in mind, and with the knowledge that your will is consistent with the good of humankind." What does that mean in practice? It means don't act from panic, don't grasp, don't rush. Instead, let your actions flow from clarity, integrity, and internal alignment. But how often do we forget this? How often do we chase love, approval, success, or recognition, not because we're grounded in our values, but because we fear what will happen if we don't get them? It's subtle, but powerful. Desperate action doesn't look desperate at first. It looks like working harder, sending more messages, saying yes to things you don't really want, compromising, adjusting, begging for outcomes you aren't even sure are right for you. This isn't ambition, it's anxiety. And when you act from that place, you distort your own path. Take two people searching for a new opportunity. One throws themselves into chaos, applying for everything, responding immediately to every rejection with more frantic effort, doubting themselves at every turn. Their energy is noisy, uncertain, and uncentered. The other moves differently. They pause, they assess, they apply thoughtfully, only where it aligns. They prepare deeply, they follow up without panic, and they trust their timing. Who makes the stronger impression? Who walks into the interview with quiet confidence? Not the one chasing, but the one who's clear. This principle applies to everything: career, friendships, relationships, even creative work. The more you try to grab what you want, the more it slips through your fingers. But when you act with calm clarity, when your actions come from your values and not your fears, things begin to move toward you. It's not magic, it's alignment. And the Stoics saw this clearly. Epictetus said, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." Meaning, decide who you are before you act. Define your character, set your intention, then let your actions be an extension of that internal truth. If you don't, you'll end up chasing shadows. Chasing things that don't nourish you, chasing validation that doesn't last. And worst of all, you'll betray your own values trying to win a game that was never meant for you in the first place. Let's take relationships. Have you ever entered one out of loneliness? Have you ever tried to win someone's affection by becoming who you thought they wanted, rather than showing up as who you really are? You don't need me to tell you how that ends. The foundation cracks. The energy becomes heavy. You overthink, overextend, overattach, and eventually you burn out or push them away. But when you approach relationships with a sense of wholeness, when you're grounded, self-aware, and not looking for someone to complete you, you bring peace into the room. That energy is rare, and people feel it. They trust it. Because confidence isn't loud, it doesn't beg, it doesn't grasp, it simply is. This is what Aristotle described with the idea of eudaimonia, a state of flourishing, of living in alignment with your purpose, your virtues, your highest self. True fulfillment, he believed, doesn't come from chasing external rewards, but from expressing internal excellence. So ask yourself, are your actions aligned with your values? Or are they being driven by fear? If it's fear of missing out, fear of being alone, fear of failure, fear of being behind, pause, because any action rooted in fear will eventually lead to confusion, regret, or self-abandonment. Instead, move from a deeper place, from purpose. Think of a chess master and a beginner. The beginner rushes, reacts, panics after every move. Their entire game is based on avoiding loss. But the master sees the board, waits, moves with intent. Their strategy is not just about winning, it's about playing well. With patience, with vision. That's the difference between desperation and purpose. Desperation is reaction. Purpose is strategy. So how do you shift from one to the other? First, define your why. Ask yourself honestly, why am I pursuing this? Am I trying to prove something, fill a void, escape discomfort? Or am I building something aligned with who I want to become? When your why is clear, your how becomes intentional. Second, slow down. Desperation rushes. It whispers, "Hurry, or you'll miss your chance." But wisdom says, what's meant for you can't be lost through patience. Give yourself space to think, to breathe, to reflect. Even 10 seconds of silence before responding can turn a reaction into a wise choice. Third, trust yourself. You don't need to grasp for what's already making its way toward you. What's meant for you won't require you to betray your peace to obtain it. And if you do, it won't feel worth it once you have it. Seneca once said, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." So much of our desperation is a product of imagined fears. What if I never find love? What if I'm not good enough? What if I fail? But pause long enough and you'll realize you've already survived so much. You've already grown through seasons you thought would break you. You are more capable than your fear allows you to believe. So stop scrambling, start aligning. You don't need to force the door open. You need to become the person who's ready when it does. Move with intention, speak with clarity, choose with integrity. When your actions reflect who you are, not what you fear, you begin to live in a flow that no amount of chasing can replicate. And suddenly, the things you once ran after start walking toward you. 5. Letting go of the need to control. There's a story of a woman who spent months preparing a garden. She studied the soil, chose the seeds with care, arranged the beds, and planted each row with precision. Every day she watered diligently, pulled weeds, and monitored the sun. But then, the rain didn't come. The nights were colder than usual. Insects found their way in. She tried everything, covering the plants, adding nutrients, adjusting her methods, but still the growth was slow, uneven, unpredictable. Frustrated, she stood one morning in the middle of the garden, fists clenched, staring at a bed of stubborn seedlings that refused to bloom. And then an old neighbor walked by and said gently, "You've done your part. Now, let the earth do hers." That one sentence shifted everything. Because sometimes doing your part means knowing when to stop doing and start trusting. The Stoics understood this better than most. Epictetus said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." That's not resignation, it's clarity. It's the realization that the more we try to grip the world in our hands, the more it slips through our fingers. We think that if we plan everything, manage every detail, anticipate every outcome, and control the people around us, we'll finally feel secure. But the truth is, the more we try to control everything, the more anxious, exhausted, and disconnected we become. We weren't designed to carry the entire world on our shoulders. Let's take a common example: relationships. Maybe you've been in a friendship or romantic relationship where you felt if you just explained things better, or gave more, or showed them what they were missing, they'd finally change. You crafted the perfect messages, tried to predict their reactions, waited for the right time to speak your truth, and still they didn't respond the way you hoped. Why? Because people are not projects. They are not puzzles to be solved or software to be updated. People grow or stay the same according to their own timeline, and the moment you accept that, truly accept it, you free yourself from years of emotional burnout. You can communicate clearly, you can set boundaries, you can choose whether or not to remain in the relationship, but you cannot force someone to understand you, change for you, or love you differently. And that's not weakness, that's wisdom. The same principle applies to work, to success, to personal growth. So many of us grind ourselves into dust, believing that control equals power. that if we just do more, we'll finally feel like enough. But there's a difference between meaningful effort and desperate control. One builds, the other constricts. Think about someone preparing for a speech or a performance. They rehearse for weeks. They refine their message, polish their presence, visualize success. But then, right before stepping on stage, they spiral into panic. What if I mess up? What if they judge me? What if I forget everything? Suddenly, their focus shifts from presence to pressure. Their preparation becomes suffocated by fear. And what often happens? They stumble. Not because they weren't ready, but because they couldn't let go of needing the outcome to go perfectly. But now, imagine the same person, prepared, yes, but also grounded in acceptance. They take a deep breath, remind themselves, I've done the work. Now, I show up. That energy is different. They don't grip the moment, they flow with it. That's the paradox. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means making space for your efforts to breathe. Seneca wrote, "Fate leads the willing and drags along the reluctant." Meaning, when you resist the natural flow of events, when you demand that life match your exact expectations, you suffer unnecessarily. But when you cooperate with life's rhythm, you move with less friction, more grace. The Stoics called this wisdom the dichotomy of control. There are things within your control, your thoughts, your actions, your choices, and then there are things entirely outside it. The weather, the economy, other people's opinions, outcomes, and timing. And the more energy you pour into controlling the second group, the more power you lose in the first. The key is knowing where to place your attention. Let's bring this back to something real and immediate. Imagine you're waiting to hear back after a job interview. You felt it went well. You followed up. And now, nothing. Days pass. You start overthinking, replaying every moment, checking your inbox every 30 minutes, making up stories in your head. Did they hate me? Was I too quiet? What if I never hear back? Now pause. Has anything changed in the external world? No. But your internal world is in chaos. Why? Because you've handed your peace over to something you no longer control. Now try this. You take a breath. You remind yourself, I prepared. I showed up fully. The decision is out of my hands now, and you return to what is in front of you. That shift from attachment to acceptance is freedom. So how do we practice letting go of control in daily life? Step 1. Get clear on what belongs to you. When something's stressing you out, ask, is this truly within my power? If not, release it. Gently, firmly, as many times as it takes. Step 2. Accept detours. Life won't always go according to your script, but often the detours reveal the lessons you actually needed. What you see as a delay might be redirection. What feels like failure might be preparation. Acceptance doesn't mean passivity. It means adapting with grace. Step 3. Build trust. Trust not just in the process, but in your ability to meet whatever comes. Control says, I must avoid discomfort. Trust says, even if it's uncomfortable, I'll grow through it. The Stoics didn't try to escape uncertainty. They trained themselves to walk through it with poise. So here's the reminder. You don't need to control everything to live well. You don't need to micromanage your future to create a good one. And you certainly don't need to hold on so tightly to what might happen that you miss the peace of what is happening right now. Take a breath. Loosen your grip. Return to yourself. You are not powerless. You are simply powerful in a different way. Not in the ability to force, but in the ability to choose how you show up. And when you let go of what was never yours to hold, you free both your hands and your heart for what truly matters. 6. Cultivating an abundant mindset. In a small village, two farmers lived side by side. Each spring they planted the same seeds, worked the same hours, and tilled the same soil. But their attitudes could not have been more different. One farmer, convinced the weather would fail him, planted half-heartedly. He feared drought, poor harvest, and imagined all the ways things could go wrong. The other farmer, full of quiet trust, planted with care and optimism. He believed that if he did his part, nature would respond in time. Come harvest season, something interesting happened, not just in results, but in spirit. The first farmer, even with a decent yield, complained it wasn't enough. He found flaws, focused on what didn't go right, and feared next year would be worse. The second farmer, he celebrated what came, shared with neighbors, learned from the process. His heart was light, and his field seemed to flourish more each year. The difference? Not skill, not luck, but mindset. The Stoics understood this truth centuries ago. Seneca wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." Abundance in the Stoic tradition isn't about having everything, it's about needing less. It's about realizing that your mindset shapes your experience more than your circumstances ever could. And yet, most of us are trained to think from scarcity. There's not enough time, not enough money, not enough love, not enough progress. This mindset whispers to us daily, you're behind, you're missing out, you need to catch up. And when you live from that place, your energy shifts. You operate from fear, from comparison, from anxiety, and ironically, you begin to push away the very things you long for. Consider two people walking into a networking event. The first walks in with a mindset of lack. They believe others are better connected, more accomplished, more deserving. They hesitate to speak. Their words carry tension. Their body language closes doors before they open. The second person, they walk in with a mindset of trust. They believe they have something to offer. They're open, curious, and generous with attention. Opportunities flow to them, not because they try harder, but because they carry a different frequency. Abundance isn't arrogance. It's not pretending you have everything figured out. It's a deep, steady confidence that says, there is enough. I am enough. And more will come when I move with purpose. This mindset applies to everything: career, relationships, happiness. If you believe good people are rare, you'll struggle to trust. If you believe opportunities are limited, you'll compete rather than collaborate. If you believe joy is scarce, you'll miss the quiet moments where it already lives. But when you shift, when you start seeing the world through the lens of abundance, your experience transforms. You start to notice people who want to help. You feel grateful for small wins. You take chances others are too afraid to try. Let's bring it into the creative world. Picture two musicians starting out. The first believes the industry is cutthroat. They think there's only room for a few, that rejections are signs to quit. They guard their work, fear collaboration, and overthink every move. The second musician, they see every open mic as an opportunity. They share their ideas, uplift others, and keep creating even when results are slow. They don't take rejections personally. They see them as part of the journey, and over time, their openness leads to connections, to inspiration, to breakthroughs, not because they were more talented, but because their mindset allowed them to stay open, resilient, and engaged. As William James once wrote, "The greatest discovery of any generation is that a human being can alter his life by altering his attitude." So how do you begin cultivating that kind of abundance? Step 1. Practice gratitude. Gratitude isn't just a feeling, it's a habit. Wake up each day and name 3 things you already have, things you'd miss if they disappeared. Your health, a friend's support, a quiet moment of peace. When you appreciate what you already hold, you create emotional space for more to enter. Step 2. Act from fullness, not fear. Before making a decision, ask yourself, am I doing this because I trust there's more coming, or because I fear I'll never get another shot? This simple pause can shift your entire trajectory. Scarcity rushes, abundance flows. Step 3. Release attachment. Trust that what's meant for you won't miss you. You don't need to grip life with clenched fists. You need to move with clarity and let outcomes unfold. When you cling, you strangle possibility. When you relax, you make room for better things to emerge. In Stoic terms, this is about aligning your desires with what's within your control and letting go of the rest. It's not passive, it's powerful. So here's the truth. You are not behind, you are not running out, and life is not withholding what you need. You simply need to open your eyes, shift your mindset, and start moving as if you already have what matters most. Because in many ways, you do. And what you carry inside, your presence, your character, your values, is what creates abundance, not what sits outside waiting to be earned. So walk forward today with your head high, not because you have it all, but because you trust that you have enough to begin. And that's where abundance starts, not in what you chase, but in what you already hold. 7. Balancing action and surrender. There's a story about a young sailor who trained for years to cross the open sea. He studied the currents, learned to read the stars, and prepared his boat down to every last detail. When the day finally came, he set sail full of purpose, determined to reach his destination faster than anyone before him. But halfway through the voyage, a powerful storm rolled in. Instead of adjusting his course or anchoring down, he fought the waves, pulled harder at the sails, and shouted at the winds. The more he resisted, the more battered he became. His sail tore, his mast cracked, and his strength began to falter. A nearby fisherman watching from a distance later told him, "The storm wasn't your enemy. Your refusal to flow with it was." That moment taught the sailor what years of training hadn't. True mastery isn't just knowing how to steer, but knowing when to surrender the wheel. The Stoics understood this better than most. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Don't aim to be consistent in achieving your plans, but in doing what's in your power." In other words, do your part, but release your grip on the rest. We live in a world that glorifies hustle, push harder, move faster, stay ahead. There's this idea that success is solely a result of non-stop effort, as if burnout were a badge of honor. But reality is more nuanced. Yes, discipline and work matter, but so does knowing when to pause, when to listen, when to trust that life has its own rhythm. There's a difference between action and obsession. Action is deliberate, it's focused, it's rooted in clarity. Obsession is frantic, it's based on fear, not vision. It's when you confuse movement for progress, doing more and more while feeling like you're getting nowhere. Think about it. Have you ever poured your energy into something, followed every step, ticked every box, yet felt like the results just wouldn't come? You start to question yourself. Maybe I'm not trying hard enough. Maybe I need to double down. Maybe I need to control every tiny outcome. But the truth is, no amount of forcing can replace the power of aligned effort. Aligned effort means you show up fully, but you don't grip the results. You plant the seed, but you don't keep digging it up to see if it's growing. Imagine a runner preparing for a race. They train for months, eat well, rest properly, and arrive at the starting line focused. When the race begins, they give it everything, but they don't control the weather, the terrain, or how fast the other runners go. All they can do is run their race, moment by moment. That's the philosophy of aligned action. Put in your best, then let go. And the letting go part? That's where most people struggle. We're wired to believe that outcomes are linear. Input equals output. Effort equals reward. But life doesn't always follow that math. Sometimes the reward comes later. Sometimes it comes in a different form. Sometimes it doesn't come at all, but the lesson does. This applies to relationships too. You've probably met someone who tried too hard. Constant texts, reaching out all the time, overanalyzing every word, every gesture. Their energy, though well-intentioned, feels heavy. Why? Because it's coming from fear, not trust. Now think of someone who's present, interested, but also at ease. They give space. They don't push. Their energy is confident, grounded. That's the kind of presence that draws people in, not because it demands attention, but because it respects freedom. In career, the same principle holds. Maybe you've been hustling for years, sending applications, making calls, pitching ideas, and nothing's clicking. You begin to force it. Chase every lead. Try to bend situations to your will, but what if the right door simply hasn't opened yet because you're not meant to walk through it yet? What if the best thing you can do is not panic, but refine your craft, build deeper relationships, and let the timing take care of itself? That's not laziness. That's wisdom. Seneca once said, "Things desired eagerly are not always best for us." Meaning, just because you want something badly doesn't mean it's right for you or right for right now. So, how do we live this? First, clarify your role. What's truly in your control? Your preparation, your presence, your mindset. Show up for that 100%. But don't confuse that with being responsible for everything. Second, stop measuring progress only by results. Some of your most important growth won't be visible at first. A setback might be building your resilience. A pause might be forcing you to rethink. Life teaches through delays as much as it does through rewards. Third, trust the process and yourself in the process. Trust that your consistency matters, that even when things seem still, something is shifting, maybe not outside, but inside you, and that matters more than you know. Aligned action is about engaging with life, not overpowering it. It's what makes a farmer water the soil and trust that crops will rise in their own time. It's what makes an artist show up to the canvas, even when the inspiration isn't there, because the act of showing up is itself an offering. It's what makes a Stoic say, "Do what is necessary, then step back." You don't need to grip so tightly. You don't need to push the river to flow. You simply need to walk your path with intention and let the results come when they're ready. Because life often gives you what you need, not when you demand it, but when you're finally grounded enough to receive it. So keep acting, but don't forget to surrender. That's not weakness. That's strength in its highest form. So much of life is learning to do your part and then letting go. The Stoics didn't teach us to give up or surrender our ambitions. They taught us to align our actions with virtue, to move with intention, and then to trust what we cannot control. As Epictetus reminded us, "Make the best use of what is in your power, and take the rest as it happens." Real peace doesn't come from controlling every outcome. It comes from mastering your mind, your responses, and your path. It's not about sitting still. It's about moving forward without desperation, acting with purpose, not panic, living with effort, not fear. So if you've been chasing something, success, approval, clarity, maybe it's time to slow down, breathe, and return to the only question that matters. Am I living in alignment with what I can control? If this video spoke to you, there's another one on the screen right now that'll take you deeper into this way of thinking. Give it a watch. And if you'd like more wisdom like this each week, hit the subscribe button. Quiet strength begins within, and you don't have to walk this path alone. We'll see you in the next one. A flame only rages when it finds fuel. But what if you stopped feeding the fire? What if, in the face of insult, chaos, or discomfort, you simply remained still? Imagine a warrior standing alone on a battlefield, not because he's powerless, but because he's mastered his mind. In a world that provokes, pokes, and pulls at every emotion you have, your greatest strength may be found in the refusal to react. The Stoics didn't teach emotional suppression. They taught liberation through self-command. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." And in those seconds between stimulus and response lies a power most people never develop. Today we're going to explore that power. You'll learn how to remain calm without becoming passive, how to break the chain of emotional reactivity, and how to turn silence into strength. If you're tired of being controlled by what others say and do, this is where your freedom begins. 1. Understanding your emotional triggers. Before you can lead your emotions, you must first learn to listen to them. Every strong emotional reaction is not just a flare of the moment, it's a signal, a flare fired from somewhere deeper, often long before today. Many of the feelings that overwhelm us aren't responses to the present, but echoes from the past, echoes of moments when we felt powerless, unheard, unloved. And unless we understand this, we'll keep reacting to shadows, as if they're threats. Epictetus once said, "Men are not disturbed by things, but by the views which they take of things." Those views are not born in a vacuum. They are shaped by our earliest experiences, by what hurt us, what frightened us, what we never got to speak aloud. Let me tell you a story. There was a man named Caleb who worked in a high-pressure consulting firm. He was well-respected, competent, confident on the surface. But whenever someone challenged his ideas in meetings, something would switch. His voice would rise, his tone would sharpen, even minor disagreements would provoke him into defensiveness and icy silence. One day, after another tense exchange with a colleague, his mentor pulled him aside. Instead of reprimanding him, the mentor asked gently, "What does it remind you of?" At first, Caleb didn't understand, but as they talked, a memory surfaced, being 8 years old, presenting a drawing to his father, who barely looked up from his desk and said, "That's not very good, try harder." That one moment had carved a wound so deep that any present-day criticism, no matter how professional, reopened it. Criticism wasn't the problem. His interpretation, rooted in a forgotten memory, was. This is how emotional triggers work. They disguise themselves as reactions to today, when really they are rehearsals of yesterday. And the Stoic path begins when we stop blindly playing these roles and start observing the script. The work starts with noticing. When a strong emotion rises, anger, fear, shame, don't rush to suppress it or act on it. Just pause. Ask yourself, what am I actually reacting to right now? Is this about the person in front of me or someone from years ago? Look for the pattern. Is it always when someone interrupts you, dismisses you, doesn't text back quickly? That's not weakness. It's a clue, a map back to the beliefs that still live inside you. Don't meet these triggers with judgment. Meet them with curiosity. You're not broken because you overreacted. You're human. But you become free when you start to see the emotional machinery running in the background. Self-awareness is the candle in the dark room. You don't remove every piece of furniture, you just stop tripping over it. And gradually, what once blindsided you loses its power. Because now, you can see it coming. You recognize the old wound trying to dress itself in modern clothing. This isn't about becoming numb, it's about becoming sovereign. Some days you'll catch the reaction early, other days you'll realize it too late. That's okay. The victory is in seeing what you couldn't see before, in choosing to pause where you once exploded, in choosing to reflect where you once blamed. As your awareness deepens, the emotional storms become gentler, not because the world changes, but because your footing does. To understand your triggers is to loosen the grip the past has on your present. You still feel, but you're no longer enslaved by the feeling. This is emotional freedom, and it begins with the courage to turn inward. 2. Noticing the body's emotional signals. Before a single thought enters your mind, your body has already spoken. This is something we often forget. We wait for our brain to tell us we're upset, angry or anxious, when in truth, the body has already sent the message. A quickened breath, a stiffening in the shoulders, a hollow feeling in the stomach. The wisdom of emotion doesn't begin with language, it begins with sensation. And yet, we live so much of life neck up, disconnected, moving fast, thinking constantly, ignoring the quiet signals rising from within until they become a roar. But your body is not separate from your emotional life. It is your first and most loyal interpreter. When we ignore it, we lose the chance to respond wisely. When we listen, we reclaim our power. Seneca said, "A man who suffers before it is necessary suffers more than necessary." And how often do we do just that? We ignore the early tension, the creeping discomfort, and let small signals snowball into storms. Let me share a story. Emma was a school teacher who prided herself on staying calm in the classroom, but recently she'd been snapping more often, losing her cool at small misbehaviors. She told herself she was just tired, that her patience was running thin. But one afternoon, a colleague noticed her gripping the edge of her desk before a meltdown and asked, "Did you realize your fists were clenched like that 5 minutes before you raised your voice?" That question stuck with her. She started paying closer attention, not to the students, but to herself. She noticed the signs, the clenching jaw, the rising heat in her chest, the shallow breaths before her temper snapped. These weren't random, they were signals. Her body was warning her of the emotional buildup. Once she learned to spot those cues early, she began to breathe, to reset, and most importantly, to pause. You don't need to be a teacher to relate. We all have our tells. Our body always whispers before it shouts. Emotional intelligence begins when we start to listen. The Stoics may not have spoken often of physiology, but they lived deeply in self-awareness. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, often described standing back and observing his inner world, not just his thoughts, but the internal conditions that gave rise to them. Modern Stoicism extends this by recognizing the body as the ground floor of perception. Observation doesn't begin in the head. It begins in the chest, the breath, the pulse. Start simple. When you feel upset, pause and scan your body. Is your breath shallow? Are your fists clenched? Is your stomach tight? Your body will always give you clues before your mind catches up. And here's the beauty of this awareness. The moment you notice, you gain a choice. Take a breath, slow and deep. Place your feet on the ground. Relax your jaw. Release your shoulders. These aren't just relaxation techniques. They're signals sent back to your nervous system that say, "I'm safe, I'm present, I'm in control. It won't be perfect. Some days, the emotion will rise faster than your awareness. But every time you catch it, you grow stronger. Each breath is a brick in the foundation of resilience. This is not emotional avoidance. It is emotional leadership. It is choosing to respond rather than react. The difference between a life ruled by feeling and a life guided by wisdom is often just a few seconds of embodied awareness. Master those seconds. Learn your signals, and you will move through life not untouched by emotion, but unshaken by it. 3. Creating a pause before you react. Between what happens and what you do, there is a breath, a moment so small it often vanishes unnoticed. Yet inside that sliver of time lies your greatest freedom. Most people don't see it. Something triggers them, an insult, a challenge, a sudden shock, and their reaction is immediate, automatic, like a match to dry leaves. No space, no choice, just fire. But the Stoic life is built in that space. The pause between stimulus and response is not just a technique. It's a philosophy of living. The longer you live in it, the less you are controlled by anything outside of you. Epictetus put it simply, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. But here's the key. Your reaction is not just a product of character. It's a product of habit. And habits can be trained. Consider a real story. A woman named Sophia worked in a busy emergency room. One night, a distraught patient lashed out, accusing her of negligence in front of everyone. The old Sophia would have snapped back instantly, defending her pride, escalating the chaos. But this time, something shifted. She paused. She took a breath, unclenched her jaw, and asked herself, is this about me or about his pain? That moment of reflection changed everything. She responded not with defensiveness, but calm. The situation de-escalated. Later, even the patient apologized. That pause didn't make her weak. It made her powerful. In a fast world that glorifies quick reactions, where we're told to clap back, speak now, defend everything instantly, the wisdom of stillness has become rare. But ancient Stoics moved differently. They saw power not in domination, but in discipline. The pause is your training ground. So how do you begin? Start with the breath. It's your anchor in stormy seas. When an emotion flares, anger, fear, pride, don't speak, don't act. Inhale slowly. Exhale fully. That breath cuts through the fog of impulse like a blade. It tells your nervous system, I am not in danger. I have time. I can choose. Then ask yourself, is what I'm about to say necessary? Is it aligned with my values? Or am I just defending a wound? These questions gently loosen emotion's grip on your mind. You begin to see clearly, not just outward, but inward. At first, the practice will feel awkward. You'll want to jump in, to correct, to retaliate. The silence might feel uncomfortable, but over time, it becomes your strength. Because every time you pause, you shift the direction of your life. One breath can stop a fight. One breath can preserve your dignity. One breath can spare you the regret of words said too fast. Marcus Aurelius said, how much more harmful are the consequences of anger than the circumstances that aroused it? What you say in those first seconds of emotion can shape the next hour or the next decade. The pause is how you avoid planting seeds of pain. It's how you plant wisdom instead. This is not passivity. The Stoic doesn't ignore injustice or let disrespect slide, but he acts with intention, not impulse. Sometimes, after the pause, you'll still need to speak firmly. The difference is, you'll be grounded, responding from clarity, not chaos. Think of life like a piece of music. The notes matter, yes, but the silence between the notes. That's where rhythm, depth, and beauty live. Your reactions are the notes. The pause is the meaning. Train yourself to feel that moment. Breathe into it. Protect it like it's sacred, because it is. For in that breath, you are no longer a prisoner of feeling. You are its master. And from that mastery, peace begins. 4. Practicing mindfulness in daily life. Mindfulness is not something you escape to. It's not a luxury reserved for silent retreats, incense-filled rooms, or long hours on a cushion. It is not a break from life. It is the way back into it. Too often we imagine mindfulness as something separate from the daily grind, something we'll get to when things calm down. But what if the real work, the real presence, is found in the noise itself, in the clatter of dishes, in the tension of a hard conversation, in the mundane rhythm of walking to your car? The Stoics never used the word mindfulness, but they lived it. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Concentrate every minute like a Roman on doing what's in front of you with precise and genuine seriousness." That's mindfulness, not as abstraction, but as action, as presence practiced moment by moment in the ordinary. Think about this. When was the last time you tasted your food, truly tasted it? Not between emails, not while scrolling. Just one bite, noticed fully. Or when was the last time you listened to someone without rehearsing your reply? We live much of our lives sleepwalking, thinking about the next thing, replaying the last thing, rarely anchored in the one place we have any real influence. Here. There's a story of a man named Elias, a mechanic in a small town. He wasn't spiritual, didn't read philosophy, but each morning before opening his garage, he'd stand by the door, breathe in the air, and say to himself, "Okay, be here." While working on engines, he gave his full attention to each bolt. While talking to clients, he looked them in the eye, listened fully. His presence was magnetic. People trusted him, not just with their cars, but with their stories. He had mastered something many never do. He lived his life while it was happening. That's what mindfulness is. Not magic, not mysticism, just full participation. It starts small. When you brush your teeth, actually feel the bristles. When you walk, notice the texture of the ground beneath you. When you breathe, don't fix it, just follow it. These aren't tasks to complete, they're doorways into the moment. And once you're in the moment, everything slows down. You begin to notice the tension rising in your chest, the flicker of annoyance before it hardens into anger, the sadness before it becomes a story. This awareness is your power. Because you can't change what you don't notice. But once you see it, clearly, quietly, without judgment, you can choose. Seneca wrote, "True happiness is to live in the present without anxious dependence on the future." That is mindfulness. Not passive acceptance, but active attention. You're not ignoring the world. You're stepping fully into it, eyes open, breath steady, heart engaged. And no, this doesn't mean you'll always feel peaceful. Life is full of sharp edges and restless moments, but mindfulness lets you hold those moments differently. Instead of being thrown by emotion, you witness it. Instead of reacting blindly, you respond with clarity. This is how you train emotional resilience, not by pushing feelings away, but by meeting them fully, without panic, without rush. Start today. One breath, one act, one moment of undivided attention. That's all it takes. And over time, this presence becomes your home. Your anchor in chaos, your compass in confusion, your strength when everything else feels uncertain. Mindfulness, then, is not a retreat from life. It's how you finally arrive, fully, steadily, awake, And that presence, that quiet, grounded awareness, is what makes everything else possible. 5. Cultivating deep self-awareness. To know yourself is not a luxury, it's a responsibility. In a world designed to keep you distracted, constantly reacting to headlines, obligations and expectations, turning inward is an act of strength. Self-awareness is not just noticing what you do, it's understanding why you do it. It's the quiet courage to look within without flinching. Most people move through life dragged by invisible forces, anger they don't understand, habits they never questioned, fears they pretend don't exist. Without self-awareness, you don't guide your emotions, they guide you. But when you start observing yourself with honesty, things shift. You begin to see your reactions not as accidents, but as signals, each one pointing to something deeper. Epictetus wrote, "If someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation." He didn't mean to blame, but to illuminate. If you know your triggers, your wounds, your desires, you are no longer controlled by them. You become capable of choosing instead of reacting. Start simply. When anger flares, pause. Ask, what am I protecting? What belief just got challenged? When sadness lingers, sit with it. What expectation didn't get met? What story am I repeating? You're not trying to erase these emotions, you're learning to understand their roots. Journaling helps, not polished insights, but raw truths. Write what's real, your fears, your temptations, your hopes. Seeing your thoughts on paper loosens their grip. It turns noise into clarity, and this work requires humility. It's easy to spot the faults of others. Much harder to face your own pride, your defensiveness, your patterns. But self-awareness grows in that space, the space where you stop defending and start listening, not with shame, but with sincerity. Self-awareness is not a destination, it's a daily discipline. Some days you'll see clearly, other days you'll stumble. What matters is that you keep returning. Over time, this practice builds an inner steadiness, a calm that isn't shaken by praise or blame, a strength that doesn't need to be loud. When you truly know yourself, your tendencies, your triggers, your truth, you stop living on autopilot. You begin to move through life with quiet intention, guided not by impulse, but by insight. 6. Labeling and accepting emotions. You cannot transform what you refuse to face, and you cannot face what you cannot name. Emotions are not enemies, they are signals, messengers from within. But when you ignore the messenger, you lose the message. And too many people go through life trapped in emotional fog, reacting without clarity, repeating patterns without understanding why. Imagine trying to sail through a storm without knowing the direction of the wind. That's what it's like to feel without labeling the feeling. One moment you're sharp and impatient, the next withdrawn and heavy, and you tell yourself you're just tired or just off. But beneath that surface lie priscilla emotions, frustration, fear, envy, disappointment. The moment you name them, the storm begins to lose its force. Epictetus said, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." And what could feel more foolish than sitting quietly with your feelings when the world tells you to push forward, power through, stay strong? But real strength begins in this small, humble act, recognizing what lives inside you. Let me share a story. A woman named Lila was a senior executive, always composed, always productive, but at home her temper was growing short. She felt disconnected, irritable for reasons she couldn't explain. One evening, after snapping at her partner over something trivial, she locked herself in the bathroom, not to escape, but to pause. She placed her hand over her chest and asked, "What is this really?" The answer came slowly. Not rage, not irritation, but sadness. Sadness she hadn't acknowledged. Sadness over her father's declining health. It had been easier to stay busy than to feel that grief. But naming it, "This is sadness," softened her. That night she cried, quietly, without shame. And when she emerged, she was no longer fighting a phantom. She had met herself. This is the power of labeling emotions, not to control them like a tyrant, but to understand them like a wise friend. Start simple. When emotion arises, pause. Ask, "What is this feeling? Can I give it a name?" It might be anger, or fear, or jealousy, or grief. You don't have to justify it. You don't have to act on it. Just name it. Say it aloud if you must. This is fear. This is resentment. This is shame. In that moment, you shift from being consumed by the emotion to observing it. And observation is the beginning of choice. Once you name the feeling, the next step is acceptance, not indulgence, not surrender, but simple acknowledgement. This is here. I see it. Many of us were raised to deny uncomfortable emotions, told not to cry, told to toughen up. But suppression is not strength. It's a slow corrosion of the inner life. What we bury doesn't disappear, it just returns in disguised forms. Anxiety, resentment, coldness. But when you accept what you feel, you stop feeding the storm with resistance. You begin to respond with clarity instead of confusion. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." And that includes the internal weather. You don't control what arrives, but you can control what you do with it. That begins with the courage to see clearly. Emotions are not flaws, they are human experiences. Some are painful, some are beautiful, all are temporary. Label, accept, breathe, and then choose, not from impulse, but from wisdom. This is emotional mastery, not silence, not detachment, but honest awareness. A calm, steady partnership with your inner life. One breath, one emotion, one clear name at a time. 7. Reframing negative thoughts. What causes us the most suffering is rarely the event itself, it's the meaning we attach to it. A missed message becomes proof that we're not valued. A single mistake becomes a sentence of inadequacy. One rejection turns, in our minds, into a lifetime of unworthiness. These conclusions aren't facts, they are stories, and many of them are untrue. Epictetus said, "Men are disturbed not by things, but by the views which they take of things." The Stoics understood this well. What happens is often neutral. It is our interpretation that shapes our response. And the power to reinterpret, that is the beginning of inner freedom. Imagine you apply for a job and don't get it. One voice in your mind might say, "I'm not good enough." But is that the only lens available? Another voice might say, "I wasn't the right fit, and now I'm one step closer to where I do belong." Same event, entirely different impact. Reframing isn't about denying disappointment. It's about softening the blow with perspective. It's about pausing long enough to ask, what else could this mean? Or, is this reaction helping me grow or holding me back? Try noticing your thoughts like passing clouds. When you catch one that spirals into shame or despair, name it. I'm thinking I'm a failure because I made a mistake. Naming the thought creates distance. You are not that thought. You are the one observing it. Then question it. Is this true? Is this useful? Is there a wiser way to see it? With practice, your mind becomes less of a judge and more of a guide. Reframing also teaches you neutrality. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "Choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. Don't feel harmed, and you haven't been." Not every experience must be labeled as good or bad. Some things just are. And in that space of neutrality, your response becomes deliberate rather than automatic. This practice takes repetition. Some days the old narratives will return, loud and convincing, but each time you pause and redirect, you weaken their grip. Reframing is not a trick. It's a discipline, a way of training your mind to work for you, not against you. And with time, that shift changes everything. You stop being a victim of your thoughts and become the author of your perspective. 8. Practicing empathy and compassion. We often confuse strength with invulnerability. Somewhere along the way, we were taught that to be strong is to be unaffected, to power through, to build walls so high that nothing can touch us. But true strength isn't about being untouchable. It's about remaining open. It's about staying soft in a world that often demands hardness. And that takes far more courage than shutting down ever will. Empathy is not weakness. Compassion is not surrender. They are disciplines, practices of perspective and patience, practices that begin not with others, but within ourselves. Epictetus said, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows." The same is true for understanding others. If we assume someone's behavior is just rudeness, ignorance, or malice, we miss the deeper story. Empathy starts when we step outside of ourselves long enough to ask, what pain might be behind this anger? What fear might be behind this distance? Think of James, a high school teacher. One of his students, Miguel, constantly disrupted class, sarcastic, defiant, disengaged. James, like many would, took it personally at first, but instead of escalating, he stayed curious. After school one day, he gently asked Miguel what was going on. It turned out the boy was working nights to help his mother pay rent. He was exhausted, embarrassed, and afraid of being seen as less. That one conversation changed everything. The tension dissolved, not because the behavior was excused, but because it was understood. Empathy doesn't excuse, it explains. And that explanation brings clarity. Once you see the wound behind the outburst, you don't have to take it so personally. You stop reacting with anger and start responding with wisdom. But the harder practice? Compassion for yourself. We can forgive a friend for their worst day, but hold our own mistakes like a knife against our throat. We relive them, judge them, let them define us. True self-compassion doesn't mean letting yourself off the hook. It means holding yourself to account without crushing your spirit. Seneca wrote, "No man becomes great all at once." And yet how often do we demand perfection from ourselves on the first try? Self-compassion is the voice inside you that says, "I messed up, but I'm still learning. I spoke harshly, but I see why, and I'll do better." It's not softness as an excuse. It's softness as fuel to keep going. When you fail, when you lose your temper, when you act from fear, these are not final verdicts. They are moments to meet with honesty and care. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this? What hurt am I carrying that caused this reaction? In that asking, you don't weaken your resolve. You strengthen your resilience. Empathy teaches you to pause before judging others. Compassion teaches you to pause before judging yourself. Together, they prevent you from becoming bitter. They keep your heart supple, open, but not naive. And this is what emotional maturity looks like. A mind sharp enough to notice and a heart strong enough to care. You will still be tested. A driver will cut you off. A loved one will disappoint you. Your own thoughts will rise like a wave of self-criticism. And in those moments, you can clench or you can open. You can react or you can reflect. You can repeat old habits, or you can respond with humanity. Empathy and compassion don't always change the world around you, but they always change how you move through it. Quietly, steadily, powerfully. If this spoke to you, drop one word in the comments that you're choosing to embody today. Maybe patience, maybe grace. Small word, big shift. 9. Taking full responsibility for your reactions. There's a moment, subtle, quiet, easily missed, between what life throws at you and what you choose to do next. That moment holds everything. Most people never even see it. They move straight from trigger to reaction, as if they had no say in between. But that space, that pause, is where your power lives. The Stoics called this distinction sacred. Epictetus said, "It's not events themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them." He wasn't denying that life can hurt. He was reminding us that hurt and harm are not always the same. That we don't have to be ruled by what happens, we get to decide what it means. Taking full responsibility for your reactions doesn't mean blaming yourself for what others say or do. It means recognizing that your inner world, your thoughts, your judgments, your choices, is yours to govern. And if you don't, someone else will. Think of Aaron, a young professional who lost his job during a round of sudden layoffs. For weeks, he replayed the moment over and over, what he could have done differently, who he could blame. Anger gave way to shame. Shame gave way to despair. Until one evening during a long walk, he caught a thought midstream. They took everything from me. And then another followed. Is that true? In that moment, he realized he still had something left. His mindset, his choices, his ability to rebuild. That single shift didn't erase the loss, but it ended the spiral. He began to take ownership of his time, his health, his next steps. Within months, he wasn't just working again, he was thriving. Not because the world changed, but because he did. Taking responsibility is not about denying pain. It's about not letting pain write the whole story. We all have moments when someone says something hurtful, when plans collapse, when life doesn't go the way we hoped. And we have two options, blame or own. One keeps us stuck, the other sets us free. Responsibility is not the absence of emotion. You'll still feel frustration, sadness, fear, but when you take responsibility, you catch yourself sooner. You respond instead of react. You become aware that your anger is rising, not because someone made you angry, but because you interpreted their words in a certain way. And that interpretation is yours to examine. Marcus Aurelius, leading an empire through chaos, betrayal, and war, reminded himself daily, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That's not just philosophy, that's armor. When you take full ownership of your reactions, criticism no longer defines your worth. It becomes feedback. Setbacks no longer crumble your confidence, they sharpen your discipline. The behavior of others no longer pulls you like a puppet, you remain rooted in yourself. This does not mean tolerating disrespect. On the contrary, healthy boundaries are part of responsibility, but when you enforce a boundary, do it from clarity, not chaos, from calm, not revenge, and the practice is daily. A driver cuts you off, a colleague takes credit, your plans unravel. Each moment is an invitation. Will you hand your peace to the world, or will you hold it for yourself? Over time, these small moments compound. They build an inner life that's not dictated by others but guided by principle. They forge a quiet resilience that can't be shaken by storms because it was built in them. To take full responsibility for your reactions is not a punishment. It's a privilege. a declaration that you will no longer be carried by the wind, but led by the strength within. 10. Releasing the weight of ego, pride, and grudges. There's a kind of heaviness that doesn't show on the outside. It doesn't come from physical exhaustion or the weight of daily responsibility. It settles deeper, quiet, invisible, but suffocating. It builds over time through unspoken resentment, wounded pride, the quiet insistence on being right, on being recognized, on being avenged. And yet, most of this weight is self-imposed. We tell ourselves that holding on is strength, that refusing to yield is power. But often the real strength lies in the opposite, in letting go, not as surrender, but as sovereignty. The moment you stop needing to carry every offense, every slight, every bruise to your ego, is the moment you begin to breathe again. Epictetus warned, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows." Ego is what convinces us we've already figured it all out. It resists correction. It sees disagreement as threat. It treats vulnerability as weakness. But when ego runs your life, peace becomes impossible because everything becomes personal. Let me tell you about Clara. Clara was a successful architect, known for her precision and vision. But those who worked with her often found her cold, defensive, unwilling to accept critique. One day, during a major design review, a younger colleague gently pointed out a flaw in her presentation. Clara bristled, dismissed the suggestion, and walked out early. That night she replayed the moment over and over. Not because the comment was cruel, it wasn't, but because her ego couldn't accept being questioned. Eventually, she admitted to herself, "My pride is making me smaller, not stronger." She returned the next day, not only correcting the mistake, but thanking her colleague. That one moment changed her relationships, her leadership, her sense of inner freedom. And it began with letting go, not of her standards, but of her ego's grip on them. Releasing ego doesn't mean losing confidence. It means not depending on others to confirm your worth. When ego is quiet, you can receive feedback without flinching. You can admit when you're wrong without feeling diminished. You lead, not to be seen, but because it's right. Releasing pride is equally freeing. Pride says, "I must win." Wisdom asks, "What do I gain by clinging to this?" Letting go of pride doesn't mean letting yourself be walked on. It means choosing calm over combat, resolution over revenge. When you act from dignity rather than domination, you no longer need the last word, you just need the right one. And then there's the hardest weight to release, grudges. Grudges feel righteous. They give us the illusion of control, of justice, but what they really do is keep the wound open. Every time we replay what someone did to us, we give them power over us again. The Stoics understood this. Seneca wrote, "He who does wrong is more wretched than he who suffers it." Holding on to anger doesn't punish the offender, it punishes the host. Forgiveness in the Stoic sense is not softness. It is refusal to let injury define your future. It is strength that refuses to mirror the harm received. To forgive is not to forget. It is to reclaim your direction, to break the chain. This practice of shedding ego, pride, and grudges is not done once. It is daily, even hourly. When criticism stings, pause and ask, "Is this worth carrying?" When pride flares, ask, "Is this about truth or image?" When resentment builds, say quietly, "I choose not to keep this fire alive." You'll notice something. Your mind grows clearer. Your heart softens, not in weakness, but in power. You move through life not armored, but grounded, free from the need to prove, to punish, to protect what no longer serves you. Letting go isn't losing, it's liberation, and in that lightness, you rediscover the rarest kind of strength: peace. 11. Setting healthy boundaries and communicating clearly. There's a quiet strength in knowing where you end and where someone else begins. In a culture that praises selflessness, availability, and the constant impulse to please, boundaries can seem like a rebellion. But in truth, they are not selfish, they are essential. Boundaries are not about shutting others out. They are about staying honest with yourself and others. They are the lines that protect your energy, your focus, your peace. Think of them not as barriers, but as borders, clear, respectful, and necessary. Just as a country must know its borders to govern itself, so too must you. Without this clarity, life becomes a series of silent sacrifices and simmering resentment. Seneca wrote, "The greatest obstacle to living is expectancy, which hangs upon tomorrow and loses today." That includes the expectation that others will protect your time, your values, your well-being. It's not their job, it's yours. Take the story of Malik, a community organizer known for his generosity and empathy. He said yes to every request: extra hours, extra favors, extra emotional labor. On the surface, he was admired. Beneath it, he was exhausted. One day, his body made the decision for him. He collapsed from stress-related burnout. In recovery, he realized something vital. He was not just overcommitted, he was over-available. He had never learned to say no without guilt. That realization became his turning point. He started by asking himself simple questions. What energizes me? What drains me? What do I want to give? And what am I no longer willing to sacrifice? This is where all boundaries begin, with self-awareness. You cannot draw a line until you know what you're protecting. Ask yourself honestly, what are you constantly resenting but still agreeing to? That's your first clue. Once you're clear, the next step is communication. Calm, direct, without apology, without over-explaining. You don't need elaborate justifications for valuing your own well-being. A clear boundary might sound like, "I won't be available after 6 p.m., or "I'm not comfortable with that request," or even, "I care about you, and to continue this conversation respectfully, we'll need to take a break." It doesn't have to be loud to be firm. In fact, the strongest boundaries are often the softest in tone. They're not said to punish, they're said to clarify. You're not pushing people away, you're inviting healthier dynamics. Expect resistance, especially from those who've grown used to your silence. They may question, guilt, or try to test the line. That's okay. Let them. Their discomfort is not your cue to fold. It's their adjustment to your new clarity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be like the rock that the waves keep crashing over. It stands unmoved, and the raging of the sea falls still around it." Your boundaries are that rock. They don't require aggression. They require steadiness. But perhaps the hardest part isn't what others will do. It's what you will do when you're tempted to break your own rules, when guilt whispers that you're being cold, when approval feels more urgent than rest, when you say, "just this once," and compromise the very line you swore to hold. Each self-betrayal teaches others not to take your word seriously, but more importantly, it teaches you not to trust yourself. Boundaries begin with you. You must protect them first before asking others to. And so, the practice is not perfect. You'll slip, you'll bend, but each time you return to your truth, even if your voice shakes, you get stronger. You remind yourself that your peace is not a luxury, it's a responsibility. Setting boundaries is not rejection, it's clarity. It's not distance, it's honesty. And it is one of the most powerful ways to live with both self-respect and compassion. Clear lines, calm words, a grounded presence. That's what real connection is built on. 12. Managing stress and anxiety through practical tools. Stress and anxiety are not signs that something is wrong with you. They are part of being human. They arise when life feels uncertain, when demands outweigh our sense of control, when the mind tries to grasp too many threads at once. These feelings are not failures. They are signals, calls for attention, not judgment. But while these states are natural, they need not rule you. The Stoics lived in far more turbulent times than most of us. Exile, war, betrayal, death. Yet they trained their minds to remain steady in chaos. Epictetus reminded us, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. That is the foundation for any method of managing stress. Reclaiming your power where it actually exists, within. Start with the breath. It is always with you, always available, and yet often ignored. Under stress, the breath tightens. It becomes shallow, high, erratic. But when you slow it down, you tell your body, I am not in danger. A simple pattern: inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 4, exhale for 6. Repeat gently. It isn't a performance. It's a conversation with your nervous system. Then move. Stress wants somewhere to go. Let it. Walk. Stretch. Do something physical, even for 5 minutes. When the body moves, the mind finds space. This isn't about burning calories. It's about releasing what's stuck inside you. Tension, fear, agitation, they all need a way out. Movement is that outlet. Another tool: challenge the thoughts that feed anxiety. The anxious mind tends to catastrophize, imagining worst-case scenarios, reliving mistakes, inflating risks. When these thoughts appear, don't simply accept them. Pause and ask, is this true? Is this helpful? What else might be true? Most fears shrink under examination. Reframing isn't lying to yourself, it's telling a more useful truth. Try writing. Journaling is not about being poetic. It's about making the invisible visible. When you feel overwhelmed, put your thoughts onto paper. No filters, no edits, just empty them out. You'll often find that what seemed enormous in your head becomes more manageable when you can see it clearly. Thoughts on a page lose their power to haunt you. And don't carry everything alone. Yes, Stoicism values inner strength, but it never meant isolation. Seneca shared his doubts and reflections in letters to trusted friends. Marcus Aurelius wrote to himself, but drew wisdom from others. Reaching out for support, for perspective, is not weakness. It is a wise response to complexity. You are not meant to carry every burden without help. Simplify. One of the most underrated tools. Anxiety feeds on overwhelm. Cut through the clutter. What truly matters right now? What can wait? What can be set down completely? Create space, mental, emotional, and physical. You are not obligated to solve everything at once. Clarity thrives where complexity recedes. Accept. Some stress is simply part of life. To fight every anxious thought is to multiply its weight. Instead, meet it with calm observation. Ah, there you are. You don't need to force it away. Just don't build a home for it. You are not your anxiety. You are the one noticing it. Mastery over stress does not mean never feeling it. It means becoming more skilled at returning to calm again and again, like returning to shore after every wave. Make these practices part of your daily rhythm. A breath before your day begins. A walk to reset your thoughts. A moment of reflection before you sleep. You are not trying to build a perfect life. You're building inner shelter. A place of steadiness that cannot be shaken by every storm. The waves will come, Learn to steer, not by avoiding the sea, but by strengthening the sailor. 13. Embracing imperfection and practicing self-compassion. We spend much of our lives chasing a version of ourselves that doesn't exist. Flawless, always composed, never falling short. We imagine that with just a little more discipline, a little more effort, we'll finally earn the peace and self-respect we deny ourselves today. But that finish line keeps moving, because perfection is not a goal, it's a mirage. True growth begins the moment we stop trying to outrun our imperfections and start learning from them. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, a man with immense power and responsibility, didn't write about his triumphs in his journals. He wrote about his impatience, his frustration, his desire to be better. "When you arise in the morning," he wrote, "tell yourself, I shall meet with meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly people." And he included himself in that reckoning. He didn't aim to be perfect. He aimed to stay honest. That's the heart of self-compassion, not making excuses, but facing your flaws without flinching. When you make a mistake, it's not weakness to say, "That wasn't my best, but I'm learning." When you feel overwhelmed, it's not indulgence to say, "This is hard, and I'm doing my best." Without self-compassion, every misstep becomes a verdict. You spiral into shame, and shame kills progress. But with compassion, you create space to try again, to grow honestly, to fall and rise without fear. Seneca said, "A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials." Imperfection is not failure. It's friction. It's how we become. Practicing self-compassion is a skill. It requires daily effort. It might sound like, "I snapped, but I see it now. I'll choose better next time." Or, "I forgot. I'm stretched thin, and that's okay. I'll adjust." Each of these moments softens the inner critic and strengthens your resilience. You begin to trust yourself again, not to be flawless, but to be real. And when you embrace your own humanity, you become more gracious with others. You stop needing perfection from yourself or anyone else. You just keep walking, imperfect, honest, and grounded in the quiet power of self-kindness. 14. Developing a growth mindset and emotional balance. Growth doesn't come from chasing perfection. It comes from choosing to keep moving, even when the path is unclear, even when you fall. To believe that who you are today is only a starting point, not a final product, is to plant the seeds of resilience. This is the essence of a growth mindset. Not an abstract belief in improvement, but a daily commitment to become more capable, more grounded, more whole. The Stoics knew life would never be smooth. It would surprise, provoke, and test us. But wisdom wasn't found in avoiding hardship. It was found in learning how to meet it with steadiness. Epictetus wrote, "Difficulties show a person's character. So, when trouble comes, think of it as training." A growth mindset reframes setbacks. Failure is not a sign you are unworthy. It's a sign you are learning. Struggle is not shameful. It's shaping you. This shift in perspective builds emotional balance, the ability to feel deeply without being overtaken by what you feel. Emotional balance doesn't mean you're untouched by life. It means when anger rises, you don't erupt, you listen. When fear whispers, you don't freeze, you get curious. When grief visits, you let it pass through without becoming its prisoner. Imagine a tree in strong wind. One that is rigid breaks, but one that bends, one that knows how to move with the storm, endures. This is emotional resilience, not becoming harder, but becoming more flexible, more intentional, more present. To cultivate this, you must practice daily, not just when it's easy, especially when it's hard. Choose effort over outcome, Curiosity over judgment. Awareness over reaction. Growth isn't a clean climb, it's messy. You will fall. You will get back up. And every time you do, you'll rise stronger, not because you've mastered life, but because you've learned how to meet it moment by moment with courage and grace. You have power over your mind. Use it daily. If this message resonates, subscribe and keep walking this Stoic path with us. They never raise their voice. They never beg for attention. Yet when they enter a room, everything subtly shifts. You feel it before you even notice them, an energy that's calm, composed, and quietly commanding. This is silent attractiveness. It's not about chasing validation or wearing confidence like a costume. It's the presence of someone who knows who they are without needing to prove it. In a world obsessed with being seen, the most magnetic people are those who no longer seek the spotlight. Like a still lake that draws you in with its depth, they carry themselves with quiet strength, emotional discipline, and a deep sense of self-respect. This isn't charm born of strategy. It's power shaped by inner mastery. The Stoics taught that influence begins not with words, but with character. And when your habits align with integrity, stillness, and quiet confidence, people notice, even if you say nothing at all. In this episode, we'll explore 11 Stoic-inspired habits that make you socially magnetic without ever needing to perform. From self-possession to silent discipline, you'll discover how to cultivate a presence that speaks louder than noise, and how to let your life, not your voice, command attention. Let's begin. Because real attractiveness doesn't shout, it simply is. 1. Embrace your authentic independence. There's a quiet power in the person who walks through life on their own terms. Not because they reject others, not because they isolate themselves, but because their sense of worth isn't built on applause. It's built on alignment, on living in truth with who they are, regardless of who's watching. Authentic independence isn't about proving you don't need anyone. It's about needing less from the outside world because you've cultivated so much within. Epictetus once said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." True independence begins there, with the refusal to base your peace, your value, or your direction on anything that can be taken from you. I remember a young designer named Clara who left a high-paying job at a top firm. She didn't leave in anger or rebellion. She simply realized that the work, the image, the lifestyle, it wasn't hers. She started over, freelancing, living smaller, creating work that felt honest. And though her new life looked simpler on the surface, the way she carried herself changed. She no longer sought approval. She no longer flinched at criticism. She had returned to herself. And you could feel it. That's the magnetism of authentic independence. It doesn't demand attention. It draws it, quietly, naturally. People sense when you are grounded in who you are, when your energy doesn't shift with every opinion, every trend, every passing moment. That steadiness is rare. And rare things attract. But let's be honest, independence is not easy. It asks you to keep walking when no one's clapping. It asks you to make choices that others might not understand. It asks you to become comfortable in solitude, not because you're avoiding connection, but because you've learned to enjoy your own company. This kind of independence isn't isolation, it's self-possession. And when you reach that point, when you stop chasing validation and start following your own compass, you become the kind of person others admire, not because you're loud, but because you're whole. There's nothing arrogant about that. It doesn't say, "I don't need anyone." It says, "I'm not dependent on your approval to be at peace." And from that place of wholeness, you're able to build real relationships based on respect, not need. To begin cultivating this independence, start by asking yourself a hard question. Am I living according to my own values or someone else's expectations? So much of our internal conflict comes from chasing lives we never chose. The path to inner freedom begins when we return to what actually matters to us. Spend time alone, not out of avoidance, but to reconnect with your own rhythm. Walk without music, journal without agenda, sit in stillness. Let silence clarify what the noise has blurred, and then act. Make small choices that align with your values, not to prove anything, but to build trust with yourself. Because the person who trusts themselves doesn't need to beg the world for reassurance. That trust shows in how you move, how you speak, how you hold your boundaries without apology. In time, people will notice something in you. A calm that can't be faked. A confidence that doesn't need to be loud. A presence that doesn't seek the spotlight, but still stands out. Because true independence isn't a performance, it's a state of being. It's the quiet clarity of someone who knows who they are, walks in that truth, and refuses to give their power away. And in a world that constantly demands your conformity, that kind of independence isn't just admirable, it's unforgettable. 2. Master the art of silent elegance. There's a kind of presence that doesn't beg to be seen, yet somehow everyone notices. It's not loud, it doesn't compete, it doesn't fill the room with noise or need approval to exist. It's the presence of someone who moves with calm purpose, who speaks only when there's something worth saying, and who carries themselves with quiet dignity. This is silent elegance. Epictetus once said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." He wasn't just speaking about clothes or appearance, he was talking about character, about refinement that starts from within and radiates outward, not through display, but through composure. Years ago, I attended a formal event where everyone seemed to be trying too hard. Loud voices, nervous laughter, exaggerated gestures. But in the midst of it all was a woman who stood near the back, saying little, observing, smiling occasionally. She wasn't the most glamorous or the most talkative, yet every time she entered a conversation, people leaned in, not because of what she said, but because of how she made them feel, calm, seen, heard. That's the power of silent elegance. It's not performance, it's presence. And in a world full of overstatement, it's unforgettable. So how do you cultivate that kind of presence? It starts with your body before your words. Stoics knew that mastery of self begins with the way you carry yourself. Straight posture, grounded steps, eyes that don't dart nervously, but remain focused and still. These aren't just gestures, they're signals. They say, I'm here, I'm calm, and I don't need to prove anything. Confidence isn't loud. In fact, the louder it is, the more likely it's insecure. Watch how you enter a room. Do you rush? Do you fidget? Or do you walk with intention, breathe deeply, and offer your attention generously rather than scattering it? Silent elegance is found in those small choices. Holding the door for someone without expecting thanks, listening without interrupting, declining gossip with a gentle shift of conversation. Seneca wrote, "A man is as great as the things he lets pass by." That means choosing where your energy goes, especially in moments when your ego wants to flare. When someone disrespects you, your silence can be more powerful than any clever comeback. When chaos surrounds you, your stillness becomes the most commanding response. This isn't about acting superior, it's about restraint. In a society that equates speed with success and volume with authority, the person who slows down and speaks little, only when it matters, is the one who ends up being remembered. And it's not just how you move, but how you treat others. Silent elegance shows up in small courtesies. Saying thank you with sincerity, letting others finish their sentence, being aware of how your tone impacts someone else's spirit. These things don't require wealth, beauty, or charisma. They require self-awareness, and that's the very thing most people lack. Now, this kind of presence doesn't happen overnight. It's a discipline, not a personality trait. Begin by observing your default reactions. When someone irritates you, do you tighten your jaw, raise your voice? Try instead to breathe through it. Count 2 seconds before responding. Practice choosing grace over impulse. Eventually it becomes second nature. Pay attention to your words. Speak clearly, not excessively. Don't say things just to fill silence or gain approval. The more selective you are with your speech, the more weight your words carry. And over time, people will not only hear you, they'll listen. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury." There is elegance in that, responding to rudeness with patience, to insults with indifference, to chaos with clarity. Not because you're weak, but because you've trained your spirit to remain unmoved by noise. You see, silent elegance isn't about perfection. It's about intentionality. It's knowing what kind of energy you bring into a room and choosing to make that energy calm, steady, and respectful. Not to impress, but to reflect who you truly are. Eventually, people won't remember everything you said or did, but they'll remember how it felt to be in your presence. And when your presence calms the storm instead of adding to it, you become someone rare, someone others look to for steadiness in a world that's always rushing, always shouting. So cultivate it. Begin today. Stand a little taller, speak a little slower, think a little longer before you respond. Let your behavior reflect thoughtfulness, not reaction. And know that when you master silent elegance, you don't have to demand attention. It finds you, and in that quiet dignity, you become magnetic without ever needing to say a word. 3. The quiet power of refinement. There's a kind of presence that doesn't shout, doesn't beg to be noticed, but leaves a lasting impression all the same. It's found in the small things, the quiet details that many overlook. Among those, perhaps none is more understated yet impactful than scent. Not the kind that overwhelms a room or demands attention, but the kind that drifts softly, a faint trace of care, calm, and intention. A subtle fragrance, clean and deliberate, speaks of refinement. It says, without saying, "I pay attention to the details." Seneca once advised, "Let your look be simple and your manner serious, your dress neat, not costly." He understood that real elegance has little to do with extravagance. It comes from mindfulness, from effort, from respect for yourself and those around you. There was a man I worked with years ago, an older architect with silver hair, worn boots, and a calm demeanor. He never raised his voice. He never competed for attention. But when he passed by, there was always this clean, fresh scent. Nothing loud, nothing branded, just subtle, warm, and unmistakably him. You'd remember his presence not because of what he wore or said, but because of the composed energy he carried and that trace of scent that seemed to embody his discipline. This is the essence of refinement, not performance, not perfection. Presence. Scent, though often dismissed as a luxury, is primal. It's connected to memory more deeply than any other sense. We may forget names or words, but a familiar scent. It lingers. It imprints. and when chosen wisely, it becomes part of your identity. But this isn't just about picking the right cologne. True refinement starts in the habits behind the fragrance: cleanliness, grooming, the quiet discipline of caring for yourself, not to impress others, but to reflect the order and self-respect within. The Stoics believed that outer appearance should reflect inner clarity. If your mind is disciplined, your life, your space, your body, your energy should mirror that order. That doesn't mean being obsessed with image. It means tending to the temple that houses your spirit. A clean shirt, neatly trimmed nails, brushed teeth. These aren't acts of vanity. They're acts of dignity. There's wisdom in restraint. Just as a fragrance should whisper, not yell, your entire presence should reflect thoughtful balance. When people sense that you care about the details others neglect, they trust you more. You become someone who is quietly put together, even if you say little. That's the magnetism of refinement. It's not loud, but it's unforgettable. So how do you begin cultivating this? Start with awareness. What does your daily routine say about your self-respect? Do you start the day in a rush or with intention? Take note of how you present yourself. You don't need expensive products. You need consistency, a daily shower, clean clothes, a signature scent that aligns with who you are, earthy, clean, warm, sharp, whatever reflects the calm strength you want to embody. Then go beyond scent. Think of the way you move through space. Are your movements composed or frantic? Do you sit with ease, walk with awareness, and listen with presence? That's part of refinement too. People notice how you occupy space. Even in silence, you're saying something. When you begin to value refinement, not as a mask, but as a form of self-expression, you stop chasing attention. Because you don't need it. You're already aligned with who you are, and that alignment creates presence. It's why some people barely speak, yet others remember them for years. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." The same is true of your presence. Your habits shape your aura. And when those habits reflect care, order, and integrity, people sense it before you ever speak. So choose refinement, not to impress, but to honor the self you are building. Let your scent, your grooming, your posture and tone be a quiet echo of your values. Not perfect, not flashy, just clear, just calm. When you live that way, you leave a mark, not because you tried to, but because you didn't have to. That's the real power of sophistication. It's not about being noticed in the moment. It's about being remembered long after you've gone. 4. The magnetic power of true presence. In a world constantly pulling us in 1,000 directions, one quality is more captivating than almost anything else: genuine, undivided presence. Not the kind that's loud or theatrical, but the quiet kind. The kind that makes you feel seen, heard, and respected. That kind of presence doesn't chase attention, it commands it. Epictetus once said, "Only the educated are free," and part of that freedom is the ability to direct your attention where it matters most, to control your focus instead of letting it be controlled. When you are truly present, you are free from distraction. You are fully alive in the moment. And in doing so, you give others a rare gift: your full attention. I once met an elderly watchmaker in a small coastal town. His shop was quiet, filled with ticking sounds and faded clocks. What stood out wasn't his craftsmanship, it was the way he listened. If you spoke to him, he would pause completely, turn toward you, and listen as if your words were the only thing that mattered in that moment. No fidgeting, no glancing away, just stillness and care. People didn't just visit him to fix watches. They came because being in his presence made them feel important. That's the power of presence. It doesn't come from knowing the right words. It comes from making others feel like they matter. And in a world of half-hearted conversations and attention split between screens, that experience is unforgettable. Being present doesn't mean you have to be perfect. You will get distracted. Your mind will wander. What matters is that you notice it and return. Presence is a practice. It's the repeated decision to come back to now, whether you're in a conversation, eating a meal, or walking down the street. You have the choice to be fully there or partially gone. Presence shows up in eye contact, in not interrupting, in listening without rehearsing your reply. It shows up in the pause before you speak, the subtle lean forward that says, "I'm here with you." These gestures may seem small, but they build trust, and trust is the root of connection. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Confine yourself to the present, not because the past is useless or the future unimportant, but because this moment is the only place where anything real happens. Worry lives in the future, regret in the past. Power, peace, and clarity live here, now." And presence goes beyond conversation. It sharpens your awareness of the world around you. It helps you read the unspoken, tension in a room, fatigue in a friend's voice, or joy hiding behind someone's eyes. The more present you are, the more socially intelligent you become. You're not just reacting, you're tuning in. To develop this habit, begin with mindfulness in daily routines. When you're eating, don't scroll your phone, taste the food. When you're walking, don't rush, feel the ground beneath your feet. When someone speaks, don't just hear them, listen. Put your device away, let your thoughts settle, be all there. And something remarkable happens when you live this way. People open up to you. They sense your stillness. They feel your sincerity. Conversations deepen, bonds strengthen. You become someone they trust, someone they're drawn to, not because you're trying to impress them, but because you make them feel valued. That's real charisma. Not flashy, not performative, just real. Presence is also a form of respect. When you give someone your full attention, you're saying without words, "You matter to me. This moment matters." And people never forget how you made them feel. So ask yourself, am I really here, or am I somewhere else? And if not here, why not return? Being fully present won't make you the loudest in the room, but it will make you unforgettable. Because in a noisy, distracted world, the one who listens, who's truly there, is the one others remember, trust, and quietly admire. Show up fully, not just physically, but emotionally, mentally, and intentionally. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be here. That's what makes you magnetic, and that's what makes your presence a gift. 5. The power of mystery. In a time when people share everything from what they ate for breakfast to every passing thought, there's something quietly magnetic about the person who doesn't. The one who reveals just enough to be real, but not enough to be entirely known. The person who speaks with intention, lives with depth, and keeps a part of themselves reserved. This isn't about playing games. It's about self-respect. It's about understanding that privacy is not secrecy, it's power. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." That line reminds us that who we are is shaped not just by what we show the world, but also by what we protect within ourselves. When everything is made public, the richness of our inner life begins to fade. But when we choose what to reveal and what to keep sacred, we preserve that color, that dignity. I once met a retired martial arts instructor who lived a quiet life near a riverbank. Everyone in town knew him by name, but no one quite knew his story. He would teach a few students each week, help out at the local community center, and disappear by sunset. He spoke kindly, but briefly, yet people were drawn to him, not because he tried to impress, but because he carried a certain weight, the kind of presence that hinted at stories untold, depth unspoken. There was a mystery about him that made people lean in, not back. That's the beauty of mystery. It invites, but never chases. It creates space for curiosity to grow. And in a world that rushes to explain, to overshare, to be understood instantly, the one who is patient with their story becomes unforgettable. Being mysterious doesn't mean being cold or distant. It means choosing what matters. You don't need to narrate every decision, justify every move, or post every private moment. When you practice this restraint, you signal something quietly powerful. I don't need constant attention to feel secure. Epictetus said, "Be silent, or let your words be worth more than silence." That's a principle worth living by. Mystery is not withholding for the sake of control. It's choosing to speak only when there's value. It's allowing silence to carry part of your message. When you do speak, people listen because they know you're not filling the air. You're offering something real. This doesn't just apply to conversation. It shows up in how you live. Let your actions speak. Make bold decisions without always explaining them. If you change direction, evolve, grow, do it without announcing every step. Those who matter will notice, and those who don't won't need to understand. Another way to cultivate mystery is to live a layered life. Be the kind of person who has passions that go beyond what meets the eye. Learn a language, explore a philosophy, create something with your hands. Your interests, your values, your personal rituals, they don't all need to be visible, but they should be yours. This depth is what makes people return, not because you're flashy, but because they sense something worth discovering. To start embracing mystery, ask yourself, am I sharing this to build connection or to gain approval? There's a difference. Real connection grows slowly. It unfolds over time, layer by layer. When you offer everything too soon, you rob others of the chance to earn your story, and you rob yourself of the chance to protect what's sacred. Give people enough to trust you, but not so much that there's nothing left to learn. Let them wonder. Let them ask. Let them come closer, not because you begged them to, but because something in you made them curious. Mystery, when paired with grounded confidence, creates an aura that lingers. It's the kind of presence people remember when you leave the room. Not because you were loud or performed or explained your life in detail, but because they felt there was more to you than they could see. So in a world of open books, be a well-written novel with chapters that must be earned. Hold your story with care, and let curiosity do the rest. 6. Cultivate cultural wisdom. There's something deeply compelling about someone who doesn't just speak, they understand. Not in a way that draws attention to themselves, but in a way that makes others feel seen, respected, and heard. That's the quiet strength of cultural wisdom. It doesn't announce itself, but when you experience it, you remember it. Cultural wisdom isn't about collecting trivia or trying to appear worldly. It's about being genuinely curious. Curious about how people live, how they think, what they believe, and why. It's about seeing beyond your own experiences and realizing that the world is far more complex, beautiful, and diverse than the bubble you were born into. Epictetus said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." That's the essence of this habit. Cultural wisdom begins with listening, not just to respond, but to understand. And when you do that, you become the kind of person people naturally trust. Because you aren't trying to impress them, you're trying to understand them. I once met a young man at a small dinner gathering. He wasn't loud or flashy. In fact, he barely spoke at first. But when the conversation turned to a difficult topic, global conflict, he shared a brief story about a childhood friend whose family had fled war. He didn't offer it to win the room. He offered it to deepen the conversation, and suddenly everyone leaned in. It wasn't what he knew, it was how thoughtfully he had integrated another perspective. He was calm, respectful, and quietly informed. You could tell he had listened, not just read. That's the kind of depth cultural wisdom gives you. It allows you to show up to conversations not as someone with an agenda, but as someone with understanding, someone who brings calm insight rather than noise. You don't need to travel the world to develop this. Start where you are. Read books by authors from different cultures. Watch films that challenge your worldview. Talk to people who live differently than you, not to debate, but to learn. Ask questions like, "What's that like for you?" Or, "What do you wish more people understood about this?" These are the kinds of questions that open doors, not just in conversation, but in connection. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, "Look beneath the surface. Do not be distracted by appearances." That applies not only to people, but to cultures, ideas, and beliefs. The more you train yourself to look deeper, the more nuanced and compassionate you become. And people feel that. They feel when someone is approaching them with depth rather than judgment. Cultural wisdom is also about restraint. It's knowing that not every thought needs to be spoken, that sometimes the greatest contribution to a conversation is a thoughtful pause, a well-placed question, or simply listening without interruption. In doing so, you invite others to share more. You give them space to be understood. The people we remember most are often not the ones who spoke the loudest, but the ones who made us think differently, who expanded our perspective without making us feel small. That's what cultural wisdom does. It doesn't dominate, it elevates. To begin cultivating this trait, ask yourself, am I open to learning from everyone I meet? Not just those who agree with me, but those who live differently, speak differently, believe differently. The goal isn't to adopt every viewpoint. The goal is to understand them enough that your own thinking becomes more mature, more deliberate, more humane. And here's the quiet reward. When you carry this wisdom with you, people are drawn to your presence. Not because you force ideas on them, but because you embody thoughtfulness. You become the kind of person others come to for perspective, for grounding, for a voice that brings calm to the noise. In a world where opinions are often shallow and reactive, be the one who speaks with quiet depth. Cultivate your mind not to impress, but to enrich, and let that richness quietly speak for itself. If this resonates, share your reflection in the comments. Just one word. Perspective. Or listen. And if you're walking this path of growth with us, subscribe so you don't miss what's next. True wisdom isn't loud, it's felt. And when you live it, others will notice, not because you told them to, but because they can't help but feel it. 7. The quiet strength of compassion. In a world that moves fast and speaks loudly, what often leaves the deepest impression isn't brilliance, charm, or wit. It's compassion, not the performative kind, not the kind that demands recognition, but the kind that's subtle, steady, and sincere. There's a quiet gravity to someone who listens without judgment, who offers warmth without conditions, who stays kind even when the world doesn't ask them to. That kind of presence doesn't chase attention, but it earns deep respect. Seneca once said, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." The Stoics understood something most people miss. True strength is not the absence of emotion, but the mastery of it. And compassion, when practiced with boundaries and intention, is one of the highest forms of strength. I remember a middle-aged mechanic I met during a long road trip. My car broke down in a small town. I was tired, frustrated, and clearly out of place. He barely said a word when I walked in, just nodded, listened, and quietly got to work. He offered me water, called ahead to a motel, and by the end of the evening the car was fixed. No small talk, no need to be impressive, just simple, quiet kindness. And it stayed with me, not because of what he did, but how he did it. Calm, patient, generous. That's what compassion looks like in real life. It doesn't always sound like, "Are you okay?" Sometimes it sounds like, "Take your time." Sometimes it's silence. Sometimes it's just staying when someone else might leave. Many believe that to be attractive or admired, they need to stand out with confidence or charisma. But the people we truly remember are often those who made us feel safe. People who made us feel like we didn't have to earn their kindness. Compassion begins with presence. Not thinking of the next thing to say, not rushing to fix or advise, just being there, fully. That alone in this distracted world is powerful. You don't need perfect words, you need sincerity. But let's be clear, compassion doesn't mean losing yourself in other people's problems. It's not weakness, it's not self-sacrifice, it's balance. It means you show up with kindness and with boundaries. You give, but not to your own depletion. You listen, but you don't carry what's not yours to hold. And like all Stoic habits, compassion begins with the self. If you constantly berate yourself for mistakes, rush to judgment, or suppress your own needs, that inner harshness will bleed into how you treat others. So start with gentleness toward yourself. Speak to yourself with the same patience you would offer a friend. Make space for your own growth. The Stoics weren't cold, they were anchored. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When another blames you or hates you, or people voice similar criticisms, go to their souls, penetrate inside, and see what sort of people they are. You'll realize there's no need to be racked with anxiety that they hold any particular opinion about you. What he's pointing to is empathy, understanding where others are coming from instead of immediately reacting. Compassion with clarity. To cultivate this, observe how you show up in small moments. When someone shares something with you, do you rush to respond, or do you leave space for them to feel heard? When someone lashes out, do you meet them with defensiveness, or can you step back, take a breath, and respond instead of react? Sometimes compassion is offering someone grace when they least deserve it, because that's when they need it most. Other times, it's simply choosing patience when you feel like snapping. These are not grand gestures, they are quiet decisions. And over time, they define your character. People may not remember the details of what you say, but they will remember how you made them feel in moments that mattered. Were you cold or kind, impatient or present? The answer to that question leaves a mark, one that's deeper than attention or applause. So ask yourself, not just once, but often, am I someone others feel safe around? Not entertained, not impressed, safe. Because in the end, the rarest kind of attraction is the kind that doesn't need to perform, the kind that feels like calm in a chaotic world. That's what compassion is, not a show, a presence. And in a world that rarely slows down, that presence is unforgettable. 8. The quiet radiance of joy. In a world heavy with pressure and performance, the presence of someone who carries quiet joy feels like a breath of fresh air. Not the exaggerated kind of joy that demands attention, but a steady warmth, one that eases the room, softens tension, and makes people feel lighter just by being near you. There's a special kind of strength in the ability to smile sincerely, even when life isn't perfect. It's not about pretending things are fine when they're not. It's about choosing to find something good, something real, in the midst of uncertainty. That choice, that inner lightness, is magnetic. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking." Joy, then, isn't something we stumble upon. It's something we practice. I once knew a school janitor named Mr. Luis. He had one of the hardest jobs in the building, always cleaning up after everyone, quietly moving through the halls before and after the day began. But every morning, he greeted every student with a grin and a small joke. Nothing forced, nothing loud, just a few words that made people smile. And here's what stuck with me. Students respected him not because of his title, but because of how he made them feel. Light, welcome, seen. That's the impact of authentic joy. It creates connection. It cuts through the noise. And in a world where so many are weighed down by stress, someone who carries joy becomes a beacon, steady, calm, quietly uplifting. The Stoics weren't blind to suffering. They faced it head-on, but they also believed that your reaction was where your true power lived. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." When you choose to meet life with lightness, not avoidance, but perspective, you show mastery over your emotions. Joy isn't naivety. It's resilience. It's the ability to see the absurdity of life and laugh at it without bitterness. It's finding humor in your mistakes, warmth in small moments, and delight in simplicity. You don't have to be the funniest person in the room. You just have to be open to the possibility of joy, even on difficult days. Think about the people you remember most fondly. Odds are, you laughed with them. Humor creates a bridge between people. It invites them to lower their guard, to feel safe enough to be imperfect. When you can laugh at yourself, you show others they can be human too. And that's a gift. So how do you begin to cultivate this kind of joy? Start small. Pay attention to what makes you smile. Music, a quiet moment in the morning, a shared glance with someone you care about. When something makes you laugh, don't rush past it. Let it land. Share it. Invite others into that lightness. You never know who needs it more than they're willing to say. Learn to laugh at your own stumbles, not in self-deprecation, but in acceptance. Spilled coffee, awkward moments, minor mistakes. These aren't failures. They're human, and when others see you take them in stride, they feel more at ease in your presence. Also, notice who surrounds you. Spend time with people who know how to laugh with life, not at it. People who find joy in the small things. Joy is contagious. When you share it, you multiply it. But most importantly, let go of the idea that life must always be serious to be meaningful. There is strength in knowing when to pause, breathe, and smile. There is wisdom in humor that connects rather than mocks. And there is courage in choosing joy even when life is less than ideal. Ask yourself, am I making space for joy each day? Not forced, not performative. Just real, quiet, human joy. If not, perhaps it's time to allow more of it in, not just for your own peace, but for the people who cross your path. They may not remember everything you said, but they will remember how you made them feel. Joy makes you approachable, humor makes you memorable, and when shared from a place of sincerity, both make you deeply attractive. Bring lightness where there is weight. Bring warmth where there is chill. And you'll find that silent joy speaks louder than noise ever could. 9. The quiet power of self-care. There's a certain kind of presence that doesn't have to prove anything. It doesn't shout. It doesn't compete. It simply is. And more often than not, that presence belongs to someone who consistently cares for themselves, not out of vanity, but out of quiet respect. Self-care, at its core, is not indulgence. It's discipline. It's the silent act of saying, I matter, even when no one's watching. The way you tend to your body, your mind, and your emotions sends a message long before your words ever do. People can sense it. There's a groundedness, a calm energy, a quiet strength that comes from someone who is at peace with themselves, and that is deeply magnetic. Seneca once wrote, "The body should be treated more rigorously, that it may not be disobedient to the mind." What he meant is simple. When you care for yourself deliberately, you build a bridge between the physical and the philosophical. You cultivate the discipline to show up for yourself, and that discipline shapes your character. Years ago, I met a man named Andre at a workshop for creative professionals. He wasn't particularly loud or charismatic at first glance, but there was something about him that caught people's attention. He moved with quiet energy, always alert, but never hurried. He ate mindfully, never skipped rest, and made time to stretch between sessions. At one point, someone asked him what he did to stay so sharp. He smiled and said, "I just don't let myself fall apart." It wasn't arrogance, it was ownership. That's what real self-care looks like. It's not always green smoothies and spa days. Sometimes it's going to bed on time. Sometimes it's choosing a walk over another scroll. Sometimes it's stepping away from noise to protect your peace. These aren't grand gestures. They're quiet decisions, consistent ones, and they add up. Physically, when you treat your body with care, through movement, rest, nourishment, you build more than just health. You build credibility. People sense when someone is disciplined, when someone takes responsibility for themselves. You don't need to have a perfect physique. But if you carry yourself with vitality, you show that you're awake to life. And that awareness is attractive. But self-care doesn't stop at the physical. Emotionally, it's about boundaries. It's knowing when to say no without guilt. It's learning to pause before reacting. It's giving yourself space to feel and reset. A person who protects their peace doesn't need to raise their voice. They walk with the kind of presence that says, "I know what I need, and I'm not afraid to honor it." Mentally, it's about clarity. Whether you journal, meditate, or simply create time to think, caring for your mind allows you to respond to life instead of being swept away by it. And when others see that you carry calm in chaos, that you don't flinch at the first sign of discomfort, they admire it, even if they can't put it into words. Marcus Aurelius said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." That quality is shaped daily by what you consume, how you rest, and the space you create between stimulus and response. Self-care makes that space possible. It gives you margin to act with purpose, not impulse. So ask yourself, do my daily choices reflect someone I respect? If not, start small. A morning stretch, a proper meal, a quiet moment away from your phone. These are simple acts, but they're sacred, because they say, "I am not too busy to care for myself." And that care ripples into everything else: how you speak, how you lead, how you love. Self-care is not selfish, it's foundational. When you are well, physically, emotionally, mentally, you give others permission to do the same. Your energy becomes a reminder that peace is possible, that strength can be quiet, that balance can be built. And that kind of person, centered, intentional, alive, is unforgettable. So take care of yourself. Not to be seen, not to be praised, but because this is your one mind, your one body, your one life. Own it, honor it, and let the world feel what it's like to be in the presence of someone who truly does. 10. The silent power of emotional intelligence. There's something undeniably magnetic about a person who knows how to navigate emotion with grace. They don't dominate the conversation, they don't control the room, but they understand it. And because of that, they influence it, quietly, consistently, without ever needing to raise their voice. Emotional intelligence and social awareness are often misunderstood. They're not tricks or tools for manipulation. They're forms of wisdom, the ability to read the room, respond with empathy, and remain anchored when others are swept away. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That is the essence of emotional intelligence, the ability to stay rooted, to respond rather than react, and to make space for others without losing yourself in the process. I once worked alongside a woman named Hannah during a high-pressure project. The stakes were high, deadlines tight. Most people around us were tense, reactive, snapping at each other over small things. But Hannah was different. She never forced her way into the conversation, never sought credit. Instead, she listened carefully. She'd ask just the right question at the right time, offer calm reassurance when someone was spiraling. You could see the entire tone of a room shift when she entered, not because she demanded authority, but because her presence made others feel safe. That's what emotional intelligence does. It brings steadiness. People don't always remember your arguments or your points, but they always remember how you made them feel. When someone feels seen and understood in your presence, they won't forget it. Emotional intelligence begins with self-awareness. How do you respond under stress? Do you snap, withdraw, or overcompensate? Do you rush to fill silence, or do you pause and observe? The Stoics didn't aim to eliminate emotion. They aimed to master it. And that mastery begins with knowing your own triggers. When you understand what rattles you, and more importantly, how to navigate those moments, you develop a quiet confidence. You're not easily thrown off. That stability becomes a kind of invisible gravity. Others sense it, and they're drawn to it. From there comes empathy, the ability to recognize what others may be feeling, even if they don't say it out loud. Empathy is not about offering advice or fixing people. It's about being present, about saying with your attention, "I see you, I'm here." Sometimes the most powerful thing you can offer is simply your calm. Social awareness deepens this. It's the ability to read energy, to feel tension before it's named, to sense when someone needs space and when they need connection. It's knowing when to speak and when to stay silent, when to lead and when to quietly support from the background. Epictetus said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." In practice, that means you don't rush to assert yourself. You learn to read tone, posture, silence. You start to notice things others miss. The tired eyes behind a smile, the hesitation in someone's voice, the unspoken dynamics in a group. To build this habit, begin with presence. Real presence. That means putting your phone down during a conversation, making eye contact, asking sincere questions, and listening not to reply, but to understand. Let people finish their thoughts. Observe how they speak, not just what they say. Be mindful of what energy you bring into a room. Are you adding calm or feeding tension? Are you building connection or seeking validation? When you approach social moments with this level of awareness, something shifts. People start gravitating toward you, not because you entertain them, but because your presence feels safe, grounding, clear. And in a world full of noise and ego, that kind of presence is rare. Emotional intelligence doesn't need to announce itself. It is felt, it is trusted, and it lingers long after the conversation ends. Ultimately, being emotionally intelligent doesn't mean you never feel. It means you feel deeply but respond deliberately. You listen more than you speak. You observe before you act. And in doing so, you become someone others naturally look to, not for answers, but for steadiness. You don't have to speak the most to be remembered. You just have to make others feel respected, understood, and at ease. That is the silent strength of emotional intelligence, and it may be the most quietly powerful habit you ever cultivate. 11. The quiet strength of consistency. In a world full of noise and unpredictability, one trait quietly rises above the rest. Consistency. Not glamorous, not attention-seeking, but powerful in a way most people underestimate. Being consistent isn't about being perfect. It's about being present. It's about doing what you said you'd do, even when no one's watching. And over time, that habit becomes a reputation. A kind of steady gravity that draws people in, not because you try to impress them, but because they know they can count on you. Seneca once said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." Consistency is a way of refusing to waste what matters. It's how we show respect for our time, our word, and the people we care about. I once knew a man named Malik, quiet, dependable, never in a rush. He wasn't the loudest in the room, and he never made promises he couldn't keep. But when he did speak, people listened. Not because he demanded their attention, but because his actions had already earned their trust. If he said he'd help, he showed up. If he gave you his word, he followed through. Over the years, that steadiness made him the one everyone turned to in times of uncertainty. Not for drama, for direction. That's the power of consistency. It builds trust without needing a speech. It communicates strength without raising your voice. People come to know that your presence means something because you've proven it through repeated action. In relationships, this kind of reliability is gold. Think about how many people make promises they don't intend to keep, cancel plans without notice, or disappear when things get difficult. Now think about how rare it is to meet someone who simply shows up. No excuses, no drama, just presence. That kind of presence feels safe. It feels solid. And in today's world, it stands out more than charisma ever could. Consistency is also about how you treat yourself. When you stick to your routines, pursue your goals with discipline, and honor your personal boundaries, you build confidence from the inside out. You're not performing for anyone. You're proving something to yourself. That quiet self-respect radiates, and people feel it. Marcus Aurelius put it clearly, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." You don't need to preach your values. Live them, and people will notice without you ever having to say a word. This doesn't mean you have to get it right every time. Life happens, plans shift, but what matters is how you respond. Do you take ownership? Do you adjust and return, even when it's inconvenient? That's what sets you apart. Not flawless execution, but reliable intention. To build this habit, start small. If you say you'll be somewhere, show up. If you set a goal, take the next step. Don't wait for motivation. Act. When you follow through on the little things, you strengthen the muscle of trust, both with yourself and with others. Consistency also applies emotionally. Are you stable in how you communicate? Do you bring a calming presence, or do you shift with every external stressor? Emotional steadiness is rare, and it's a quiet form of leadership. People feel safe around those who don't overreact, who don't retreat when things get difficult. Be that anchor. Ask yourself, am I someone others can rely on? Not in big, heroic moments, but in the everyday. Because in the end, being dependable isn't loud. It doesn't shout. It simply is. And over time, that steadiness becomes the thing people remember most about you. Consistency won't grab the spotlight, but it will build your character. It will deepen your relationships, and it will make you someone whose presence speaks louder than words ever could. Be the one who follows through. That's what leaves a mark. True attractiveness isn't about being seen, it's about being centered. As Marcus Aurelius said, waste no more time arguing what a good man should be one. The 11 habits we explored aren't about impressing others, they're about living with quiet purpose, steady values, and inner calm. When you cultivate presence, resilience, and self-respect, your energy speaks for you. You don't need to chase attention. Your grounded way of being naturally draws others in. Start with one habit. Practice it daily. Let your actions reflect the person you're becoming. If this message resonated, leave a comment with the habit you'll begin. And if you'd like more content on calm confidence and Stoic wisdom, join us for the next reflection. Quiet strength always leaves the deepest impression. There's a story of a Roman general who, on the eve of battle, sat quietly in his tent, not sharpening his sword, but sharpening his mind. While others rehearsed war cries and strategies, he simply wrote in his journal, not about the enemy, but about himself, about fear, about desire, about duty. That general was Marcus Aurelius, and his quiet ritual would go on to become one of the most powerful blueprints for mastering self-discipline the world has ever known. Discipline isn't forged in noise, in hustle, or in chaos. It's born in silence, in the choices no one sees, in the battles you fight within. Most people today are pulled in 1,000 directions, craving instant results and constant stimulation. But the Stoics understood something different. That strength is built one decision at a time, one moment of restraint, one refusal to give in. In this video, we'll explore 10 timeless Stoic principles that helped Marcus Aurelius rise, not just as emperor, but as a man who ruled himself. You'll discover how to discipline your thoughts, your emotions, and your daily habits with the same clarity and resolve that shaped one of history's most disciplined minds. If you've been searching for a path to mastery, not motivation, this is where it begins. 1. Anchor your life in purpose. A young man once approached an old fisherman in a coastal village. He was frustrated, adrift in life, switching from one job to the next, chasing every trend, yet always ending up empty. How did you stay in this tiny village your whole life and not feel like you missed something bigger? He asked. The old man pointed to the sea. Because I knew what was mine. I wake before the sun, not because someone tells me to, but because the ocean doesn't wait. I fish not to impress anyone, but to provide. I return home tired but at peace, because my life aligns with my purpose. That's all I ever needed. This story holds more wisdom than meets the eye. In Stoic philosophy, purpose isn't about grandeur. It's about clarity. It's about knowing your place in the world and showing up for it, fully and without complaint. Marcus Aurelius put it simply. At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, I am rising to do the work of a human being. That sentence carries profound weight. He wasn't referring to ambition or ego. He meant the duties that life assigns you, the roles that, when accepted with dignity, give your days structure, meaning, and direction. To the Stoics, self-discipline begins here. Without a clear sense of purpose, discipline becomes a struggle of willpower alone. But when you understand what you're here to do, truly understand it, discipline becomes devotion. It becomes a way of honoring your nature. The problem today is that many of us confuse purpose with performance. We think it's a title, a destination, something that arrives fully formed. But Epictetus reminds us that first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. That's purpose, not something gifted to you, but something chosen, defined, lived. Finding your purpose doesn't require a spiritual awakening. It requires stillness, It requires brutal honesty. What do you find yourself returning to again and again? What challenges stir you to action, not because you have to, but because you want to? What values, when you live by them, bring you peace rather than pride? Maybe it's being a creator, maybe a mentor, maybe someone who restores order, or brings comfort, or solves complex problems. Whatever it is, it must pass one Stoic test. Is it in harmony with your nature? If it isn't, it will burn you out. If it is, it will pull you through storms that would break lesser men. Marcus Aurelius didn't write about seeking greatness. He wrote about fulfilling what was his. He saw purpose not as a destination, but as a rhythm, a daily agreement between himself and the universe. Even as emperor, he performed his duties with the same care he advised a soldier or farmer to give theirs. Purpose to him was not a rank, it was a responsibility. So how do you uncover yours? Start by removing the noise. Spend a week away from your usual inputs, social media, unsolicited advice, the endless opinions of strangers. In that silence, begin asking better questions. What kind of problems am I willing to struggle for? What do I want my work to stand for? Who do I become when I'm doing something that matters to me? You may not get a perfect answer, but you'll get closer. Then, begin testing your answers with action. Purpose is not a thought, it's a pattern. It shows itself in repetition, in resilience, in what you keep coming back to even when no one's watching. And when you begin living in alignment with that calling, your discipline will transform. You'll stop asking how to force yourself to act. Instead, you'll ask how to serve what you've committed to. You'll begin to organize your day not around mood, but around mission. That's what the Stoics called living in accordance with nature. Not nature out there, but the nature within. Seneca wrote, "If one does not know to which port one is sailing, no wind is favorable." It's a brutal truth. Without purpose, you become reactive, pulled by every distraction, every emotion, every new shiny pursuit. But when you're anchored to a clear aim, distractions become obvious, and temptations lose their power. Here's a practice to begin this shift. Every morning, ask yourself not, "What do I feel like doing?" but "What needs to be done for me to become who I'm meant to be?" And every evening, reflect, not with judgment, but with honesty. Did I live in service of that aim today? Some days, you'll fall short. That's part of the path. But if you keep realigning, keep returning to what matters, discipline won't feel like restriction. It will feel like freedom, because you won't be scattering your energy anymore. You'll be directing it calmly, deliberately, towards something worthy. Remember, your purpose isn't something waiting to be found. It's something waiting to be chosen, and once chosen, it must be protected, not with words, but with consistent, disciplined action. The fisherman didn't chase the tides, he honored them, and in doing so, he found peace. So ask yourself now, not tomorrow, not someday, what's the work of your soul? Find it, name it, then rise each day with the quiet courage to live it. Because that's where discipline begins, not with effort, but with purpose. 2. Build inner strength through self-reliance. There's a tale of a young builder who worked in a remote mountain village. One year, a landslide destroyed a bridge that connected his town to the outside world. Engineers were supposed to come, supplies were promised. But weeks passed, then months. The villagers grew restless. They begged for help, but nothing came. The builder, just 23, decided he couldn't wait any longer. He rose at dawn each day, gathering whatever scraps of wood and stone he could find. People laughed at first. "You'll never finish it alone." But he kept at it, quietly, methodically, And after months of silent labor, the bridge stood again, rough, sturdy, functional. It wasn't perfect, but it held. It saved the village. That young man didn't just build a bridge, he built himself. This is the essence of what Marcus Aurelius meant when he wrote, "Look well into yourself. There is a source of strength which will always spring up if you will always look there." In a world that trains us to look outward for solutions, Stoicism reminds us of something deeply countercultural. Count on yourself. Not because others will always fail you, but because your strength was never meant to be outsourced in the first place. This isn't a call to isolation, it's a return to responsibility. It's about recognizing that the foundation of all growth, all progress, and all inner peace begins with the self. Your discipline, your integrity, your courage, these are not gifts from the world. They are forged in solitude and tested in chaos. We've grown used to consulting everyone but ourselves, friends, experts, algorithms. There's no shortage of voices ready to tell us what we should do, who we should be, how we should feel. But Seneca warned of this dependence when he said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it. And one of the greatest wastes is waiting for the right conditions, the right support, the right opinion." Stoicism teaches us to reclaim our time by reclaiming our authority. When you count on yourself, you stop drifting with the current of circumstance and begin moving with purpose. You stop asking for guarantees and start making decisions. You become the architect of your life, not a bystander, not a victim. But this kind of self-reliance takes work. It's not about confidence built on ego or empty affirmations. It's about competence, discipline. It's about knowing yourself so well that you trust your own reason more than the fleeting noise around you. Think about it. The more you rely on your own judgment, the less fragile you become. When you stop needing constant validation, you become free. Free to choose according to your principles, not your fears. Free to act without applause. Free to fail without crumbling. And this freedom, this grounded autonomy, is the soil in which real discipline grows. You won't develop that overnight. You start small. You make a promise to yourself and you keep it, even if no one knows, especially if no one knows. You set a goal, not because someone told you to, but because it aligns with who you want to become, and you pursue it without waiting for ideal conditions. You reflect, honestly. You ask, did I act today in accordance with my values, or did I outsource my direction to someone else? These small acts compound. Day by day, they build a mind that is centered, a will that is sturdy, a life that doesn't sway with every opinion, every failure, every delay. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire, yet he never exempted himself from this practice. He didn't rely on the Senate, the generals, or the praise of the people to define his worth. He turned inward. He listened to reason. He took full responsibility for the kind of man he was becoming. That's the Stoic model, not someone who denies connection, but someone who doesn't depend on it to function. Someone who knows that the most important promises are the ones you make to yourself, the ones you keep when no one is watching. In our modern world, this is radical. We are conditioned to broadcast our intentions, to measure ourselves by likes, to seek assurance before we act. But self-reliance breaks that pattern. It teaches you to move with quiet resolve, to trust in your reasoned judgment, to choose consistency over recognition. So ask yourself, what parts of my life have I outsourced? Where am I waiting when I should be building? Make this your turning point. Choose to count on yourself, not just when it's convenient, but especially when it's not. Because life won't always deliver the support you expect. The storm may come. The promises may fall through. The bridge may collapse, but when it does, you won't panic. You'll get to work, because you know the truth. Your greatest source of strength has always been within. 3. Win the day by showing up. In a small town in the north, there was a man who ran a bakery. He opened his shop every morning at 4:30 a.m., rain or snow, whether the town was thriving or barely getting by. His pastries were simple, nothing viral, nothing flashy. But people kept coming back, not just for the bread, but for the man himself. His consistency was comforting. His quiet routine was a form of steadiness in a world that often felt unpredictable. One day, someone asked him, "Don't you ever get tired of doing the same thing every single day?" The baker smiled and replied, "Of course, but showing up is the price of becoming someone dependable. The bread is just the result." That is the heart of Stoic discipline, not in explosive and daily presence, in quiet memes. Marcus Aurelius, the emperor of Rome, when he wrote, "Don't waste the rest of your time here worrying about what others do. Instead, be ready each morning to face the day's work like a soldier rising for duty." That duty wasn't always glorious. Most of it was mundane, administrative, even exhausting, but he showed up for it. Not because it was exciting, but because it was necessary. To the Stoics, every day is a battlefield, not one filled with external enemies, but internal ones. Laziness, distraction, doubt, and the temptation to delay what matters. Showing up each day is how we wage that inner war. It's how we train the mind to stand tall, even when no one is watching, even when no results are immediate. We often wait for motivation before we act. We look for the spark, the surge of inspiration. But the Stoics knew that waiting for a feeling is the fastest way to waste a life. Seneca said, "While we waste our time hesitating and postponing, life is slipping away." The solution? You don't wait for the perfect moment. You create it by beginning, by showing up when it's boring, when it's hard, when it doesn't feel worth it, because that's when it counts most. In a world full of distractions, this is rare. One day you feel unstoppable. The next you crash. You tell yourself you'll try again Monday. But that rhythm breeds inconsistency, and inconsistency breeds self-doubt. Discipline, real discipline, comes from showing up, especially when you don't feel like it. The Stoics weren't impressed by occasional brilliance. They honored steady effort. That's why Marcus wrote not about heroic acts, but about the importance of doing the day's task, fully and without complaint. This doesn't mean every day needs to be a triumph. It doesn't mean you need to achieve something big. Some days, showing up might mean 10 focused minutes of reading. Other days, it's a full hour of hard work. The result isn't the point. The presence is. You don't climb mountains by leaps. You do it by putting one foot in front of the other, again and again, until suddenly the summit appears, but only if you keep walking. And when you show up consistently, something profound begins to shift. Your identity changes. You stop seeing yourself as someone who tries and start seeing yourself as someone who does. You build trust in your own word. You stop breaking promises to yourself. That kind of self-respect is unshakable. Even more, you become more resilient, not because life gets easier, but because you become more reliable. You stop depending on external motivation and start depending on your internal standard. Think of a musician who practices every day, not just when they feel creative. Or a parent who keeps showing up for their children, even when tired. Or an athlete who trains in the dark, long before the crowd ever sees the results. These are Stoic warriors. Not because they win every time, but because they don't quit on the process. You can start this today, right now. Pick something small, something that matters to you. Commit to doing it every day, even if just for 5 minutes. Journal one sentence. Stretch your body. Practice your craft. Speak with presence to someone you love. The action doesn't need to be big, but the consistency must be non-negotiable. And when your mind offers excuses, and it will, don't fight with it. Acknowledge the thought, then move anyway. That's Stoicism in action. Choosing duty over mood, showing up without applause, honoring the day without needing it to feel special. Because that's what Marcus Aurelius did, that's what the baker did. And that's what you're capable of doing too. So the next time you ask yourself how to build discipline, don't look for motivation, don't chase intensity. Instead, ask one simple question. Did I show up today? If the answer is yes, you're already winning. And if you keep showing up every day with patience and presence, there will come a day when the world notices, but by then you won't need it to. 4. Train yourself through voluntary discomfort. There's a story of a soldier who, after retiring from decades of service, kept a strange habit. Every winter, even in his warm home, he would sleep one night a week on the cold floor without blankets. When asked why, he said, "So I never forget what I can survive, and so comfort never owns me." That may sound extreme in today's world, where convenience is a default and discomfort is treated like a design flaw. But for the Stoics, this mindset wasn't just admirable, it was essential. Epictetus once said, "Practice yourself for heaven's sake in little things, and thence proceed to greater." In other words, prepare yourself by choosing challenge before challenge chooses you. To embrace voluntary hardship doesn't mean seeking pain for its own sake. It means building the kind of inner toughness that doesn't flinch when life removes its comforts. Because one day, it will. Whether it's a loss, a failure, or a shift you never saw coming, life eventually tests all of us. Stoicism teaches us not to fear those tests, but to train for them, and training starts small. In a society that revolves around ease, we're told that avoiding hardship is progress. That luxury is the goal. But Marcus Aurelius saw it differently. He believed that too much comfort breeds weakness, not of the body, but of the will. He wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." So what if you could change that estimate? What if you could condition your mind to see discomfort not as a threat, but as a teacher? Voluntary hardship is how you do that. It might mean fasting for a day, not to punish yourself, but to remind yourself that you won't break without constant indulgence. It might mean taking a cold shower, not because it's pleasant, but because you want to master the impulse that says, only ease is acceptable. It could be as simple as waking up earlier than you need to, or choosing the more difficult task first, or turning your phone off for a few hours to sit in silence with your thoughts. Each act might seem trivial, but over time they compound, and what they build is mental callous, emotional readiness, a kind of quiet confidence that whispers, "I've already endured worse than this by choice." There's another gift in this practice, gratitude. We often become numb to our blessings. We eat without tasting. We sleep without resting. We move through abundance like it's owed to us. But remove something briefly, hot water, rich food, a soft bed, and suddenly the ordinary becomes sacred again. You don't need to live like a monk to gain this clarity. You just need to pause the endless comfort cycle every now and then. Do without, so you can remember what you have. And there's more. Choosing voluntary hardship also builds empathy. When you fast, you remember the millions who go without choice. When you walk instead of drive, you remember those who cannot walk. And when you silence your devices, You remember what it's like to actually be present. This connection to others, this shared vulnerability, grounds us. It reminds us that strength is not about pretending life is easy, but about preparing ourselves to face it with dignity when it's not. So how do you begin? Don't overthink it. Start with one thing today, one small discomfort. Maybe delay your first meal. Maybe don't check your phone for the first hour you're awake. Maybe turn the air conditioner off for a night. You're not doing this to prove anything. You're doing it to reclaim something, your strength, your appreciation, your resilience. And as you repeat these choices, your relationship with adversity changes. You stop seeing challenge as something to endure and start seeing it as something to shape you. That's what Stoicism is really about. Not removing difficulty, but learning to rise above it. Not in a single grand gesture, but in daily, quiet preparation. Because when life finally tests you, and it will, you won't panic. You'll stand firm, you'll breathe, and you'll remember the words of Epictetus. Difficulties are things that show a person who they are, so show yourself. Not by chasing pain, but by choosing strength. Not by waiting for comfort to leave, but by learning to live without it. And not someday, but today. Because every small discomfort you face by choice becomes a fortress you can retreat to when life becomes anything but easy. 5. Focus only on what you control. A young woman once trained for a marathon. She followed her plan with discipline, running early before work, eating right, sleeping well. But on race day, just 5 miles in, the sky darkened. Rain came, followed by wind. Her pace dropped, her shoelace snapped, and as others passed her by, she felt anger rise. Why now? Why today? But then she remembered what her coach told her. Your job is to run your race. The weather isn't yours to control, your effort is. That shift changed everything. This is the heart of one of the most liberating ideas in Stoic philosophy, the dichotomy of control. Epictetus, a former slave turned philosopher, said it clearly. Some things are up to us, and some things are not. It sounds simple, but lived fully, it's transformative. The Stoics divided the world into 2 realms, what lies within our control and what does not. And according to them, peace comes not from trying to control everything, but from recognizing the difference. So, what is in your control? Your thoughts, your choices, your values, your responses, your character. These are the parts of life the Stoics say you can govern completely. What's not in your control? Other people's behavior, the past, the economy, the weather, recognition, results, outcomes, accidents. These belong to the outer world, beyond your command. Yet most of us spend our energy exactly backward. We obsess over what someone said. We get frustrated about outcomes we can't change. We fear the future, and then we wonder why we feel anxious, angry, or powerless. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. When we learn to turn our focus inward, toward what we can control, life becomes clearer. The storms may still come, but we stop trying to hold back the wind. We learn to adjust our sails. This principle doesn't mean withdrawing from the world. It doesn't mean apathy, quite the opposite. Stoicism teaches us to engage fully but wisely, to take action where we have influence and to release attachment where we don't. In practice, that might look like this. You prepare for a job interview. You study. You practice. You show up early. That's in your control. But whether you get the job, that's not. If you tie your self-worth to the outcome, you suffer. If you tie it to your preparation and presence, you win, regardless. Or you express love to someone. You speak with honesty and care. That's in your hands. But how they respond, not yours to command. The Stoics were masters of this mindset. They didn't ignore the chaos around them, they simply refused to let it dictate their inner state. They acted with full effort, but released the need to control the finish line. That's not weakness. That's wisdom. This perspective also reshapes how we pursue our goals. Instead of saying, "I must succeed," we begin to say, "I will give my best effort today." Instead of obsessing over metrics or milestones, we focus on values, showing up, staying disciplined, being kind, being courageous. And, ironically, this shift makes us more effective, because we're no longer distracted by fear of failure or obsessed with validation. We become grounded, clear-headed, and resilient. It also helps us navigate difficult relationships. When someone criticizes you, you can ask, "Is this something I control? If not, let it go." You don't control their words, only your reaction. You don't control their approval, only your own actions. And when life throws the unexpected at you, an illness, a delay, a loss, you don't pretend it's easy, but you remember what you still have, your response, your choices, your dignity. That's what the Stoics cherished most, not what life gave them, but what they chose to become in the face of it. So how do we begin practicing this? It starts with awareness. In any moment of stress or frustration, ask yourself, is this within my control? If the answer is no, release your grip. Focus on what is yours to shape. It continues with repetition. Each time you shift your attention from outcome to effort, from noise to clarity, you build inner strength. Not the kind that resists life, but the kind that rides with it. And over time, this practice becomes a kind of superpower. People will wonder how you stay calm in chaos, how you stay kind when others are cruel, how you keep moving forward when the path twists and turns. And the answer will be simple. You learned to focus on what you can control. So let the world do what it does. Let storms roll in. Let people speak. Let the future unfold. And you keep choosing effort over outcome, presence over panic, and character over chaos. That is Stoic strength, and it's always within your control. 6. Choose power over victimhood. There was once a young craftsman in a village known for its ironwork. His shop burned down in a freak fire, everything gone in one night. No tools, no savings, no place to work. Some pitied him. Others whispered, "He'll never recover." But the next morning, while the ashes were still warm, he walked to the edge of the forest and began chopping wood for a new workbench. A neighbor asked, "How can you even think of starting over?" The craftsman shrugged and replied, "The fire took my tools, not my hands, so I start with what I still have." That response captures the Stoic spirit. Life, at some point, will hand us pain, unfairness, loss. But the Stoics believed how you respond is yours to decide. Seneca once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This is not about denial. It's about reclaiming agency, the kind that doesn't wait to be rescued. To never play the victim in Stoic terms doesn't mean pretending you're unaffected. It means refusing to surrender your identity to the hardship. It means rejecting the belief that you are defined by what happens to you, and instead asserting who you are by how you respond. In today's world, it's easy to adopt a victim mindset. We're encouraged to blame, to complain, to broadcast every injustice. And while some grievances are legitimate, Stoicism teaches us that staying stuck in blame robs us of the one thing we always possess: our response. Playing the victim feels comfortable because it avoids responsibility, but it also traps you. It whispers that your peace, your progress, your future all depend on something or someone else changing first. Marcus Aurelius rejected that idea completely. He wrote, "Choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. Don't feel harmed, and you haven't been." That's radical. Not because it denies reality, but because it places the power back in your hands. No one controls your peace unless you hand it to them. That doesn't mean we suppress pain. It means we honor it, but we don't let it control the story. A Stoic sees adversity not as identity, but as invitation. An invitation to grow in strength, in patience, in clarity. Take, for example, losing a job. It's easy to spiral, blame the boss, the economy, the unfairness of it all. But a Stoic pauses. They ask, what's still within my control? My effort, my attitude, my next step. That's where freedom lives. Because once you take back the narrative, you take back momentum. Instead of rehearsing your wounds, you begin writing your recovery. Practicing this mindset starts with awareness. When something hard happens, notice your first reaction. Is it anger, helplessness, blame? That's human. But then pause and pivot. Ask, what can I choose right now? The Stoics weren't cold or detached. They were deeply human, but they believed that suffering, though inevitable, does not have to be amplified. When you accept what has happened and direct your energy toward what can be done, you stop the spiral. And this practice doesn't just serve you, it influences others. People watch how you carry yourself in difficult times. Your resilience gives them permission to rise too. You become the example, not just the voice. There's another layer here. When you stop playing the victim, you begin to see obstacles as something more, as opportunities. A delay becomes patience training. A betrayal becomes a test of forgiveness. A failure becomes a new start. Life stops happening to you and starts happening through you. That shift changes everything. So how do you build this strength? Start with small setbacks. The traffic jam, the late email, the unexpected expense. Each is a chance to practice saying, this does not define me. My response does. Then, when the larger storms come, and they will, you'll already have the muscle. And in time, you become something rare. A person who is not easily shaken. Not because life spared you, but because you refuse to collapse under it. You become steady, clear, unshaken, not because you feel nothing, but because you own what you feel, and you choose your path forward anyway. This is the Stoic way. So the next time life throws you a challenge, resist the urge to say, why me? Instead, ask, what now? Because in that moment, you are no longer powerless. You are practicing mastery. And that is how you become unbreakable. 7. Delay pleasure. Build freedom. A farmer once inherited a patch of land so dry and cracked that neighbors laughed when he tried to till it. Others chose faster gains, cutting down fruit trees, selling timber, or leasing their plots for quick cash. But the farmer had a different vision. He planted olive trees. They wouldn't bear fruit for years. They needed patience, care, and consistent tending through storms, droughts, and seasons of nothing. But when they finally matured, they produced fruit for generations. The farmer didn't just feed himself, he built something lasting. That's what delayed gratification looks like in practice, the willingness to trade short-term pleasure for long-term value. The choice to cultivate what endures rather than consume what vanishes. Epictetus said it best. Freedom is not achieved by satisfying desire, but by eliminating it. This doesn't mean denying yourself joy. It means training yourself to want what matters most, not just what feels good right now. In the Stoic view, delayed gratification is not about repression, it's about alignment. Aligning your actions with your higher goals, your long-term values, your deeper purpose. It's about becoming the kind of person who can lead themselves calmly, wisely, through a world filled with temptations. And let's be honest, temptation is everywhere. Notifications, fast food, one-click purchases, instant validation. We're conditioned to expect speed, comfort, and ease. But the Stoics warn, if you're always chasing what's immediate, you surrender control. You become a servant to your cravings, not a master of your path. Marcus Aurelius understood this deeply. He wrote, "You must build up your life action by action and be content if each one achieves its goal as far as possible." That's not the language of quick wins. That's the language of compounding effort, of planting seeds and trusting the process. Why does this matter? Because almost everything meaningful in life takes time, a strong body, a clear mind, a lasting relationship, a meaningful career. These things cannot be hacked. They must be built patiently, with choices made in silence, when no one's clapping, when no one's watching, and when gratification is far away. But here's the hidden gift. Every time you delay gratification, you grow stronger. You reinforce to yourself that you are in control, not your impulses. You choose the healthy meal, the savings deposit, the early morning workout, the uncomfortable conversation, and each time you plant another olive tree. This principle plays out in everyday life. You want to scroll through your phone, but you open a book instead. You want to spend the bonus, but you invest it for the future. You want to quit when it gets tough, but you finish the task, knowing it builds your character. These are not dramatic choices, but made consistently, they shape you into someone dependable, grounded, and clear. Someone who doesn't just react to life, but leads themselves through it. And there's scientific backing here too. Studies have shown that those who can delay gratification, like the famous marshmallow test in children, tend to do better academically, professionally, and emotionally. Not because they're smarter or luckier, but because they've built the habit of self-governance. Stoicism teaches that true peace comes not from indulging every desire, but from mastering the ability to choose, to step back, observe the craving and ask, does this serve who I want to become? If not, let it pass. This is what Seneca meant when he wrote, "No man is free who is a slave to his passions." Freedom isn't doing whatever you want, it's doing what's right, even when it's hard. So how do we begin mastering this? Start small. Don't try to change everything overnight. Pick one area where you often give in, snacking, procrastinating, spending, and make a single disciplined choice today. Delay the gratification. Choose discomfort now for a reward that's deeper later. Then repeat it tomorrow and the next day. Because like the farmer, your goal is not fast fruit. It's a grove that will feed you for decades. Delayed gratification isn't just about discipline, it's about power. The quiet, unshakable power of someone who lives with purpose. Someone who knows the waiting, sacrificing, and choosing the harder path today opens doors tomorrow that others won't reach. And when those doors open, you'll realize something profound. It wasn't just the reward you were after, it was the person you became on the way there. So the next time temptation calls, pause, breathe. Remember the olive tree, and ask yourself, do I want what's easy now, or what's valuable forever? Because the one who waits well, builds wisely. And in the eyes of the Stoic, that is a freedom no impulse can ever steal. On to 8. Let your work silence the doubt. There's a story of a boy who loved to sculpt. He found broken stones around his village and spent hours chiseling them into shapes. Quietly, patiently, most people mocked him. "You're wasting time," they'd say. "No one cares about broken rocks." Even his friends laughed when he turned down games to keep working, but the boy kept going. Years later, one of his sculptures, a quiet piece tucked in a village garden, caught the attention of a traveling artist. That visit led to an apprenticeship, which led to a career, which led to a life that no one had seen coming, except the boy. He had always seen it. This is the Stoic lesson: to keep sculpting your life, even when the world around you doesn't understand the shape you're building. Marcus Aurelius put it this way: "The approval of others is not a guide for living. Do not waste what remains of your life in speculating about what others say or think of you." In Stoicism, ignoring the naysayers is not an act of arrogance, it's an act of clarity. It's the refusal to hand over your peace to someone else's opinion, because the moment you allow another person's doubt to steer your direction, you abandon your own compass. Let's be clear, Stoics did not preach isolation. They valued community, reasoned dialogue, and growth through feedback. But they also knew how to discern between what deserves your attention and what is merely noise. Today, criticism is more accessible than ever. A single click can bring 1,000 opinions, and not all of them are kind, thoughtful, or useful. Some people will speak not because they understand your path, but because they're uncomfortable with your discipline. Your clarity unsettles their confusion. Your consistency reminds them of what they've avoided, and so they'll say, "It won't work," or "You've changed," or "Who do you think you are?" But as Epictetus reminded us, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. Let that sink in. Improvement often looks strange from the outside: waking early to train, turning down the invitation, working in silence when others celebrate loudly. People may call you rigid, obsessed, even selfish, but growth requires a kind of solitude, not physical, but mental. A space where your vision stays intact, even when others cannot yet see it. This isn't about dismissing everyone who disagrees with you. It's about evaluating feedback with reason. Ask, is this coming from someone who knows my values, someone I respect, someone who has walked the path I'm walking? If yes, then listen, reflect, maybe adjust. But if the answer is no, if the comment is careless, uninformed, or driven by envy, then let it pass like wind through an open window. Don't catch it. Don't carry it. Your energy is finite. Every moment spent defending yourself is a moment stolen from building yourself. And when you begin ignoring the naysayers, not out of pride, but out of purpose, something powerful happens. You become less reactive, less distracted. Your inner voice grows stronger. Your focus sharpens. And what once felt like criticism becomes background noise to a much deeper rhythm. Your own progress. In practical terms, this means creating space between stimulus and response. When someone questions your path, don't rush to defend it. Don't shrink. Don't over-explain. Just breathe. Remember why you started and keep going. It also means protecting your environment. Limit exposure to constant negativity. Curate your influences. Choose voices that challenge you to rise, not voices that pull you back into comfort. This is what Marcus Aurelius practiced every day, not just as emperor, but as a man. Surrounded by flatterers, critics, and cynics, he returned again and again to his journal. Not to argue with the world, but to reconnect with himself, because the most important conversation is the one you have with your own soul. And the more you invest in that dialogue, the less sway the outside world will have over your direction. So the next time someone doubts you, Remember this: their disbelief is not your burden. You don't need to convince them. You don't need to argue. You just need to continue. Sculpt the life you believe in, one small choice at a time. Stay consistent. Stay silent when you must. And let your results become the response. Because in the end, the Stoic doesn't chase applause or validation. They walk their path with clarity, with calm, and with quiet conviction. Let others talk. You have work to do. 9. Learn by following the truly wise. A young man once worked as an apprentice in a quiet tailor's shop. His mentor, an old craftsman named Elias, rarely spoke, but he had presence. He showed up early, stitched every seam with care, never rushed a client, and never cut corners, even when no one was looking. One day, the apprentice asked him, "How do you always stay so calm, so focused?" Elias paused and said, "I watched my teacher the same way you watch me. Then I became him, one action at a time." That's the power of emulation, not imitation, but transformation. Not trying to become someone else, but learning from someone else how to become your best self. Stoicism, at its core, recognizes this. The Stoics believed that one of the fastest ways to develop virtue is to observe it in motion, to study the habits, the mindset, and the resilience of those who live wisely, and then use their example as a compass. Seneca wrote, "Choose someone whose way of life, as well as words, have won your approval, and keep them before your eyes, living as if they were watching you." This is more than admiration. It's a form of accountability, a mirror and a map. Even Marcus Aurelius, ruler of the Roman Empire, humbly filled the first pages of his meditations with a list of people he admired: his father's humility, his mentor's restraint, a friend's honesty, a teacher's clarity. He understood that wisdom is not born in isolation, it is shaped by influence. Emulating wise individuals is not about idolizing perfection. It's about noticing the small, consistent decisions that lead to greatness. The way someone remains composed under pressure. The way they speak with integrity when no one's forcing them. The way they choose effort over ease, principle over popularity. In a world drowning in noise, these are beacons. But how do we know who to emulate? Begin by identifying people who live the values you want to embody. Not just the ones who talk about virtue, but the ones who live it. They may be historical figures like Marcus Aurelius, modern voices of reason, mentors, family members, or even characters from literature who demonstrate discipline, justice, or courage. Then study their lives, not to copy, but to learn. Ask, what do they consistently choose that I often avoid? How do they handle setbacks? What principles seem to guide them in moments of tension or temptation? For example, if you admire someone for their patience, observe what they do when things go wrong. Do they speak slowly? Do they take space before reacting? Can you practice those same habits in your own way? If you look up to someone for their work ethic, examine their routines. You don't need to replicate their schedule exactly, but you can replicate their mindset. Showing up even when it's hard, pushing past comfort, finishing what started. This practice also applies when facing decisions. Imagine the wise individual you admire is watching. Would they be proud of the choice you're about to make? Would they respect your reasoning even if the outcome fails? This kind of reflection does two powerful things. It elevates your standards and it expands your awareness. You begin catching yourself not just when you make a mistake, but before. You start asking better questions. You start measuring your life not by comparison to the crowd, but by alignment with virtue. And when you stumble, which you will, you don't spiral. You ask, what would they do now? How would they recover? That's when true growth happens. Emulating the wise also brings Stoicism down from the clouds and into your day-to-day. It turns abstract ideals, courage, discipline, reason, into tangible practices. It's one thing to read about temperance. It's another to watch someone model it while the world around them loses control. And the more you surround yourself with these examples, through books, conversations, or real relationships, the more they shape your inner life. Like Elias in the tailor's shop, you begin becoming someone others might one day look to, because that's the deeper aim. We don't emulate wisdom just to admire it. We emulate wisdom to embody it, to live in such a way that our own actions might one day guide someone else. This is how virtue survives, not just in words, but in example. So, choose your models carefully, reflect on them often, and then go live the way they would, deliberately, quietly, consistently. Because in time, you'll realize something remarkable. You're no longer just looking up to the wise, you're walking beside them. 10. End each day with honest reflection. Each evening an old watchmaker would close his shop, lock the doors, and sit by his workbench, not to rest, but to review. He kept a small journal, and in it he didn't write about customers or profits. Instead, he asked himself simple questions. Did I speak with patience? Was I honest in my work? Did I give more than I took? It wasn't dramatic, but it was deliberate. And that's why he improved, not just in his craft, but in his character. The Stoics believed in this exact practice, the art of reviewing your day with clarity and integrity, not for judgment, but for growth. Seneca once wrote, "When the light has been removed and my wife has fallen silent, I examine my entire day and go back over what I've done and said. I conceal nothing, I omit nothing. Why should I be afraid of any mistake when I can say, 'See that you don't do it again, this time I pardon you'?" This is not confession, it is reflection. The point isn't to dwell on what went wrong or indulge in regret. It's to take ownership. It's to develop the rare discipline of looking inward daily and asking, was I the person I intended to be today? This habit, done with sincerity, builds something powerful. Self-awareness guided by values. And it's as practical now as it was in ancient Rome. In a world full of constant noise, endless notifications, and a pace that rarely pauses, reviewing your day becomes an anchor, a chance to return to yourself, to slow down long enough to listen, not to others, but to your own conscience. And here's how it works. Before bed, take a few quiet minutes. You don't need a perfect setting, just space to breathe and reflect. Then ask, where today did I act with courage? Where did I fall short of my principles, and why? Did I overreact or let external events disturb my peace? What did I do well that I want to repeat tomorrow? These aren't meant to shame you. They're meant to guide you. You are both the student and the teacher here. You're learning how to live by your own philosophy, not in theory, but in the 1,000 small choices that make up a single day. Marcus Aurelius practiced this every night. Despite ruling an empire, he made time to review his actions. His meditations were private reminders, notes to self. He knew that growth doesn't come from reading books alone. It comes from turning life into a lesson. When you honestly review your day, you turn each experience, whether painful, boring, or joyful, into wisdom. You see patterns, you catch habits forming, you identify where you're drifting and where you're improving, and over time, this practice reshapes your life. You become more intentional with your words, more thoughtful with your time, more aligned with your values, not just in public, but in the private moments that reveal who you truly are. This kind of nightly reflection also gives closure to your day. Instead of carrying unresolved stress into tomorrow, you face it, you learn from it, you let it go. That's how peace is built, not by escaping discomfort, but by engaging with it honestly. You don't need to be perfect. The Stoics never demanded that. What they demanded was effort, presence, the willingness to improve. So start tonight. Don't wait for a special journal. Don't overthink the format. Just sit down, ask a few honest questions, and listen. You might find that you handled something better than you thought, or that you fell short in a way that needs your attention. Either way, you've gained something: insight, clarity, direction. This is how a Stoic ends the day, not numb from distraction, but awake in reflection. Because how you live one day may seem small, but how you live your days is how you build your life. So ask yourself, before the light fades, did I live today as the person I am striving to become? If not, learn. If yes, repeat. Either way, tomorrow begins with wisdom. Subscribe to stay grounded in Stoic wisdom. Have you ever felt like the world was pressing in on you, like each day brings another wave of demands, distractions, and emotional noise? In a life filled with constant motion and unpredictability, it can feel almost impossible to remain calm. But what if there was a way to move through the storms of life with steadiness, with purpose, and with peace? What if serenity was not something you stumbled upon, but something you could cultivate from within? For centuries, the Stoics have offered a path not to escape life's challenges, but to master how we meet them. In this video, we'll explore timeless principles drawn from the wisdom of Epictetus, guiding you toward a life where external events no longer dictate your inner state. Each insight is more than philosophy. It is a tool, a quiet shift in perception, a reminder of the strength already within you. So take a breath, settle in, and let's walk together through ideas that may just change how you live and how you face the world. And if this message resonates, feel free to subscribe and stay with us to the end. The journey is only just beginning. 1. Anchor yourself in purpose. Imagine setting sail into open waters without a map, no compass, no destination in mind. You drift at the mercy of every wave, every gust of wind. That's exactly what life feels like when you move without purpose. You become reactive instead of intentional, vulnerable instead of grounded. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "Difficulties show a person's character, and the greater the difficulty, the more glory in surmounting it." That wasn't just a philosophical observation. It was a challenge, a call to look deeper. To live with direction, you need a firm purpose. Not a vague idea of success or an ambition borrowed from others, but something clear and rooted in who you are. A firm purpose is like the keel of a ship. It doesn't stop the storms, but it keeps you from capsizing. It's the force that turns chaos into clarity and transforms obstacles into opportunities for growth. But let's be honest, this purpose doesn't simply appear. It must be carved out of silence and solitude. It's built in the quiet moments when you dare to ask, "What do I stand for? What kind of person do I want to be when no one is watching?" These aren't easy questions. They demand honesty. They demand that you strip away the roles you've been playing for approval and start uncovering the values that actually matter to you. And it's not always a dramatic answer. Sometimes your purpose won't be some grand mission to change the world. It might just be the quiet decision to live every day with integrity, to be dependable, to be useful. Purpose is not always loud, but it is always steady. Once you start uncovering your purpose, you'll notice something strange. The world shrinks. What once felt overwhelming now looks like a series of steps. A challenge that seemed too big becomes something you can face. Because now you're not drifting, you're sailing with intention. When you know what matters to you, the noise of the world fades. You stop chasing every opportunity and start choosing the right ones. But knowing your purpose is just the beginning. You also have to protect it. That means showing up when it's hard, when it's boring, when nobody is watching. It means doing the work, even when the rewards are nowhere in sight. That's diligence. That's grit. That's Stoicism in action, not just contemplating virtue, but living it, especially when it's inconvenient. Because your purpose isn't just a finish line you cross. It's the reason you get back up. It's the fire you protect through seasons of doubt and fatigue. Think of your purpose like a lighthouse. In the darkest night, when the winds howl and the waters rise, it's the light you fix your eyes on. You may be tossed, delayed, even wounded, but you're not lost. Because that light is constant. It holds you steady. It keeps you from giving in to the pull of everything that doesn't matter. This is where Stoicism shines. It's not a set of cold, rigid rules. It's the daily practice of resilience, the courage to keep showing up when life tests you. When Epictetus says that power lies in staying committed to your purpose, he isn't offering empty comfort. He's handing you a weapon. Because when you have a firm purpose, one you've chosen deliberately, nothing can move you without your consent. You stop being a puppet of external praise or criticism. You start becoming the kind of person who wakes up each morning already knowing what to do, not because someone told you, but because you've already chosen your path. Even failure becomes fuel. Even rejection becomes feedback. Because your purpose isn't fragile, it's forged. So how do you begin? You sit with yourself. You get still, and you ask the hard questions. Then you write down the answers. You reflect, you revise, and eventually you decide, not once, but again and again. That's the truth about purpose. It's not just found, it's maintained, nurtured, strengthened. Let it be your anchor when life pulls you in every direction. Let it be your filter when the world demands a reaction. A firm purpose doesn't make life easy, but it makes it meaningful. And that, according to the Stoics, is what matters most. Because a meaningful life is not made by chance. It is crafted with intention and guarded with discipline. So as we move forward, keep that question alive within you. What truly matters enough for me to endure, to persist, to rise again when things fall apart? When you answer that, not just once but every day, you'll find that your steps become clearer, your actions more decisive, and your spirit more unshakable. And that, my friend, is the beginning of living with true Stoic purpose. Now, let's explore the next principle that will help you hold that purpose firm, even in the fiercest storms. 2. Train your mind first. It's easy to feel slighted when someone offends us. The sting of disrespect can spark the desire to react, to defend, to lash back. But this is where Stoicism reveals one of its most profound truths. Your emotions are not controlled by others. They are born from your interpretations, your judgments, your thoughts. This is not just philosophy, it's a practical shift in power. Because if your emotions are created by your thoughts, then you are not at the mercy of what happens around you. You are the one steering the ship. Every time you resist the impulse to react blindly, you are training something vital. Think of it as mental strength, the inner discipline to hold your ground in the storm. Like a muscle, it grows through repetition. And like any art, it requires practice. Control of the mind does not happen through force or suppression, but through understanding and self-mastery. You begin small. One breath before you respond. One pause before you speak. One choice to let go of a grudge that no longer serves you. These little victories matter. They stack up. They build resilience. Consider the example of a humble baker. Day after day, this person wakes before dawn, not chasing applause or fearing criticism. Their focus is singular: to perfect their craft. Whether praised or ignored, they return to the dough. That quiet discipline creates something extraordinary, not just bread, but peace. They are free, not because the world stops judging, but because they have stopped letting it matter. That's the Stoic path. You don't need to eliminate the noise of the world. You simply need to stop letting it invade your mind. Guarding your thoughts means setting clear boundaries, not just with people, but with the ideas you allow in. You wouldn't let garbage into your home, so why tolerate toxic narratives in your mind? Whether it's gossip, fear-driven media, or even your own unexamined beliefs, you must become the gatekeeper. Feed your mind like you would your body. With intention, read books that challenge and sharpen you. Spend time with those who help you grow, not those who keep you small. Let your mental space reflect the life you're building, not the one you're trying to escape. Stoicism isn't about becoming numb or cold. It's about becoming wise. It teaches you not to avoid emotion, but to understand it. Anger, sadness, fear, they're not your enemies. They're signals, but signals don't get to drive. When you pause, when you breathe, when you notice instead of reacting, you create space. And in that space lies your greatest power, the ability to choose your response. Mindfulness is one way to create that space. You don't need incense or silence, just a moment of awareness. A few minutes each day to observe what your mind is doing without jumping in. This practice rewires your brain. It teaches you that not every thought is true, not every emotion is urgent, and not every reaction is necessary. The more you sit with your thoughts, the more you begin to see patterns, and when you see the pattern, you're no longer trapped in it. Another key is embracing the discomfort that comes with growth. When your mind faces a challenge, it will look for the quickest escape: blame, distraction, anger. But you can train it to look for strength instead. Ask yourself, what is this moment teaching me? What part of me needs to grow in order to face this well? When you adopt this mindset, even adversity becomes a gift. The winds that once knocked you down begin to shape your strength. This is not a quick fix. Controlling the mind is a lifelong journey. It means rejecting the victim mentality that whispers, "This is happening to me," and replacing it with, "This is something I can meet with power." It means choosing to be the architect of your experience rather than a passive observer of your circumstances. The more often you choose awareness over reaction, the more natural it becomes. And one day, without even realizing it, you'll notice that the things that used to unravel you no longer hold power. That's not because the world got easier, it's because you got stronger. So, as we move toward the next Stoic lesson, carry this with you. Your mind is not a wild animal to be feared. It is a powerful tool to be trained. And when you control it, you control the quality of your life. Let's now take this inner strength one step further and explore how to guard your peace by choosing the right influences. 3. Face criticism with clarity. No one enjoys being criticized, yet Stoicism reminds us that the opinions of others are beyond our control. What truly matters is how we choose to respond. Epictetus made this clear. While we cannot control what others say or do, we're always in charge of our reactions, and in this lies a hidden strength. In a world where everyone has an opinion, where judgments come swiftly and often without understanding, learning to handle criticism with clarity and grace becomes a vital skill. The first step is to know yourself. When you are rooted in your values and clear on your intentions, criticism loses much of its power. If you know why you act the way you do, if your motives are guided by integrity, then even a sharp rebuke won't shake your foundation. Self-awareness acts like armor. It doesn't make you invincible to criticism, but it helps ensure that you're not wounded by every careless word. Of course, that doesn't mean all criticism should be ignored. Sometimes beneath the sting of harsh words, there's a truth we need to hear. Wisdom means pausing, not reacting. It means asking, is there something here I can learn? Is there a blind spot being revealed? This is not weakness, it's strength. The willingness to reflect shows maturity. It separates the reactive from the grounded, the impulsive from the wise. But even as we remain open to growth, we must also learn to filter. Not all criticism is valid. Some comes from misunderstanding, some from projection, and some from people who are simply hurting and looking for somewhere to direct their pain. In these cases, we practice what the Stoics called apatheia, not indifference, but disciplined detachment. We acknowledge the words without allowing them to define us. Think of a person walking calmly through a marketplace while vendors shout for attention. The Stoic doesn't stop at every booth, doesn't argue with every seller. They walk with purpose. That's how we should move through criticism, not pulled in every direction by emotion, but guided by reason. We can take what is useful and let the rest fall away. Patience is essential. Stoicism is not about silencing emotions, but learning to engage with them skillfully. When criticized, we're tempted to react with defensiveness or even aggression. But patience gives us time to respond with thought, not impulse. And gentleness allows us to hold space for disagreement without damaging the relationship. You can disagree calmly. You can hold your ground without hostility. You can be firm without being hard. Imagine the old sages or the ascetics of history who were insulted, mocked, even attacked, yet they remained composed. Not because they were numb, but because they were anchored. They had chosen a path of virtue and refused to be pulled from it by noise. That's the level of steadiness we strive for. When you meet criticism with grace, you disarm conflict. You transform a tense moment into a chance for clarity. And yes, you will need a thick skin, but that doesn't mean shutting down. It means building resilience. A thick skin isn't about blocking the world out. It's about letting the world in without letting it shape your identity. People project. People misunderstand. That's human. Your task is to remain centered. Remember, not all criticism is about you. Often it reveals more about the speaker than the subject. In your daily life, especially when the criticism comes from someone close, a friend, a partner, a colleague, it's worth engaging in conversation. Clarify their intent. Share your point of view without defensiveness. This not only prevents resentment, but strengthens the relationship through honest communication. That's the Stoic way, not to avoid conflict, but to transform it into understanding. And here's something powerful. When others see you respond to criticism with calm, humility, and self-assurance, they notice. Your example becomes a quiet teacher. Without preaching, you show what it means to live from inner strength. You become a mirror, reflecting the possibility of a better way to move through conflict. That kind of leadership doesn't require a title. It only requires composure. So, the next time someone points a finger or questions your path, pause, breathe. Look within first, then look ahead. Let your response reflect your values, not their emotion. Let your calm be your strength. Because ultimately criticism doesn't define you, how you respond to it does. With that steadiness in mind, let's now move toward the next principle, one that will help you protect your mental space by choosing what truly deserves your attention. 4. Turn offense into strength. There's a teaching from Epictetus that never loses its relevance. It's not the things themselves that disturb us, but the judgments we make about them. This becomes especially powerful when we talk about offense, because when someone offends you, it's easy to believe that their words or actions are what hurt you. But the truth is, the pain often comes from how we interpret the moment, and in that realization lies freedom. Because once you understand that, you stop being a hostage to other people's behavior. You begin to reclaim control. Now, this doesn't mean you pretend to feel nothing. Stoicism isn't about becoming emotionally numb. It's about acknowledging what you feel: hurt, anger, disappointment, but refusing to let those emotions rule you. The Stoic approach invites you to pause, to insert space between what just happened and how you respond. And in that space is your power. It's where reason lives. It's where growth happens. Let's take a simple example. Imagine a friend makes a remark about your life that feels judgmental, maybe something about your career, your values, or how you spend your time. Your first instinct might be to get defensive, to withdraw or lash out. But instead, you stop. You breathe. You ask yourself, is there something here I can learn? Or is this an opportunity to affirm my own convictions? That reframing changes everything. You move from reacting to reflecting. You turn offense into insight. This technique, known as cognitive reframing, is a practical Stoic habit. It means consciously choosing to shift your perspective. It doesn't require that you agree with the offender or dismiss the harm, but it does invite you to look deeper. Sometimes criticism holds truth. Sometimes it reveals insecurity in the other person. Either way, you learn, and learning is growth. Another dimension to this is empathy. When someone offends you, ask yourself, what might be going on in their life that led to this moment? Could it be their stress, their own pain, their lack of understanding? When we zoom out and see the human being behind the words, we often find that their behavior wasn't personal, even if it felt that way. That's not about letting people off the hook. It's about choosing not to carry the weight of their actions inside your own mind. It's about choosing peace over poison. Speaking of poison, that's exactly what resentment becomes when left unchecked. Holding on to offense feels like justice at first, but over time, it corrodes you. It turns you bitter, reactive, tired. Forgiveness then becomes a tool for freedom. Not because what happened was okay, but because you refuse to let it shape you. You forgive to unburden your own heart, to walk lighter, to focus on what truly matters. You don't do it for them. You do it for you. And here's where Stoicism sharpens its edge. Every offense is a form of resistance training. Think of your character like a muscle. Without resistance, it never grows. But every time you transform an offense into understanding, every time you stay calm when others expect you to explode, you become stronger. You're no longer reactive, you're resilient. And that kind of resilience isn't just mental, it shapes your entire presence. People feel it. They start to notice that you don't flinch, don't fold, don't get rattled by the little things. That's quiet power, and it's earned. Of course, this is not something you master overnight. Transforming offense is a lifelong practice. It's a habit of perception and patience. Some days, you'll get it right. Other days, you'll catch yourself reacting before you think. That's okay. What matters is that you keep returning to the path. Every time you choose reflection over retaliation, you strengthen the habit. You build a mind that doesn't just survive insult, it grows from it. So next time offense shows up at your door, don't see it as an enemy, see it as a chance. A chance to pause, a chance to understand, a chance to grow. And as we move forward, keep this truth close. Your power lies not in avoiding life's offenses, but in transforming them into the raw material of your growth. Now let's continue and explore how to guard that growth by mastering your emotional boundaries. 5. Disarm fear and shame. Epictetus once revealed a powerful truth. It's not events themselves that disturb us, but the meanings we attach to them. Fear and shame, then, are not facts. They're interpretations. They are stories we tell ourselves about what might happen, about who we think we are, about how others might see us. And once we realize this, we begin to see these emotions not as life sentences, but as invitations to think more clearly and live more freely. Let's start with fear. At its core, fear is often a response to the unknown. We anticipate pain, failure, embarrassment, and that anticipation alone can paralyze us. But Stoicism doesn't tell us to ignore fear. It tells us to face it with reason. Ask yourself directly, what am I actually afraid of? Name it, break it down, analyze it, because most of the time when we bring fear into the light, it shrinks. Imagine you're afraid of public speaking. That fear probably stems from a deeper concern, being judged, stumbling over your words, being laughed at. But now step back and look at it clearly. Most audiences are not there to destroy you, they're there to listen. And even if you make a mistake, what's the worst that happens? You stumble, you recover, you continue. Every great speaker has done the same. But by choosing to face that fear and preparing for it deliberately, you begin to chip away at it. Each attempt builds confidence, and soon, fear no longer drives your decisions. Now, turn to shame. Unlike fear, which looks forward, shame looks back. It tells you that something you've done or something about who you are makes you unworthy. But again, Epictetus reminds us, this is not a fact. It's a belief, and beliefs can be examined. Stoicism teaches us to meet shame not with self-punishment, but with courage, with compassion. You don't deny your past, you confront it. You ask, why did this happen? What did I not yet understand at the time? And most importantly, what can I do with this experience now? Let's say you carry shame over a mistake in a relationship, a betrayal of trust, or a failure to show up when it mattered. The shame whispers that you're a bad person. But Stoicism invites you to listen deeper, not to excuse what happened, but to learn from it. What values did you ignore? What clarity has that pain brought you? And what can you do differently now? The past can be your prison, or it can be your teacher. The choice lies in how you respond, and forgiveness, especially self-forgiveness, is a part of that transformation. Carrying shame forever is like walking with a heavy stone in your hand. You grip it tight, hoping it'll keep you from repeating your mistakes. But all it really does is weigh you down. To forgive yourself doesn't mean to forget or dismiss what happened. It means to own it fully, grow from it deeply, and then release it. Because you cannot walk into your future if you're still dragging the wreckage of the past. Start small. Overcoming fear and shame isn't about leaping into your biggest terror or confronting your darkest regret all at once. Begin with little acts of courage. Speak up in a conversation where you usually stay silent. Admit a mistake without justifying it. These moments compound. Each one reinforces your resilience. Each one teaches your mind that it is stronger than it believed. And don't walk this path alone. Stoicism values the strength of community, not as a place to complain, but as a place to grow. Share your fears and regrets with someone you trust. Sometimes just saying the words out loud breaks their spell. You'll often find that what you feared made you different is actually what connects you to others. And in that space of shared vulnerability, new wisdom can arise. Ultimately, fear and shame lose their grip when we stop giving them the final word. They may still visit, but they no longer dictate who we are or what we do. And the more we face them with clarity and courage, the more we turn them into fuel for becoming something stronger. So, as we move to the next Stoic insight, remember this: your greatest freedom is not in avoiding fear or escaping shame. It's in transforming them into the very tools that shape your character. Let's now explore how to take that inner strength and apply it in the way we protect our mind from external chaos. 6. Prepare for the unseen. One of the most practical teachings from Epictetus is this: prepare your mind for difficulty before it arrives. Not to become cynical, not to live in dread, but to walk through life grounded, steady, and ready. This Stoic practice is called premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils. It's the art of visualizing what could go wrong, not to invite fear, but to disarm it. Because when the unexpected happens, and you've already considered the possibility, you meet it with calm instead of chaos. Think about it like this. Suppose you have an important meeting or presentation ahead. Instead of only imagining things going smoothly, you take a few quiet moments to imagine what might challenge you. Maybe the tech fails. Maybe the audience is skeptical. Maybe nerves show up strong. Now, instead of being caught off guard, you've already thought it through. You've imagined how you'll respond with clarity. And so, when the pressure comes, it doesn't break you. It meets a mind already prepared. This practice isn't about expecting disaster. It's about training resilience, because life, in its nature, is uncertain. Plans change, people disappoint, circumstances shift. And if we cling too tightly to a perfect script, we're setting ourselves up for frustration. But when we anticipate change as part of the path, we loosen our grip. We become more adaptable, more fluid, more present. Stoicism reminds us, the wise person is not the one who hopes everything will go well, but the one who is ready for whatever comes. This means expecting some resistance. It means knowing that even your best efforts might face delays, misunderstandings, or failure. But instead of being discouraged, you accept these as part of the journey. You keep moving, you adjust, you endure. That's real strength. And this kind of mental preparation builds another powerful trait: patience. When you expect obstacles, you no longer feel betrayed by them. You don't waste energy asking, "Why me?" Instead, you say, "Of course, this is part of the path." That shift in mindset helps you stay committed for the long term. It's not about getting it all right immediately. It's about showing up again and again, even when it's tough. Now, let's talk about balance. While it's useful to foresee difficulties, it's just as important to recognize your resources. Remember what you've already overcome. Remember what skills you've developed, what people you can lean on, what wisdom you've earned. This balanced view keeps you from falling into worry. It roots your readiness in confidence, not fear. For example, you might face a challenge at work, something you've never handled before. The Stoic approach would have you acknowledge the potential obstacles, but also reflect, what have I already handled that was similar? What strengths do I have now that I didn't before? This reflection helps you walk in prepared, not panicked. Regular self-review is another way to refine this mindset. Look back over your past experiences. What patterns do you notice? What kinds of setbacks show up repeatedly? And how have you responded in the past? calmly or emotionally, successfully or with regret. This kind of reflection isn't meant to dwell in the past, but to extract lessons. When you study your own history, you build a playbook for the future. And finally, mindfulness strengthens all of this. Because to anticipate wisely, you have to be aware, not lost in distraction. Mindfulness helps you notice early signs of stress, early signs of conflict, early signs of internal unrest. It gives you a second to breathe before you react, a moment to respond from strength rather than impulse. The more present you are, the more clearly you see what's coming, and when you see clearly, you act wisely. So don't wait for life to surprise you. Train your mind in advance. Rehearse for challenge. Build the muscle of flexibility. Remember, anticipating obstacles doesn't make you weak. It makes you ready, and that readiness allows you to move through life not with dread, but with quiet confidence. Let's now carry this mindset forward and explore how to remain rooted in virtue even when surrounded by noise and distraction. 7. Build from within. Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." At first glance, it sounds simple, but within those words lies the entire foundation of Stoic strength. Because life will always throw you into situations beyond your control. People will criticize you. Plans will fall apart. Challenges will rise when you least expect them. And yet, the one thing that remains entirely yours is your response. That's where your true power begins. Inner strength is not about pretending everything is fine. It's about developing the discipline to pause, reflect, and respond with clarity. It starts with self-awareness, being able to notice your emotions as they arise, without letting them flood your judgment. You're not suppressing anger, sadness, or fear. You're simply observing them and asking, where is this coming from? What is this feeling trying to teach me? Once you understand your emotional triggers, you stop being at their mercy. You begin to choose your reactions rather than be ruled by them. That's the first step toward true mastery. A core Stoic practice is learning to distinguish between what is in your control and what is not. This sounds basic, but it's life-changing. You can't control what people think of you. You can't always control outcomes, but you can control your thoughts. You can control how you show up. You can control your effort, your attitude, and your values. When you focus on what you can control, you stop wasting energy on everything else. That clarity brings calm, it simplifies life, and it gives you the quiet strength to stay rooted when everything around you is shifting. Part of this inner strength is forgiveness. Not for others, necessarily, but for yourself. We often carry the weight of old wounds, grudges, or regrets. But resentment is like poison. It harms the one who holds it. Stoicism teaches us not to dwell in bitterness. Forgiveness is not about saying, what happened was right. It's about refusing to let it dominate your inner world. When you forgive, you let go of the past's grip on your present, and in that space, you begin to heal. You regain your balance. You move forward. Life will test you. That's not a threat. It's a promise. The Stoic doesn't avoid hardship. They expect it, and they train for it. Every setback is a test of endurance. Every loss is a lesson in detachment, and every failure is an invitation to rise stronger. Resilience isn't about being unbreakable. It's about being able to bend and return. Over time, this mindset turns hardship into fuel. You become someone who is not easily shaken. Not because life is easy, but because your foundation is deep. But strength doesn't have to be solitary. Stoicism honors community. Find people who inspire you. Seek out those who challenge your thinking and encourage your growth. Surround yourself with minds that don't tolerate mediocrity. And if you have faith, lean into it. Let it remind you that you're part of something larger, that you're never truly alone. These connections do not replace inner strength, but they reinforce it. They remind you who you are when the noise of life tries to make you forget. And then there is gratitude, the quiet yet powerful practice of seeing what's right in front of you. Gratitude is not blind optimism. It's not pretending things are perfect. It's choosing to notice what's good, even when life feels hard. A warm meal, a friend who listens, a lesson learned. When you focus on what you have instead of what you lack, you stop feeding the part of your mind that always wants more. Gratitude anchors you in the present. It reminds you that even in struggle, there is beauty. And finally, inner strength means accepting your vulnerability. That's not weakness, it's truth. To admit you are afraid, uncertain or flawed is to be honest. And from that honesty, real strength is built. The strongest people aren't those who feel nothing. They're the ones who face their fears and move forward anyway. When you stop hiding your imperfections, you start transforming them. You live with more depth, more courage, more authenticity. So if you're on this path, understand this. Inner strength isn't gifted. It's earned. It's built in the quiet decisions you make every day, in how you speak to yourself, how you treat others, and how you rise after every fall. And as we move forward, this strength will serve as your foundation. Because the next step is to learn how to lead yourself with purpose, even when the world around you offers none. 8. Master the impulse. One of the deepest expressions of inner mastery in Stoic philosophy is the ability to restrain your actions. It begins with a simple but powerful practice. Acknowledge your feelings, but do not let them dictate your behavior. There's a space, however small, between stimulus and response. In that space lies your freedom, your reason, your strength. The more you cultivate this pause, the more control you gain over the course of your life. Imagine you're driving through heavy traffic. Someone cuts you off abruptly. The immediate wave of emotion, anger, irritation, maybe even the urge to shout or retaliate, floods in. But here's the Stoic choice. Will expressing that anger improve the situation? Will honking or yelling serve your peace, your purpose, your character? Probably not. So instead, you breathe. You let the impulse pass. You stay steady. That's not weakness. That's power. This ability to pause and choose deliberately extends far beyond traffic. It's in our conversations, our cravings, our moments of indecision. The world today encourages immediacy, instant replies, instant gratification, instant judgment. But the Stoic stands apart, choosing patience over impulse. Restraining your actions is not about suppression. It's about wisdom. It's knowing that your first reaction is often emotional, but your best response is almost always rational. In relationships, this becomes especially important. We've all been in heated conversations where anger tempts us to say something sharp, something we know we'll regret. But Stoicism invites us to pause and ask, will these words build or destroy? Do they reflect the person I strive to be? Speaking with intention and restraint doesn't make you weak. It earns respect, deepens connection, and leaves you with no need for apology. Restraint is also about delaying gratification. In a culture of shortcuts and quick wins, the Stoic values the long game. Choosing the salad instead of the junk food, choosing to work instead of scrolling, choosing to listen instead of interrupt. These aren't just habits, they're micro expressions of discipline, stacking quietly into a life of strength. When you delay gratification, you're not punishing yourself. You're reminding yourself that the future matters more than the impulse of the moment. To build this restraint, self-awareness is key. You must learn to recognize your patterns, your triggers, your defaults. Do you procrastinate? Get irritable when things don't go your way? Reach for comfort when you feel uncertain? Good. Now observe those moments, not with judgment, but with curiosity. The more you understand your own behavior, the more power you have to redirect it. This is where mindfulness becomes essential. A daily practice of stillness, whether through meditation, deep breathing, or even silent reflection, helps train your attention. It helps you notice your urges before they become actions. It creates that crucial space between feeling and doing, and in that space, you decide who you are. Another aspect of Stoic restraint is thoughtful decision-making. When faced with an important choice, especially under pressure, don't rush. Slow down. Ask questions. Gather facts. Consider not just the immediate outcome, but how this decision aligns with your deeper values. What would your highest self choose in this moment? What would you advise a close friend to do? This kind of reflection strengthens your integrity and makes your actions more intentional. And understand this clearly. Restraint does not mean passivity. It does not mean avoiding action or silencing your voice. It means acting with precision, with purpose, with control. It means knowing that every decision, every word, every habit is a thread in the fabric of your character. And character is not built through what you feel. It's built through what you do, especially when it's hard. End each day with a brief reflection. Ask yourself, where did I react instead of respond? Where could I have paused? Where did I succeed in holding steady? This honest review, done consistently, is a powerful tool for growth. It strengthens your commitment to act with clarity, not chaos. So let restraint become your strength. Not the kind that resists life, but the kind that masters it. And as we move forward, let this discipline be your guide. As we explore how to deepen your sense of clarity and detachment in the face of life's daily noise. 9. Meet reality as it is. Acceptance is not weakness. In Stoic philosophy, it is the first and most vital step toward effective action. When we resist what is, when we wish things were different than they are, we drain our energy and create unnecessary suffering. But when we accept reality as it is, without illusion or complaint, we place ourselves back in a position of strength. We stop fighting what we cannot control and begin focusing on what we can shape. Take the example of losing a job. The initial reaction is often fear, anger, maybe even despair. And those emotions are real. They're human. But if you stay stuck in them, if you fight against the fact that it happened, you lose your footing. Stoicism teaches us to feel what we feel, but then to return to the question that matters most. What now? What is the next right action? Maybe it's updating your resume, reaching out to your network, or exploring a new path entirely. Acceptance clears the fog and allows purposeful movement. Mindfulness and meditation are practical tools that help cultivate this acceptance. When you practice sitting in silence, observing your thoughts without judgment, you train your mind to stay present. You stop wishing the moment away. You stop clinging to the past or fearing the future, and instead you begin to meet each moment, imperfect, uncertain, and still worthy of your attention. In that space of quiet awareness, you begin to accept life as it actually is, not just as you hoped it would be. But let's be clear, acceptance is not giving up. It's not resignation. It's a shift in focus, from resistance to readiness. When you accept that hardship is part of life, you stop feeling betrayed by it. And when you accept that people are flawed, including yourself, you stop needing everything to be perfect before you can feel peace. That's when real growth begins. Ask yourself in times of difficulty, what can I learn from this? How can this challenge refine my character rather than diminish it? That shift in perspective transforms obstacles into teachers. A setback becomes a lesson in humility. A betrayal becomes a lesson in boundaries. Pain becomes an invitation to build resilience. Perfectionism often gets in the way of this kind of acceptance. We set impossible standards for our careers, our relationships, our own growth. And when we inevitably fall short, we spiral into self-criticism and frustration. But perfection is not the Stoic ideal. Progress is. Virtue is. Character is. When you accept that perfection is unreachable, you begin to see the beauty in your efforts. You stop punishing yourself for every misstep and instead begin to honor your commitment to the journey. Gratitude reinforces this mindset. When you take time to focus on what's still good, what's still working, what's still yours, your perspective shifts. You stop obsessing over what's missing and begin appreciating what's present. Even in times of pain, there is something to be thankful for: your strength, your lessons, your ability to begin again. Gratitude is the practice of accepting the whole of life, not just the parts that go your way. Acceptance also transforms how we relate to others. We often walk through life with a silent script, expecting people to behave a certain way, to say the right things, to never disappoint us. And when they don't, we feel angry, let down, betrayed. But Stoicism reminds us, other people are not here to fulfill our expectations. They have their own thoughts, flaws, and burdens. Acceptance here does not mean tolerating abuse or disrespect. It means understanding that each person is walking their own path, with struggles we may never see. From that place, we can choose compassion instead of criticism, boundaries instead of blame. This doesn't just make our relationships easier, it makes them deeper. When we stop trying to control others and instead meet them as they are, we create space for honesty, for growth, for connection built on reality, not illusion. So remember, to accept reality is not to surrender, it is to engage life fully. It's to stop wasting time on how things should be and start working with what is. That is the essence of Stoic strength. Because when you accept the present moment with open eyes and steady heart, you're no longer reacting, you're responding with wisdom. And from this foundation of acceptance, we are ready to explore the final Stoic principle: how to live in alignment with nature and act from a place of harmony and purpose. 10. Live aligned with nature. One of the most profound ideas in Stoic philosophy is the call to live according to nature. But what does that really mean? To the Stoics, and especially to Epictetus, it was not a vague or poetic suggestion. It was a principle rooted in clarity and action. Living according to nature means understanding who we are, not just as individuals, but as rational and social beings, and aligning our lives with that understanding. It means living in harmony with the natural world, with others, and most importantly, with ourselves. At its heart, this principle begins with self-awareness. Before we can live according to nature, we must know our own nature. What are our values? What are our strengths, our limitations, our true purpose? It takes courage to look inward and ask those questions. It takes time and honesty to strip away what society expects of us and uncover what we truly believe. But once we do, something changes. We stop living on autopilot. We stop chasing what others chase, and we begin to make choices that feel aligned, not just with trends or habits, but with our inner compass. Living according to nature also means understanding the rhythms of life. Just as the seasons shift from spring to winter, our lives move through cycles: growth, stability, decline, and renewal. There will be times of success and energy. There will be times of stillness and loss. A Stoic doesn't fight these cycles. They don't demand eternal summer. Instead, they prepare for change. They honor the phases of life as part of the whole. When you understand this, you stop fearing the low seasons. You begin to see them as necessary and even valuable. The cold sharpens, the darkness clarifies, and the spring always returns. This way of living also calls us to cultivate virtue. The Stoics taught that virtue is the highest good, and by virtue they meant qualities like wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These aren't just lofty ideals, they are tools. Wisdom helps us see clearly and make sound decisions, even under pressure. Courage gives us the will to act, despite fear. Justice keeps us fair and principled in how we treat others. And temperance ensures we don't overindulge, don't swing between extremes, but remain balanced and intentional. When we practice these virtues, we align our lives with our rational nature. We stop being driven by impulse or emotion, and instead act with purpose. And the impact of that is immense. It doesn't just change how we feel, it changes how we show up in the world, how others experience us, and how we experience ourselves. But we are not just rational, we are also social. The Stoics believed that we are deeply interconnected, and living according to nature means honoring that. We are not meant to live isolated, self-centered lives. We are meant to contribute, to serve, to build together. When we recognize our shared humanity, we develop empathy. When we understand that others, like us, are flawed and struggling, we soften. We begin to practice compassion, not because it's easy, but because it's right. And in a world that often rewards the loudest voice or the most aggressive ambition, Stoicism offers a different model, one built on cooperation, integrity, and mutual respect. When we live this way, we create spaces, homes, workplaces, communities that reflect dignity and care. We build more than success. We build peace. Another aspect of living according to nature is embracing simplicity. Modern life is noisy. We are constantly bombarded with ads, distractions, temptations. It's easy to lose ourselves chasing things that don't matter. The Stoic path calls us back to what's essential. It asks us to strip away the clutter of mind, of schedule, of possessions, and return to what nourishes the soul. This might mean simplifying our routines. It might mean letting go of status symbols. It might mean choosing fewer, deeper relationships over many shallow ones. In doing so, we create space to think, to breathe, to grow, space to focus on personal development, on meaningful work, on caring for our well-being. And that space is not emptiness, it's freedom. Gratitude and acceptance are also central to this way of life. When we accept what is, without constantly wishing it was something else, we regain peace. And when we practice gratitude, we shift our focus from what's lacking to what's present. There's a quiet strength in being able to look around, even in hardship, and say, there is still something here to be thankful for. A warm meal, a kind friend, a lesson hard won. These small recognitions change our chemistry. They rewire our attention toward abundance, not scarcity. Toward peace, not anxiety. Acceptance doesn't mean passivity. It means meeting reality with clarity. It means trusting that we can endure and adapt, that we don't need everything to go our way in order to live well. And this idea of living well extends beyond ourselves. As part of nature, we have a responsibility to care for the world that sustains us. The Stoic path is not just about inner peace, it's about stewardship. Living in harmony with nature includes being conscious of our environmental impact. It means reducing waste, preserving resources, and acting with long-term vision. When we protect the planet, we honor the very ground we walk on. We honor future generations. We extend the Stoic principle of justice to the earth itself. Lastly, mindfulness deepens this practice. When we are present, when we observe our actions and thoughts with care, we begin to live with greater intentionality. Mindfulness doesn't require a retreat or a special setting. It can be as simple as a breath before speaking, a moment of silence before reacting, a walk without a phone. These small habits connect us back to our true nature and to the natural world. They remind us that life isn't meant to be rushed. It's meant to be lived with awareness, with reverence. To live according to nature is to return to who we are beneath the noise, to return to values that withstand time, to return to a life that is deliberate, compassionate, resilient, and free. That is the invitation of Stoicism, not to escape life, but to embrace it fully, its joys, its sorrows, its challenges, and its gifts. And in doing so, to live not as a victim of the world, but as a steward of wisdom, guided by nature and grounded in truth. As we close this journey, remember that real strength begins within. Master your thoughts, live with purpose, and let nothing disturb your peace. If this message stayed with you, consider subscribing, share your thoughts below with Stoic power, and keep walking forward. Have you ever noticed how some people leave you feeling focused and uplifted, while others drain your energy and cloud your judgment? In the quiet moments of reflection, we often sense it. Something about the company we keep shapes the direction of our lives. The Stoics understood this well. They taught that our environment, especially the people around us, directly affects our ability to live with virtue, clarity, and discipline. Today, through the lens of Stoic wisdom, we will examine the kinds of relationships that quietly pull us away from reason and inner peace. Not through blame, but through awareness. If you value your mind, your time, and your purpose, this message is one you cannot ignore. Take a breath, stay present, and journey with me as we uncover the patterns that silently erode your strength. If this resonates with you, consider staying till the end. What you discover may shift the way you walk through the world. 1. The complainer. Let me ask you a simple question. Who are the people you spend most of your time with? Do they challenge you to rise, or do they slowly pull you down without you even noticing? The truth is, your environment, especially the people in it, shapes your thinking, your behavior, and ultimately your destiny. And in the practice of modern Stoicism, this truth becomes even more vital. The company you keep can either sharpen your pursuit of virtue or slowly corrode your discipline. Among the most dangerous of those influences is the complainer. You know this person. They always have something to grumble about. Their job, their relationships, the state of the world. Every topic is just another excuse to vent frustration. But here's the catch. They rarely, if ever, take action to change what they complain about. Their complaints become a loop, one that sucks in your attention and energy if you let it. The Stoics taught that complaining is not just useless, it's a waste of life. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Complaining without action is like rehearsing your pain instead of healing it. Spend enough time around a chronic complainer, and something dangerous starts to happen. Their negativity seeps into your own thoughts. You begin to notice more problems than solutions. You hesitate to take initiative. You become more reactive and less resilient. That's not a coincidence. Negativity is contagious, and if you don't guard your mind, it becomes the soil in which your doubts take root. But the complainer isn't the only one you should be cautious of. Right beside them is the excuse maker. This is the person who always has a reason why they can't succeed. It's the government. It's bad luck. It's just not the right time. And if you spend too long listening to them, you start to question your own ambition. Have you ever thought, maybe I'm pushing too hard, after talking to someone who constantly tells you life's unfair? That's the danger. The Stoics believed in radical responsibility. Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it. Every excuse is a delay, and every delay is a step away from your potential." Then there's the gossip, the one who always knows everyone's business, except their own. It feels harmless, even fun at first. But gossip is noise, and worse than that, it's poison. Marcus Aurelius said, "You always have the option of having no opinion." That's not apathy, it's discipline. When you participate in gossip, you step away from self-mastery. You focus on things outside your control, and in doing so, you weaken your inner clarity. Ask yourself, when was the last time you spent a day without speaking negatively about anyone? If that question makes you pause, it might be time to reflect on the influence around you. And finally, the envious one. This person never seems to celebrate your wins. Instead, they question your luck, downplay your effort, or remain silent when you succeed. Envy is a silent killer of relationships and ambition alike. Epictetus reminds us, wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. An envious person doesn't just want what you have, they resent you for having it. And that resentment can slowly make you feel guilty for your growth. But guilt has no place in the mind of someone pursuing virtue. Your success should inspire others, not trigger their bitterness. These are just a few of the people whose presence can quietly sabotage your pursuit of discipline, peace, and clarity. The complainer, the excuse maker, the gossip, the envious, they all distract you from the one thing Stoicism calls you to master, yourself. The Stoics taught that you should guard your mind as fiercely as your body. Just as you wouldn't eat something spoiled, why would you let spoiled energy into your thoughts? So be vigilant. Take inventory of your environment, and above all, remember this: modern Stoicism is not about reading wise quotes. It's about choosing wise actions. It's about showing up every day and asking, am I surrounding myself with voices that build me or break me? Because once you choose your company with intention, you begin to reclaim your mindset, your purpose, and your life. Let's move on. There's more you need to see. 2. The drama magnet. I've learned over time that life is far too short and far too precious to spend tangled in the emotional chaos of others. Yet somehow, some people make that chaos their identity. They seem to attract drama the way a flame pulls in the moth. Conflict, gossip, emotional turbulence, it's like oxygen to them. They create problems where none exist, inflate small inconveniences into full-blown disasters, and pull everyone around them into a storm that never ends. And if you're not careful, their storm becomes your storm. You wake up carrying someone else's burdens, fighting battles that aren't even yours, and wondering why your own peace keeps slipping through your fingers. But through the lens of Stoicism, I've come to understand something vital. Peace of mind is sacred, and protecting it is not a luxury, it is your responsibility. Marcus Aurelius said it best: you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. The moment you allow someone else's chaos to invade your inner calm, you've handed over the reins. You don't need to solve their problems, absorb their emotions, or react to their theatrics. That's exactly what they want, to provoke, to stir, to control your emotional world by making it a reflection of their own. But reacting emotionally only gives them power. Seneca once said, "A man is as miserable as he thinks he is." And drama, I've noticed, only survives when it gets attention. Remove that attention, and it withers. Cultivate an iron mind, one that is not easily provoked, one that doesn't jump into every fire just because someone else struck a match. The Stoic approach is not to be cold, but to be composed. Ask yourself, what do I gain from participating in this chaos? Does it bring me closer to the person I want to be, or does it pull me further from clarity, discipline, and peace? The answer, almost always, is that it drains you. It clouds your focus. It derails your growth. And in today's world, where the noise never stops, where social media, headlines, and even casual conversations are designed to hook your emotions, choosing what you give attention to is one of the few remaining freedoms that truly matter. The Stoics understood this deeply. They taught that your attention is sacred and your inner tranquility is not something to be traded lightly. Epictetus once said something that stopped me in my tracks. He said, "If a person gave away your body to a stranger, you'd be outraged." And yet, how often do we hand over our minds to people who insult us, provoke us, or constantly stir drama around us? Why do we allow someone else's storms to enter our inner weather? The truth is, drama magnets thrive on your reaction. They want you to validate their crisis, to get entangled in their chaos, to lose your own direction trying to make sense of theirs. But you must rise above. The Stoic solution is not confrontation, it's not correction, it's detachment. Detachment is not apathy, it is presence without absorption. It's seeing the storm but refusing to step into it. It's being aware of their manipulations but not letting them reach the roots of your calm. When you respond with stillness, with silence, with chosen indifference, you take away their weapon, your attention. That is how you reclaim power. That is how you protect your clarity. It's not about being cold-hearted. It's about understanding that your well-being is not a sacrifice you owe to those who live in emotional chaos. You are not required to carry their weight. You are not obligated to be the sponge that soaks up every storm they create. I've learned to spot these people quickly when I see the patterns, the escalation of minor issues, the need for attention, the constant emotional turbulence. I step back. I make a choice. Not out of cruelty, but out of respect for myself and for the peace I've built. An iron mind is not an emotionless mind. It is a trained mind, a disciplined one. It is not rattled by every petty conflict or emotional swing. It stays grounded in what truly matters. The Stoic path is simple in principle, but powerful in effect. Control what you can, let go of what you can't, and never hand over the keys of your emotional life to someone who doesn't know how to handle their own. You have a duty, not just a desire, but a duty to protect your mind, your energy, and your higher purpose. The drama magnet will always exist. There will always be someone looking to pull you in, to unsettle your rhythm, to spin their pain into your problem. But how you respond, whether you let them in or walk away, that is entirely in your hands. Choose wisely. And when you've chosen, don't look back. Because on this path, we're moving forward, to clarity, to strength, and to the kind of inner calm no storm can touch. 3. The naysayer. I've come to understand that one of the most silent yet corrosive influences in our lives isn't always loud or dramatic. It's the quiet voice of doubt, often disguised as concern, logic, or realism. These voices come from the naysayers, those who make it their mission, consciously or not, to question your ambitions, to point out every possible flaw in your vision, and to sow seeds of hesitation when all you need is clarity. They don't always mean harm, but the effect is the same. Over time, their doubts chip away at your courage and dull your resolve. Where you once saw opportunity, you begin to see risk. Where there was once fire, now there is fog. Marcus Aurelius reminded us that we have power over our minds, not over outside events. And the most dangerous of those events isn't always some external disaster. Sometimes it's a whisper, a doubtful glance, a question that lingers. That's why the Stoic understands that guarding the mind is as vital as guarding the gates of a city. I remember a friend of mine, someone with a burning desire to start his own business. He had the skills, the preparation, the drive. But each time he voiced his plan, there was always someone ready to remind him of how hard it would be. What if it fails? Do you even know what you're doing? Most businesses go under. At first he brushed it off, but little by little those doubts began to seep in. He stopped planning, stopped pushing forward. One day he just let the dream go. Not because he couldn't do it, but because someone else's fear had replaced his belief. That's the power of the naysayer, not in the accuracy of their words, but in their ability to make you doubt your own. Seneca once said, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." Most of what the naysayers warn us about never comes to pass. And even if it does, the Stoic doesn't crumble. They adapt. They respond with strength and clarity because they know the only thing truly within their control is their own effort. That's the question you must ask. What is within my control? Your mindset, your preparation, your discipline, the work you do when no one is watching. What lies outside of that, opinions, criticism, fear-based advice, is not your concern. It's worth reflecting on this. Have you ever noticed that those who tell you it can't be done are often the ones who've never tried? Their words don't come from experience. They come from their own insecurities, from dreams they abandoned or never dared to pursue. And rather than confront that discomfort, they'd rather drag others back into the safety of hesitation. But that weight is not yours to carry. You do not owe anyone a justification for your ambition. You don't need permission to chase what sets your soul on fire. If you listen to them, you end up living a version of life that isn't yours, one shaped not by your courage, but by their fear. There's a Stoic truth I hold on to in moments like these. Other people's opinions are not reality. Just because someone says you can't, doesn't make it so. What matters is whether you believe in it, and whether you're willing to act. If Marcus Aurelius had listened to the voices of doubt, he would never have ruled with strength and wisdom. If the great creators, thinkers and leaders throughout history had obeyed the naysayers, the world would be empty of progress. The only difference between those who build and those who hesitate is the will to move forward despite the noise. That's where your power lies. Do not allow the fears of another to become your own. Do not let the doubts of a fragile mind creep into the foundation of your resolve. You are capable of more than you know, but you'll never find out if you let someone else write your story. And the next time someone tells you that your dream is unrealistic, that your idea is too bold, or that your vision is out of reach, remember this: they are not revealing your limits. They are exposing theirs. You were meant for more, but only if you have the courage to believe it and the discipline to pursue it. The naysayer will always be there, in your circle, online, in your own mind. But whether or not they shape your path is a decision that only you can make. So the next time doubt whispers, meet it with action. Meet it with proof. Because true power doesn't come from being accepted by others. It comes from mastering your own thoughts, your own choices, and your own belief in what is possible. Now let's carry that clarity into the next challenge. 4. The toxic positivist. Take a moment to consider the people in your life. Are they helping you see things clearly, or are they gently wrapping your reality in a warm, comforting illusion? In the world of self-improvement, there's a subtle yet dangerous figure you must be aware of: the toxic positivist. They present themselves as supportive, always upbeat, always smiling, always full of good vibes. But behind that relentless optimism lies something more troubling: a denial of truth, a dismissal of emotion, and a resistance to the discomfort that real growth requires. They'll tell you to just think positive when you're in pain, as if your struggles can be erased with a cheerful slogan. But life doesn't work that way. Stoicism certainly doesn't. True strength doesn't come from pretending everything is fine. It comes from facing reality as it is: harsh, unpredictable, and at times deeply uncomfortable. The Stoics never taught us to avoid suffering. They taught us to understand it, to learn from it, and to become stronger because of it. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. But that strength is forged in hardship, not in denial." When we're surrounded by people who pressure us to be positive at all costs, we risk losing our ability to confront truth with clarity. These people often mean well, but their constant push to stay upbeat can silence the very emotions that need to be understood. You may have shared something deeply painful with someone, only to be told, "Just be happy," or "It could be worse." And in that moment, your feelings are not validated, but dismissed. What they're really saying is, "I don't want to deal with your discomfort." That's not compassion, that's avoidance. The Stoic path is not about ignoring emotions, but about mastering them. We don't suppress pain, we study it. We ask, what can I learn from this? How can I grow from this? Seneca reminds us, a gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials. Growth requires pressure. Transformation demands struggle. If we constantly shield ourselves with artificial optimism, we never build the resilience needed to navigate life with integrity. And if the people around us only offer sugar-coated encouragement, we must ask whether they are helping us evolve or keeping us comfortably stuck. Another danger of toxic positivity is its tendency to deflect responsibility. You've likely encountered someone who, instead of addressing their mistakes, simply says, "It'll all work out," or "Trust the universe." But Stoicism teaches us that hope is not a strategy. Action is. Effort is. Discipline is. Epictetus didn't say, "Explain your philosophy." He said, "Embody it." When someone refuses to acknowledge problems, they avoid accountability. And when we surround ourselves with those who live in fantasy, we risk drifting into complacency. Real growth requires facing uncomfortable truths, not escaping them. But perhaps the darkest side of toxic positivity is when it gets in the way of true support. Imagine someone drowning in grief, fear, or depression, only to be told, "Just focus on the good." That's not help. That's abandonment. Stoicism teaches compassion, not detachment from human suffering. A true Stoic doesn't pretend that pain doesn't exist. They sit with it, they acknowledge it, and when someone else is hurting, they respond not with hollow cliches, but with presence, with reason, and with quiet strength. So take a moment and reflect. Are the people around you helping you think clearly, act wisely, and grow with intention? Or are they feeding you a steady diet of delusion disguised as motivation? Comfort feels good, but only truth transforms. If we want to live by Stoic principles, we must stop pretending every storm is a sunny day. Instead, we learn to adjust our sails, brace ourselves for the wind, and steer forward with unwavering clarity. Because in the end, the people you keep closest shape the lens through which you view life. And that lens must be clear if you want to grow with purpose. Ask yourself now, do they help you become stronger, or just help you feel safer? One path leads to wisdom, the other leads to stagnation. The next step on this journey is not to escape pain, but to learn how to respond to it. Let's keep moving. 5. The victim. There's a certain mindset that quietly slips into our lives if we're not careful. It doesn't always shout. Often, it whispers. And before we realize it, it has taken root. It's the victim mentality, that subtle belief that life is happening to us, that others are to blame for where we are, and that we are powerless in the face of circumstance. It's a mindset that gives away your strength, one excuse at a time. And while it might feel comforting to point fingers at the world, at your past, at those who wronged you, all it does is leave you stuck, powerless, waiting for someone else to change so that you can finally move forward. But Stoicism offers us something radical and freeing. It asks us to shift the entire focus, not outward, but inward. Epictetus captured it perfectly. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Life is full of uncertainty, loss, rejection, injustice. But if we believe that our well-being depends on what the world does or doesn't do, we've already lost. The Stoic does not ask whether life is fair. He asks, what will I do now? I remember hearing the story of a man named Jim on a podcast about resilience. His life had unraveled. He lost his job, went through a painful divorce, and was drowning in bitterness. Every day he blamed someone, his ex, his boss, the economy, the system, and yet nothing changed. Until one day, while reading the meditations of Marcus Aurelius, something clicked. He realized that while the world had taken many things from him, it hadn't taken his ability to choose how to respond. And that choice, once claimed, became his first real step toward healing. Jim didn't suddenly find himself immune to pain. Life didn't hand him a shortcut, but he stopped blaming. He stopped waiting. He started acting. He took accountability, not for everything that had happened to him, but for how he would rise in its aftermath. Slowly, his life began to take shape again. He rebuilt his career, he mended strained relationships, and more importantly, he regained something deeper than success. He regained his inner authority. That's the real promise of Stoicism, not the removal of difficulty, but the restoration of control. When you live with a victim mindset, everything feels like a threat. Every failure feels permanent. Every obstacle feels personal. But when you embrace the Stoic path, you begin to see challenges as raw material for growth. You begin to understand that adversity doesn't destroy you, it reveals you. Marcus Aurelius, who ruled an empire during war, plague, and betrayal, never asked for an easier path. He asked for the strength to endure the one he was given. And that is what we must learn to do. To stop asking, why me, and start asking, what now? The truth is, the moment you stop blaming and start owning your response, something powerful happens. You begin to reclaim lost energy. Energy that was once spent on bitterness, on frustration, on regret, now redirected toward building, toward moving forward, toward becoming. You begin to understand that responsibility is not a burden, it's a key that opens the door to peace of mind, to clarity, and to action. It allows you to move through life with a grounded calm, even when the world around you is full of noise and uncertainty. The Stoics called this the cultivation of an iron mind. It's not about being emotionless, it's about not being ruled by emotion. It's not about denying pain, it's about not letting pain define you. When you begin to live this way, you stop waiting for life to get easier. You rise, you build the discipline to meet life as it is, not as you wish it to be. And in that meeting, in that quiet moment of ownership, you rediscover your power. So the next time you find yourself blaming someone or something else, pause, take a breath. Ask yourself, what is within my control right now? What can I do today, however small, to move forward? And then do that thing, because forward motion, even the tiniest step, is the antidote to helplessness. Jim's story is not unique. Many people have found that same shift. And so can you. Because the victim mentality can only survive in the absence of self-awareness. But once you begin to see your own role, once you begin to take your power back, the grip of that mindset loosens. And in its place, strength emerges, not loud or flashy, but quiet, steady, undeniable. That's what Stoicism gives us. Not a promise that life will be easy, but a discipline to meet life's difficulties with courage and clarity. And the more you practice this, the more you realize no one else has to change for you to grow. You simply have to stop waiting and start choosing. And from that moment on, you no longer live as a victim. You live as the author of your own response. Now let's keep going. There's more to reclaim. 6. The time vampire. Time is the one resource we never get back. It slips through our fingers moment by moment, silently but steadily, and once it's gone, there's no reclaiming it. That's why the Stoics viewed time as sacred, something to guard with vigilance. Yet in our lives there are people who, intentionally or not, consume our time without offering anything meaningful in return. These are the time vampires. They don't just waste your hours. They drain your focus, your energy, your mental clarity, and if you're not careful, they can pull you so far off your path that you forget you had one in the first place. You know the type. The friend who constantly calls but never really says anything. The co-worker who lingers around your desk with endless stories and zero substance. The person who needs your help, but only when it's convenient for them. They don't respect your time because they haven't learned to respect their own. And the danger lies not just in how much they take, but in how they make you feel guilty for setting boundaries. But let's be clear, protecting your time is not selfish. It's stoic. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often that he must not waste what life had granted him. He wrote, "Do not act as if you had 1,000 years to live." That urgency, that sharp awareness that time is limited, is what gave his actions weight and purpose. The time vampire, however, lives without that awareness. And if you spend too much time around them, you begin to drift into their rhythm, reactive, aimless, distracted. You lose hours that could have been invested in reflection, growth, or creation. And worst of all, you start to feel like you're busy, even though nothing of substance is getting done. The Stoics believed that our lives are not just measured in years, but in how well we use our moments. Seneca warned that people are frugal with their money, but reckless with their time. And isn't that true? We guard our bank accounts more than our calendars, but a lost dollar can be earned again, a lost hour, never. One of the most powerful lessons Stoicism teaches is that clarity comes from intentionality. Every interaction, every task, every commitment should pass through the filter of value. Ask yourself, does this move me closer to the person I want to become? If the answer is no, then you owe it to yourself to step back. It doesn't mean you have to cut people off cold, but you must learn to draw lines, to protect your mornings, to be unavailable for meaningless chatter, To say no without guilt and yes with purpose. I remember a point in my own life where I found myself constantly exhausted, yet strangely unproductive. It wasn't that I wasn't doing things, I was always busy, but my time was fragmented, hijacked by conversations that led nowhere, favors that weren't urgent, meetings that could have been skipped. Once I recognized the pattern, I made a change. I started scheduling solitude. I limited social time to people who nourished my mind. I began treating time the way the Stoics did, not as something to be filled, but as something to be honored. And what happened next was extraordinary. My mind cleared. My energy returned. And most importantly, I started feeling that sense of alignment again, that feeling that you're living on purpose, not just floating from task to task. That is the reward for reclaiming your time, and it begins with the courage to protect it. Because the truth is, the people who drain your time don't always do it out of malice. Sometimes they're lonely. Sometimes they're unaware. Sometimes they're simply mirroring the same habits they've seen all their lives. But that doesn't mean you owe them your hours. Stoicism reminds us that compassion doesn't require self-sacrifice. You can be kind and still say no. You can be present without being available 24/7. You can love people and still set boundaries that guard the life you're building. So take a close look at how your time is spent and who influences how it's spent. Are they helping you grow? Are they encouraging you to focus, to act with purpose, to respect the flow of your days? Or are they distracting you from what truly matters? Because just as you wouldn't hand over your mind to someone careless with words, you shouldn't hand over your time to someone careless with presence. Time vampires will always exist, but their power over you is entirely within your control. Choose wisely who enters your space, who holds your attention, who gets your most precious resource. And remember, a Stoic life is not filled with more, it's filled with meaning. Let's continue with that clarity. 7. The manipulator. Let's take a moment to look closely at something that might feel uncomfortably familiar. You've probably known someone who, on the surface, appears friendly, charming, maybe even generous. But after each encounter with them, you walk away feeling uneasy, like you gave more than you received, like you've been subtly pushed into something you didn't quite agree to. That feeling is not random. That's the footprint of a manipulator. And as we cultivate a Stoic life, learning to recognize and respond to this kind of influence becomes essential, not just for our peace, but for our integrity. Manipulators rarely operate through open conflict. They use tools like guilt, flattery, and passive pressure to steer your decisions. They sense your empathy and your desire to avoid conflict, and they exploit it. You'll recognize them when you feel like you're always walking on eggshells around them. When you find yourself saying yes just to avoid discomfort, or when your own needs are always pushed to the side. Have you ever caught yourself agreeing to something only to feel resentment the moment you walk away? That is how manipulation buries itself, not in what's said, but in what's felt after. Stoicism offers a different way forward. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That reminder is your anchor. The manipulator thrives on your emotional reactivity. But the Stoic doesn't react impulsively, they respond with clarity and intention. The first step is recognition. The second is boundary. When you sense that someone is pushing past your comfort in ways that don't align with your values, you are not obligated to follow their lead. Your peace is not a negotiation. Think about how many times you've compromised yourself out of politeness. How often you've delayed saying no because you didn't want to disappoint someone, only to disappoint yourself instead. But emotional resilience in the Stoic sense means choosing action based on principle, not pressure. When you reclaim that power, something changes. You begin to notice that real relationships, healthy ones, don't require manipulation to function. They are built on clarity, respect, and mutual understanding. The Stoic doesn't live to please everyone. They live in alignment with truth. That means we must become comfortable with being misunderstood or even disliked if it means preserving our integrity. The manipulator only holds as much power as you allow. When you stop giving in to subtle coercion and begin speaking from self-respect, their grip loosens. Your sense of agency sharpens. You're no longer operating from guilt, but from grounded self-awareness. Let me ask you, when was the last time you truly honored your own boundary without apology, when you said no and didn't explain it? That's not selfishness, that's clarity, and clarity for the Stoic is a form of justice. We owe ourselves fairness just as much as we owe it to others. Practicing modern Stoicism in relationships means carrying wisdom in your discernment, courage in your decisions, and justice in the way you allow yourself to be treated. Not everyone who appears kind is kind. Not everyone who praises you means well, and not everyone who needs you has the right to access your energy. It's your job to filter who enters the space of your life, not based on emotion, but on value and alignment. Walking away from manipulation doesn't make you cold. It makes you free. It tells the world that you've stopped chasing approval and started choosing peace. That's the kind of quiet strength Stoicism teaches us to carry. So the next time someone uses charm or guilt to push your boundaries, pause, breathe, ask yourself, is this request coming from mutual respect or from control? And if the answer doesn't feel right, you already know what to do. Say no, walk away, and keep walking forward toward the kind of life where your choices are your own. Because from here on, we step forward with clarity. 8. The overindulgent. In the world we live in today, it's incredibly easy to fall into the seductive trap of overindulgence. We're constantly surrounded by messages that tell us happiness lies in having more things, more experiences, more stimulation. Whether it's the latest phone, another serving of food, or a quick dopamine hit from scrolling through endless content, the modern world insists that more is always better. But this pursuit of excess doesn't bring freedom. It breeds dependence. And the more we chase external pleasures, the further we drift from the kind of inner stability the Stoics taught us to cultivate. Epictetus once said, "Freedom is the only thing you cannot have unless you give it to others." But when it comes to our desires, the wisdom flips inward. If you're constantly giving in to your urges, you're not free, you're enslaved. When you can't go a day without a hit of stimulation, a purchase or a treat, it's not comfort you've gained, it's weakness. Overindulgence doesn't nourish the soul, it keeps it distracted, and the deeper danger lies in what it does to our emotional foundation. Because when your happiness depends on things outside of yourself, it becomes fragile. The moment those things change, disappear, or disappoint, your sense of well-being collapses. The Stoics were not against pleasure, they simply believed it should never be the master. Marcus Aurelius, a man who could have had anything, reminded himself daily that true contentment comes from the quality of your thoughts, not the quality of your possessions. And that's the heart of it. An iron mind isn't one that denies pleasure, it's one that doesn't need it. It's the strength to say no when indulgence calls, and to find meaning in simplicity instead. Think about your own life. How many times have you sought happiness through more food, more stuff, more noise, only to feel empty once the moment passed? That new gadget loses its shine. That extra slice doesn't satisfy. That late-night binge leaves you feeling restless. And yet, we go back for more, hoping the next thing will finally be enough. But the Stoics knew the truth. It never will be, because fulfillment doesn't come from the next thing. It comes from your ability to be still, to be present, and to be content with what already is. Moderation is not deprivation. It's liberation. When you stop being ruled by your cravings, you create space for appreciation, for clarity, for peace. You begin to rediscover the joy of small things. A simple meal, a walk under the trees, a meaningful conversation. These are the pleasures that don't demand more, that don't leave you wanting, that don't disappear the moment they arrive. They're grounded in presence, not consumption. And as you practice discipline, not harsh, rigid control, but intentional awareness, you start to reclaim your power. You no longer live at the mercy of marketing, appetite, or impulse. You live deliberately. You choose your actions instead of reacting, and in doing so, you shift from the chaos of indulgence to the calm of self-mastery. This is what Stoicism asks of us. Not to reject joy, but to root it in something unshakable. Not to avoid pleasure, but to hold it lightly. Not to accumulate more, but to desire less. Because the person who needs little is the one who truly owns their life. So as you move forward, ask yourself, where am I overindulging? Where am I chasing instead of choosing? And how might my life look if I let go of the excess and began to live with intention? Because true strength doesn't scream, it doesn't crave, it doesn't consume, it stands still in the storm. And it finds happiness not in what is added, but in what is no longer needed. Now, let's keep going. There's more clarity ahead. 9. The gossip. There's a type of person you need to be cautious of, the one who always knows a little too much about everyone else. The gossip. At first it might seem harmless, even entertaining, a little drama, a few juicy updates, a bit of insider knowledge. It feels like connection. But slowly, silently, it chips away at your peace of mind. I once had a friend like that. She always had something to say about someone else. Who was dating whom, who got fired, who said what. And I'll admit, I found it amusing in the beginning. It felt like I was being let into a secret world. But over time, I noticed something deeper and more troubling. Her words were never just playful. They were judgmental, sharp, and aimed at people who weren't there to defend themselves. That's when it hit me. I had started to view others through her filter, not my own. I began second-guessing people, questioning their character based on half-truths and rumors. And that's the quiet damage gossip does. It clouds your judgment, stains your perception, and distracts you from what truly matters. It doesn't just hurt the person being talked about, it hurts the listener too. How many times have you walked away from a gossip-filled conversation feeling empty, or worse, ashamed? That's because gossip pulls your energy into pettiness, away from growth. This is where Stoicism offers a clear path. Marcus Aurelius, one of the greatest Stoic minds, said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Gossip is the exact opposite of that. It spends time dissecting the lives of others while avoiding responsibility for one's own. The Stoic doesn't dwell in idle speculation. The Stoic builds, reflects, improves. Gossip is noise. And if you fill your mind with noise, you lose the clarity needed to live with purpose. Ask yourself, has gossip ever helped you grow? Has it brought you closer to your values? Or has it simply pulled you into narratives that don't belong to you? Most of the time, gossip masquerades as connection, but in truth, it keeps us disconnected from ourselves. from our character, from our sense of virtue. It feels good to be in the know, but what's the cost? Are you sacrificing peace for momentary amusement? The Stoics taught us to focus on what we can control, our thoughts, our choices, our reactions. Gossip is outside our control. It's built on hearsay, assumptions, and the actions of others. When you engage in it, you're giving away your attention, your time, and your energy to things that do not serve you. And the mind, like any space, becomes what you fill it with. Fill it with negative talk, and your thinking turns reactive, judgmental, scattered. Fill it with virtue, and you cultivate calm, resilience, and purpose. Marcus Aurelius also wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. So if your thoughts are shaped by rumors and criticism, your life will reflect that chaos. But if your thoughts are shaped by discipline, by honesty, by a commitment to growth, then your life will begin to reflect that peace." The question is not whether gossip exists. It always will. The question is whether you let it shape you. Walking away from gossip isn't always easy. You may feel like you're missing out or being left out, but over time, you'll start to see what you're actually gaining: time, clarity, self-respect. You begin investing that energy back into your own development, and soon people stop coming to you with drama, not because you're cold, but because they know you're grounded. They respect that you don't participate in tearing others down. You stand for something higher. So take inventory. Who around you thrives on gossip? And how is their presence affecting your mindset? Choose to distance yourself from conversations that serve no purpose. Choose to protect your peace. When you stop feeding gossip, it loses its power. And in that space, something better grows. Integrity, focus, and a deeper connection to what truly matters. Let this be your reminder. Your energy is too valuable to waste on idle talk. Let's keep moving forward with discipline and truth as our compass. 10. The Lord of Pessimism. There's a certain type of person who seems to carry a dark cloud with them wherever they go. No matter how promising a situation may be, they'll find the flaw, the risk, the inevitable downfall. These are the pessimists, the ones who focus so intensely on the obstacles that they miss the opportunities entirely. And while it may seem like they're just being realistic, their outlook isn't harmless. It's contagious. Because if you surround yourself with this kind of energy long enough, it starts to shape how you see the world. It colors your thoughts, erodes your confidence, and slowly convinces you that nothing is worth pursuing. Now, let me be clear. Stoicism does not ask you to ignore danger or wear rose-colored glasses. It teaches us to see clearly, but with strength. Marcus Aurelius said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." That isn't about blind optimism. It's about choosing clarity over despair. Seeing what's hard, yes, but also seeing what's possible. The Stoic doesn't deny the storm. They prepare for it, adjust their sails, and move forward anyway. The problem with the Lord of Pessimism is that their view becomes their truth. They believe nothing will work, so they never try. They expect failure, so they never build. And worst of all, they want others to join them in that immobility. You might hear it in the way they speak. "That'll never work. You're wasting your time," or "Why bother?" And if you're not vigilant, their doubt starts becoming your hesitation. So how do you handle it? With Stoic strength and inner discipline. First, remember, their negativity reflects their internal world, not yours. You don't have to absorb it. You don't have to argue with it. You don't have to change it. You just have to guard your own mindset. Epictetus taught us that we cannot control what happens, but we can control how we respond. When you meet pessimism with calm curiosity rather than frustration, you disarm its power. And here's something often overlooked. Pessimists aren't bad people. They're often stuck in a loop of fear or disappointment. But that doesn't mean you have to get stuck with them. Empathy is noble. But there is a line between compassion and contamination. You can listen without internalizing. You can support without absorbing. And sometimes you must walk away, not out of judgment, but out of self-respect. Personally, one of the most powerful shifts I ever made was choosing to spend more time around people who lifted me instead of those who drained me. The moment I started seeking out those who believed in growth, possibility, and accountability, my mindset began to change. I found myself thinking bigger, acting bolder, and recovering faster from setbacks. Because when you're surrounded by light, you stop fearing the dark. Next time you encounter a pessimistic voice, whether in someone else or in your own mind, pause, breathe, ask yourself, what is the opportunity here? What can I learn from this challenge? That question, simple as it is, begins the shift. You stop waiting for the perfect conditions. You start creating them. That is the power of Stoicism. It doesn't ask us to erase hardship. It teaches us to rise in spite of it. And the more you practice that, the more you become immune to the noise around you. You become what the Stoics called an iron mind, not cold, but calm. Not passive, but disciplined. Not reckless, but rational. You have that power already. The only question is whether you'll use it. Don't let the world shape your thoughts. Shape them yourself. And you'll soon find that the obstacles others fear become your stepping stones. The complaints others echo become your call to action. And instead of being dragged down by the Lord of pessimism, you rise as your own quiet force of clarity. Let's continue forward. There's more strength to uncover. 11. The energy drainer. Have you ever spent time with someone who, no matter how good the moment is, always finds a reason to pull it down? Someone who never brings solutions, only complaints. Someone whose words feel heavier the longer you listen, draining your energy and dimming your spirit. These are the energy drainers, the people whose negativity doesn't just affect the atmosphere, but slowly seeps into your mindset if you're not careful. And in a world already filled with uncertainty, surrounding yourself with that kind of energy is a slow, silent descent into pessimism. At first, their outlook might seem like realism. They'll say they're just being cautious, or that they're pointing out what others ignore. But there's a difference between honest concern and habitual gloom. The energy drainer doesn't see challenges as opportunities to grow. They see them as confirmation that nothing is ever going to work out. Their thoughts dwell in what could go wrong. Their language is laced with doubt, with fear, with resignation. And the longer you stay in their orbit, the more you start to adopt the same filters without realizing it. But Stoicism gives us another path. The Stoics understood that perception is powerful, that the way we choose to interpret our circumstances defines the quality of our lives. Marcus Aurelius said it simply and profoundly. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. That's not an abstract idea. It's a daily, disciplined practice of choosing clarity over chaos, choosing reason over emotional contagion. The Stoic doesn't pretend problems don't exist. They simply don't allow problems to take control of their mind. So, what do you do when you're faced with someone who constantly pulls the energy of a conversation downward? First, you recognize that their mindset is not your burden. Their worldview belongs to them, not to you. You're not responsible for fixing their perspective, but you're responsible for guarding your own. This is where the Stoic practice of emotional detachment becomes essential. When you train yourself to listen with compassion but not absorb with emotion, you create a boundary, one that preserves your peace. Ask yourself, how many hours have you spent trying to uplift someone who refuses to see light? How many dreams have you delayed because someone else's fear made you doubt your direction? Sometimes the greatest act of strength is not to confront or correct, but to quietly walk away. To choose environments, people, and conversations that challenge you to grow, not shrink. It's not cold, it's not selfish, it's wise. The energy drainer isn't always malicious. Sometimes they're just stuck in their own cycles of fear and failure, but that doesn't mean you need to be stuck with them. Modern Stoicism reminds us that life will always contain hardship. The real question is how you engage with it. Do you become bitter or better? Do you absorb the darkness or bring your own light? When you begin to distance yourself from those who drain your energy, something powerful happens. You start to notice ideas coming back, hope returning, motivation rising. You stop reacting and start choosing. You start shaping your life from a place of discipline, not despair. Because your mindset, your emotional energy, your sense of purpose, these are sacred. And they must be protected like a fire in the wind. You don't need to argue with pessimists. You don't need to convince energy drainers to think differently. You just need to live differently, to speak differently, to walk forward with a clarity and calm that comes from understanding that your perception is your power. The Stoics knew this. They lived it. And now, so can you. So I'll leave you with this. Will you continue to sit with the voices that tell you what's wrong, or will you rise and become the one who sees what's possible? The choice is always yours, and in that choice, your freedom begins. The people around you shape more than your days. They shape your destiny. Stoicism calls us to choose our company with intention, not judgment. If someone clouds your clarity or drains your strength, it is not cruelty to step back. It is wisdom. Share below with Biggest Drain. And if this message helped you reflect, feel free to subscribe for more insights rooted in clarity and courage. The next lesson may be the one that shifts everything. Have you ever looked in the mirror and quietly wondered, am I truly becoming the person I was meant to be? Not just kind or honest, but resilient, disciplined, deeply good at the core. In a world full of noise and shifting standards, Stoicism offers a compass. An ancient guide not for saints or sages, but for anyone willing to rise through life's storms with clarity and strength. This isn't about chasing perfection. It's about aligning with virtue, one choice at a time. In this journey, we'll explore the timeless insights of Marcus Aurelius and the Stoics to uncover what it really means to grow into a better human being. Stay with me, because the path to true greatness begins quietly, and it begins now. 1. Strive for excellence. When people think of Marcus Aurelius, they often picture the philosopher-emperor with unwavering discipline and unmatched wisdom. But Marcus wasn't born great. He became great by choosing to live with purpose again and again, every single day. His strength wasn't in being superhuman. It was in making a human choice with divine consistency. He woke each morning not searching for ease, but asking, what good shall I do today? Excellence, then, is not some gift bestowed upon the lucky few. It is a decision renewed each dawn. The sun climbs over the horizon and spills light through your window. In that quiet moment, you have a choice. You can roll over, pulled by comfort, or you can rise with intention. Marcus chose the second path, and so must you if greatness is what you seek. But let's be clear, greatness doesn't mean climbing mountains before breakfast or conquering kingdoms by lunch. In the Stoic tradition, true excellence lives in small, repeatable acts. It is shown in the way you hold your tongue instead of lashing out, in the patience you practice while stuck in traffic, in the decision to finish what you start instead of scrolling endlessly for distraction. These small decisions, like stones laid carefully over time, build the foundation of something strong and enduring. This is where many people get it wrong. They think greatness is found in rare, heroic bursts of action. But Marcus Aurelius knew better. He knew that discipline is quieter than people expect. It's less like a war cry and more like a drumbeat, steady, unshakable and constant. He wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." That's not a suggestion, it's a command to act, especially when action feels difficult or unrewarding. Each time you resist what is easy and instead do what is right, you are forging the inner steel of excellence. Still, there's a trap you must avoid, the trap of seeking instant transformation. The Stoics never preached overnight success. They spoke of process, of direction, of the long road. Imagine a sculptor chiseling away each day, not to impress onlookers, but to honor the vision only he sees. You must live the same way, quietly, deliberately, with your focus aimed not on applause, but alignment. That means starting where you are, not when you feel ready, but now. Ask yourself, what does excellence look like for me today? It might mean finishing that project, listening without interrupting, saying no to what distracts, saying yes to what builds. And don't let the simplicity of these acts fool you. They are bricks in your fortress. And while the world may not cheer when you do the right thing, something within you shifts. You begin to trust yourself. And that trust, built layer by layer, is the soil from which greatness grows. Marcus didn't achieve greatness because he was born noble. He achieved it because he chose nobility, through discipline, through clarity, through relentless alignment with what mattered. And so can you. Each morning offers a clean slate, a blank canvas. What you choose to paint on it is entirely in your hands. Let your first act be to rise, your second to choose, and your third to move, not with noise, but with resolve. And when it feels like no one is watching, when the applause is absent and the results still distant, remember this: excellence is never wasted. It shapes you, even in silence, especially in silence. That's where we begin. And in the next principle, we'll dive deeper into the role of attention, what you give it to, and what it steals from you when misused. Because striving for excellence is only possible when you learn to guard your focus like a sacred flame. I spend every day thinking. In the noise of modern life, with its constant rush and flashing distractions, the mind rarely gets a moment to breathe. But if there is one practice that the Stoics held sacred, it was this: daily reflection. Not just recounting what happened, but looking into the soul and asking, why did I feel that way? Why did I act like that? And what does this say about the person I am becoming? To think clearly, to live wisely, you must first learn to look inward. This is not about journaling for show or writing a memoir for the world to read. It is about having an honest, quiet conversation with yourself, one that requires no audience, no polish, and no performance. You don't need the perfect notebook or some poetic vocabulary. You just need to be present, be real, be willing to see what you've been avoiding. Imagine ending each day not by numbing yourself with screens or noise, but by pausing, taking a breath, and asking what truly mattered today. What stirred your emotions? Did you respond to stress with clarity or impulse? Did you live today in alignment with your principles, or did you betray them in subtle ways? This daily check-in is your moral compass. and over time it becomes sharper. The Stoics believed that without self-examination we drift. Seneca, not Marcus or Epictetus, was the one who made this habit his sacred ritual. Each night he would ask himself what he did, what he should have done, and what he failed to do. Not with self-hatred, but with self-respect, as if tending to the mind the way a gardener tends to a tree, trimming what is overgrown, strengthening what is healthy. This kind of reflection doesn't need to be long. 5 minutes of sincere thought is worth more than 5 hours of mental wandering. Choose a time that fits your rhythm. For some, it's the silence before bed. For others, it's those early moments before the world starts spinning. The timing is not as important as the consistency. What matters is that you show up with honesty, with humility, with the courage to see yourself clearly. And when you do, patterns begin to emerge. You start noticing the thoughts that sabotage your peace. You recognize which situations pull you into anger, which people awaken your envy, which habits drain your energy. You no longer live unconsciously. You live deliberately. And with that awareness comes power. Power to pause before reacting. Power to choose patience over pride. Power to say no to what doesn't serve your higher self. This is the quiet strength of the philosopher, not a man who knows all the answers, but a man who has trained himself to ask better questions, who understands that to master the world, one must first master the self. And the only way to do that is to observe the self each day, not as a critic, but as a craftsman, steadily shaping character like a sculptor shaping stone. Do this long enough, and something begins to shift. You stop living reactively. You start to feel aligned. You don't just move through life, you engage with it. Fully, intentionally. You'll notice your thoughts becoming clearer, your actions more aligned, and your vision of who you want to become sharpening with every passing day. You don't need to publish these reflections. You don't need to share them. They are for you. And yet, paradoxically, this private habit might be the most public transformation of all, because people will notice the change in you. The stillness in your gaze, the steadiness in your speech, the grace with which you carry yourself. That's what daily reflection gives you. Not perfection, but clarity. Not ease, but direction. A man who reflects each night is not haunted by his day. He is instructed by it. So before you sleep tonight, pause. Sit with your thoughts. Ask yourself what went well, what could have gone better, and what your soul still longs to become. Write it down or whisper it into the dark. Just be sincere. And tomorrow, begin again with a mind sharpened not by chance, but by reflection. Because to think every day is to live awake. And to live awake is to live free. Now, let's continue. In the next principle, we'll explore what it means to master your impulses, because clear thinking means nothing if we cannot control the actions that follow. 3. Let people be who they are. Life is not a stage with one script. It is a vast, unpredictable theater, filled with countless characters, each shaped by their own struggles, stories, and inner battles. And while you may not like every character, Stoic wisdom reminds us, you do not have to. What you must learn instead is how to let people be. Marcus Aurelius, a man who bore the weight of an empire and the chaos of human imperfection, didn't waste his strength trying to fix every soul he encountered. He wrote, "You will meet people who are meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. It is inevitable." But he didn't stop there. He added, "Keep in mind, they are like this because they don't know good from evil." It wasn't bitterness, it was clarity. When someone behaves in a way that offends, irritates, or shocks you, you are being offered a test, not of them, but of you. Your patience, your discernment, your ability to stay grounded. It is easy to flare up, to snap back, to carry someone else's flaws on your back like a burden that was never yours to begin with. But what does that truly achieve? What peace has ever come from trying to change the unchangeable? You see, the Stoics never taught us to ignore injustice or tolerate cruelty. They taught us to discern what we control. And the behavior of others? That's not your domain. You control your judgments, your responses, your internal state. That is where your power begins and ends. Imagine for a moment walking through a crowded city. Every person you pass is moving on their own timeline, reacting to their own wounds, driven by hopes or fears you'll never fully see. One man speaks rudely to you at the store, another cuts you off in traffic, someone at work spreads gossip behind your back. These are pieces in the puzzle of human behavior, imperfect, jagged, sometimes infuriating, but the puzzle still holds. When you stop demanding others to match your expectations, you reclaim your energy. You break free from the exhausting need to judge, to correct, to defend your peace against every offense. You stop being a prisoner to other people's flaws. This is not weakness. It is strength. A quiet, disciplined strength. It is not resignation. It is wisdom. Acceptance is not approval. Let that be clear. Accepting someone's nature does not mean you endorse their choices or excuse their harm. It means you recognize their position in the larger scheme of life and refuse to let their behavior dictate your emotions. Think of it like walking through the rain. You can curse the clouds, shout at the sky, or you can raise your hood, adjust your steps, and keep moving. The Stoics would have you choose the second path, calm, measured, and focused on the only thing that's truly yours, your own conduct. Now, turn inward. Think about the moments where you've been difficult. Have you ever snapped when overwhelmed, lied out of fear, or acted selfishly without meaning harm? Of course you have. We all have. That is the shared thread of being human. And if you expect others to grant you grace for your imperfection, then you must learn to offer the same. When you accept people for who they are, you invite a deeper kind of peace into your life. You waste less time in conflict. You reclaim the mental space that would have been burned by resentment. And slowly, you begin to see others not as obstacles, but as teachers. That co-worker who interrupts you may be showing you where your patience is weakest. That friend who always complains may be reminding you of the importance of boundaries. That stranger who insults you for no reason may be offering you the rare opportunity to respond with dignity. In this way, the world becomes your training ground. Each encounter a lesson, each irritation a test of virtue. And you become less shaken, less reactive, more centered. You begin to respond with intention instead of emotion, with clarity instead of pride. And when you do, you begin to taste real freedom, not the kind that comes from changing others, but from no longer needing to. We're all just travelers walking through this complicated landscape, carrying our own invisible burdens. Some will stumble into your path. Some will challenge you. Some will teach you without even realizing it. But none of them can derail your peace unless you give them that power. So let them be. Let them walk their path, and you walk yours with strength, with clarity, and above all, with grace. As we continue, we'll explore how this mindset prepares you for something deeper still, the discipline of turning that clarity inward and mastering your own habits, the small daily choices that build or break your character. Because letting people be who they are means nothing unless you become who you are meant to be. 4. Don't make complaints. Imagine this. You're stuck in traffic, already late for an important meeting. Your phone is buzzing, the minutes are ticking by, and there's nothing you can do to move faster. What's your first instinct? For most people, it's to complain, out loud, under their breath, or just in their mind. But let me ask you, has that ever changed the situation? Has any complaint ever parted the cars ahead, or stopped the rain from falling? Cleanthes, one of the early Stoics, once said that nature does not listen to complaints, it simply continues, and so should you. Complaining, even when done in private, is like shouting at the sky during a storm. It might release tension for a moment, but it changes nothing. Worse, it amplifies your frustration and traps you in a cycle of helplessness. Stoicism teaches us that whining is a misuse of our energy. It drains you of strength and clouds your judgment. And Marcus Aurelius, who governed an empire through war, plague, and betrayal, understood this better than anyone. He reminded himself daily, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. That strength begins with mastering your reaction to discomfort. When things go wrong, you have two options. You can curse the situation and sink deeper into frustration. Or you can pause, take a breath, and ask yourself, what can I do with this moment? The Stoics weren't cold or emotionless. They felt irritation, just like you do. But instead of getting lost in it, they redirected that energy. If you're stuck in traffic, listen to a meaningful podcast. Plan tomorrow's priorities. Reflect on what kind of leader, partner, or person you want to be. Use that moment as a forge for the mind. This isn't about suppressing your thoughts. It's about elevating them. When you train yourself to catch the impulse to complain before it turns into words, you gain an edge. You become the observer of your emotion, not the servant of it. And that shift, small though it may seem, is profound. Now, let's be clear. Stoicism does not mean silence in the face of injustice. There is a difference between complaining and taking action. If something in your life needs to change, then change it. If someone has crossed a boundary, then address it. Speaking up with intention is not a complaint, it's responsibility. But rehashing the same frustrations without a plan, that's the definition of powerlessness. So how do you start breaking this habit? You begin by noticing. Every time you feel the urge to vent, pause. Take 3 slow breaths. Ask yourself, is this in my control? If it is, then act. If it isn't, then let it go. Replace the complaint with a constructive question. What can I learn from this? How can I respond better next time? This is how you move from passive frustration to active resilience. Try this for one day. Commit to not complaining, not about the weather, not about the people around you, not even about yourself. When you catch the habit trying to slip in, redirect. Pour that energy into solving, creating, or simply breathing through the moment. You'll be surprised at how often you reach for complaints without realizing it, and how much clearer your mind becomes when you stop. And over time, something shifts. Your days feel lighter. You no longer carry the invisible weight of constant dissatisfaction. Your inner voice grows calmer, more focused, and more strategic. You stop playing the victim in your own life and start becoming its architect. Remember, every complaint is a fork in the road. One path leads to more noise, more bitterness, more stress. The other leads to clarity, strength, and ownership. You get to choose which path you walk. So the next time something frustrates you, don't reach for your usual reaction. Pause, observe, respond with purpose, or not at all. This is what it means to live with discipline, not just in action, but in thought. Because the person who complains the least is not the one with the easiest life. It's the one who has learned to master their inner world, regardless of what chaos swirls outside. And that mastery, it starts with a choice, a small, quiet choice to rise above what doesn't serve you, to protect your energy, to lead your own mind. Let that be your goal today. And as we move forward, we'll explore how this mindset of strength deepens when we apply it to our daily habits. Because once you stop wasting your voice on complaints, you'll find yourself ready to speak with conviction where it truly matters. 5. Pay attention to what really matters. Picture your life like a cluttered room, not just any room, but one so packed with scattered tasks, unchecked desires, and endless distractions that you can barely find the floor. Now imagine standing in the middle of it, overwhelmed but still trying to move forward. That, for many of us, is how life feels, noisy, crowded, and unfocused. But Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor who ruled not just an empire but also his own impulses, left us a blueprint to clear the mess. He urged us to ask one question again and again. Is this essential? This one question has the power to change the course of your life. In a world addicted to more productivity, more notifications, more goals, we forget that the key to doing well is not doing everything. It's doing what matters. The Stoics didn't preach endless hustle. They preached purposeful action. They believed that if you want to live with peace and clarity, you must learn the art of subtraction. You must choose deliberately, and that starts with ruthless honesty about what deserves your time. Take a look at a typical day in your life. How much of what you do actually moves you forward? How many of your commitments are aligned with who you want to become? How many of your tasks feel urgent but not important? These are the crumbs that fall behind the shelf. They gather dust, and they distract you from what's truly meaningful. So what do? We begin cleaning. Slowly, intentionally, we begin stripping away the unnecessary, not out of cruelty, but out of care. Because your time, your attention, your energy, these are sacred resources. To give them away blindly is to dishonor your potential. This is not about becoming cold or detached. It's about becoming precise. If you don't decide what matters, the world will decide for you, and its priorities are rarely in your best interest. Here's an example. Let's say you're juggling 5 different responsibilities. Work projects, social obligations, a half-hearted gym routine, online distractions, and a side hustle you're no longer passionate about. You're constantly busy, always drained, and rarely fulfilled. That's not discipline, that's diffusion. Now imagine narrowing your focus to the 2 that actually matter, say your core career goal and your health. You start showing up fully, you go deeper, you begin to excel, not just survive. You move from scattered to sharp, and the impact multiplies. When you cut the noise, you amplify your signal, your mind becomes clearer, your results become stronger. You stop being a generalist in chaos and become a master of what counts. And in that mastery, peace arrives. Not because life got easier, but because you stopped trying to do what was never necessary. Let's also debunk a myth. Saying no doesn't mean you're lazy. It means you're wise. It means you understand that doing fewer things well beats doing many things poorly. It means you understand that more is often the enemy of meaningful. Every yes comes with a cost. Time you'll never get back. Focus you won't fully reclaim. So every time you say yes to something trivial, you say no to something essential. And that's a trade the Stoics would never make. Seneca once warned us, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." He wasn't condemning the external world. He was calling us inward, reminding us that time is lost, not in years, but in moments of misused attention. So how do we fix this? Start simple. Before beginning any task, ask yourself, does this move me closer to who I want to be? Is this aligned with my values, my purpose, my growth? If the answer is no, or even maybe, step back. Rethink. Realign. Replace shallow effort with deliberate intention. And here's something else. Once you start filtering your life through this lens, something beautiful happens. Focus becomes your default. Peace becomes more accessible. You no longer feel pulled in every direction because you've chosen one. And that kind of clarity is rare and powerful. You become the kind of person who doesn't chase everything, but who pursues the right things with fire. So today, take a hard look at your schedule, your to-do list, your thoughts. Where are you wasting your time? What are you holding on to that no longer serves you? What are you delaying that truly matters? It's not about doing more. It's about doing what matters most. Clean the room, clear the clutter, choose your focus with courage. Because in a life filled with noise, the one who knows what matters and acts only on that holds an unshakable kind of power. Next, we'll explore how this clarity deepens when you learn to act without needing attention, praise, or validation. Because when you know what matters, you no longer need the world's permission to pursue it. 6. Show kindness and gratitude, gratitude and character. 2 simple words, but together they hold the quiet strength of the Stoic life. They are not loud, they don't demand attention, but they transform the way you walk through the world, especially when the world isn't being kind to you. Think of your life like a canvas filled with shadows. Some days are dark, unforgiving, heavy with setbacks, disappointment or pain. But it's in those moments that gratitude becomes your brush and character your color. Even the smallest stroke of light changes the entire painting. The Stoics never promised ease. They promised clarity. They never said the world would be fair, but they believed you could always choose to be just. Epictetus, born into slavery and later freed, once said, "He is a wise man who does not grieve for the things which he has not, but rejoices for those which he has." That is not delusion. That is strength. That is perspective sharpened by reality. Start with gratitude. Not when life is smooth, but when it isn't. When the rain won't stop. When the news is bad. When your plans fall apart. That's when it matters most. Not as denial, but as resistance to despair. You don't need to be thankful for the storm itself, but find something within it. The warmth of your coat, the stillness of morning silence, the hand that reached out when you thought no one noticed. Even the smallest comfort becomes an anchor in turbulent seas. This is not about putting on a fake smile. It's about training your mind to see clearly. When you practice gratitude, you're not ignoring your problems. You're choosing not to drown in them. You're telling life, you may throw chaos at me, but I will not lose sight of what still remains. And there is always something, a breath, a moment, a lesson. You can begin this today. Find one thing, just one. At the end of the day, ask yourself, what quietly went right? What did I overlook in my rush to fix everything else? That question alone shifts your focus from what's missing to what's meaningful. Now, let's talk about character. In a world that constantly pushes you to be someone else, to compromise your values, to bend for approval or convenience, being true to yourself is a revolutionary act. The Stoics didn't believe virtue was something abstract. To them, it was practice. It was courage in action, integrity in silence, compassion without performance. Every situation, no matter how routine or frustrating, is a chance to show who you really are. Holding the door for someone in a rush, staying calm when someone lashes out, admitting fault when it's easier to deflect. These are not small things. These are the moments that shape your identity. Character isn't built during grand achievements. It's built in quiet choices. In how you speak when no one's listening. In how you act when you're tired, stressed, or unseen. Being kind in a kind world is easy. Being kind in a cruel one, that's the challenge. And that's where Stoic strength shines. You don't need to quote Marcus Aurelius to live like him. You don't need to wear a robe or retreat to the mountains. You just need to bring presence, honesty, and kindness into your day. Not because others expect it, but because you've chosen to be that kind of person, regardless of the environment. Let's be honest, there will be days when it feels like no one sees your effort. When you're kind and it's met with coldness. When you do the right thing and no one claps. But that's the test. That's when it counts. As Seneca wrote, virtue is nothing else than right reason. You're not acting to be noticed. You're acting because it aligns with who you are. And over time, you begin to notice something. You stop being reactive. You stop depending on the world to validate your goodness. You start carrying peace inside you because your life is in harmony with your values. Kindness becomes your discipline. Gratitude becomes your shield. And together, they make you resilient, not soft, but unbreakable. So how do we apply this? Start by observing the next difficult moment. Maybe someone interrupts you. Maybe something breaks. Maybe someone disappoints you. In that moment, breathe. Choose kindness, not for them, but for you, because you refuse to be pulled into bitterness. And when things go right, pause. Say thank you. Not out loud necessarily, but internally. Let gratitude deepen your awareness. The more you practice it, the more it sharpens your vision. You begin to see life not as a burden, but as a privilege, even with its mess. Paint your days with these two colors, gratitude and character. It might not always be easy. In fact, it rarely is, but it is always worth it. Because a man who masters these two habits becomes a man who cannot be moved, not by praise, not by insult, not by the chaos of the world. And no, you don't need to be great to begin. You just need to begin. You don't need a throne or a philosophy degree. You just need a quiet decision, one you repeat each day, to be a little more grounded, a little more grateful, and a little more true. Let others chase noise. Let them crave recognition. You will build something deeper, and as we move forward, we'll see how this foundation of character and gratitude becomes the root for something even stronger, an unshakable mind. A mind that no insult, no misfortune, no failure can bend. Because once you anchor yourself in virtue, everything else begins to fall into place. 7. Learn new things all the time. There's a powerful image from ancient history that still speaks volumes today. An aging emperor, clothed in the robes of authority, setting aside pride and walking with quiet reverence to meet his teacher. Marcus Aurelius, ruler of the Roman Empire, commander of legions, voice of one of the most enduring Stoic texts, still chose to carry his tablets and sit at the feet of Sextus the philosopher as a student, not a ruler, a learner. That scene, simple yet profound, holds a timeless truth. To grow strong in mind and spirit, one must never stop learning. In a world obsessed with status, titles, and appearing like you already know everything, the Stoic path offers a different kind of wisdom. It tells you that the moment you stop being a student, you stop evolving. And if you're not evolving, you're decaying. Marcus knew this. And if the most powerful man in the world could humble himself to keep learning, what excuse do we have? Let's break this down. Learning is not about collecting degrees. It's not about chasing certifications or intellectual trophies to hang on your wall. It's about cultivating an open, flexible, and disciplined mind. A mind that seeks truth instead of comfort. A mind that asks questions instead of pretending to have all the answers. A mind that doesn't just absorb information, but transforms it into insight. Every single day, life offers you a blank page, a new opportunity to write something meaningful into your personal book of knowledge. It might be something you read that challenges your assumptions. It might be a conversation with someone who sees the world differently. It might even be the humility to admit that you were wrong, and the courage to update your beliefs. But to seize these lessons, you must first silence the ego. The ego says, "I already know that." The Stoic says, "Let me see what I've missed." The ego says, "I've succeeded. I don't need to learn more." The Stoic says, "Success means I must stay vigilant, especially now, because knowledge without humility becomes arrogance, but humility with hunger becomes wisdom. And wisdom is the North Star of the Stoic path. So how do we live this out? How do we become students of life? You start by making curiosity a daily habit. Instead of reaching for your phone in the morning to scroll, open a book. Not just the ones you already agree with, but the ones that stretch your thinking. Listen to lectures that challenge your views. Watch content that deepens your understanding. Have conversations that are uncomfortable, not because they're hostile, but because they make you think in new ways. And don't overlook the everyday teachers, the people around you. Everyone you meet knows something you don't. The shopkeeper, the janitor, the teenager, the elder. Ask better questions. Listen not to reply, but to understand. A man I once knew, a quiet craftsman who worked with wood, told me this: "Every board has a grain, and every person has a lesson. You just have to slow down long enough to see it." That man didn't speak like a philosopher, but he lived like one, and the wisdom he carried was deeper than most. That's the kind of learning we need. Not just academic, not just intellectual, but practical, philosophical, rooted in how we live and what kind of people we become because of what we've learned. Learning also teaches respect. Respect for complexity, for mystery, and for others. It reminds us that the world is vast and we are small, that every time we learn something new, we don't become superior, we become a little more complete. And here's a powerful truth: the more you learn, the less you need to prove, because knowledge, when grounded in humility, creates quiet confidence, not the kind that boasts, but the kind that listens, that observes, that leads through action, not noise. Even when you reach success, especially then, you must keep learning, because success is seductive. It tempts you to think you've arrived, but the Stoic knows there is no final arrival. There is only the next question, the next lesson, the next step. So, what does this look like in real life? It looks like choosing reading over mindless scrolling. It looks like asking someone, "What do you think about this?" and truly wanting to hear the answer. It looks like watching the same sunrise you've seen 100 times and still finding something new in it. It's not about being academic, it's about being awake. And remember, this mindset of lifelong learning protects you against stagnation. It builds your adaptability. It helps you navigate change with clarity instead of fear. Because you're not clinging to what you knew yesterday, you're ready to meet today with a mind sharpened by reflection. Let's end with this. The Stoic life is not a static life. It is a dynamic one. A disciplined one. A life where you are never too old, too proud, or too accomplished to ask, "What can I learn from this?" So be like Marcus, not the emperor, but the student. Pick up your tablet, Walk toward the unknown. Be eager, not for approval, but for growth. And as we continue, we'll explore what happens when this hunger to learn begins shaping how you see failure, how you handle setbacks, and how you become unshakable in a world that constantly changes. Because once you see every moment as a lesson, you never lose. You either grow or you grow stronger. 8. Forgive yourself and other people. Forgiveness. A word often mistaken for weakness, for letting someone off the hook, for pretending nothing happened. But in the eyes of the Stoics, forgiveness is something much more powerful. It is not about excusing wrongs or pretending pain doesn't exist. It is about reclaiming your inner peace, about putting down the emotional weight that keeps you from walking freely through life. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor, knew this better than most. He ruled during one of Rome's most challenging times, battling wars, plagues, betrayals. And yet in his private journal, now known as Meditations, we don't find a man filled with bitterness. We find a man who constantly reminded himself to forgive, to understand, to move forward rather than be trapped in anger over what he could not change. Forgiveness is not just for saints or philosophers. It is for anyone who wants to live well. It is a discipline, a mindset, a way of releasing yourself from the invisible chains of guilt and resentment. Start with yourself. Imagine this. You wake up late, you miss a critical meeting. The old you spends the rest of the day drowning in self-blame. You replay the mistake, beat yourself up, and call yourself names you would never say to a friend. But the Stoic, you pauses, you recognize what happened, you acknowledge the error, and instead of spiraling, you ask, what can I learn? You set 2 alarms next time. You move on. That's not weakness, that's strength. Because real strength is not about never failing. It's about refusing to let failure define you. Forgiving yourself is not about lowering your standards. It's about elevating your response. You treat yourself with clarity and discipline, but also with the same kindness you would offer someone you love. You wouldn't tell a friend they're worthless for slipping up. So why do it to yourself? Every time you choose self-forgiveness, you become more resilient, more ready for the next test, more aligned with your true purpose. You carry less emotional baggage, and that frees up your mental energy to focus on what actually matters. Now shift your attention to others. People will wrong you. They'll disappoint you. They'll say one thing and do another. Sometimes they'll hurt you intentionally. Other times they'll fail you without even realizing it. That is part of the human experience, flawed, messy, unpredictable. The Stoic does not pretend this isn't true, but the Stoic also refuses to be poisoned by the bitterness it can leave behind. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "When someone does you wrong, consider what error in judgment led them to it. Once you understand that, you will be more forgiving." That wasn't naive. That was wise. He understood that anger rarely fixes anything, but understanding, that builds strength, that builds freedom. Let's be honest, holding on to resentment can feel like control. You might think, if I stay angry, I won't be hurt again. But what actually happens is that your peace becomes tied to someone else's mistake. You give them continued power over you, not through their actions, but through your reaction. Forgiveness breaks that cycle. It's not a denial of justice, it's a declaration of independence. You stop waiting for someone to apologize. You stop needing the past to be rewritten. You decide that your peace matters more than your pain. That doesn't mean you forget. That doesn't mean you invite harm again. It simply means you lay the weight down. Because carrying resentment is like walking with a heavy bag slung across your shoulders. You get used to the weight, but the moment you let it go, you realize how much it was slowing you down. You don't forgive because someone deserves it. You forgive because you deserve to be free. There's a deeper reason, too. When you let go of bitterness, you make room for growth. You open the door to becoming the person you're meant to be, not someone defined by wounds, but someone shaped by wisdom. And that transformation doesn't just affect you, it affects everyone around you. You become calmer, more understanding, more capable of acting from virtue instead of reaction. Let me give you an example. I once met a man who had been betrayed in business by someone he trusted deeply. For years he told anyone who would listen about the betrayal. He let it become his identity. Every conversation circled back to that one moment. Eventually, he realized something. The man who betrayed him had moved on. He had built a new life, but he was still stuck in that story. That realization shook him. So he sat down, wrote out everything he wanted to say, and then burned the paper. Not as a dramatic gesture, but as a private decision. I will no longer carry this. From that day on, he was different, lighter. Not because the past changed, but because he did. That's what forgiveness gives you. Not a perfect past, but a better present. And that brings us to something crucial. Forgiveness is not a one-time act. It is a practice. Just like physical exercise, you won't always feel ready. Sometimes the anger will flare back up. The guilt will return. But that's okay. You don't fight it by suppressing it. You face it. You breathe through it. And you let go again and again until one day it no longer controls you. The Stoics weren't cold. They were clear. They understood the cost of emotional baggage. They understood that if you don't forgive yourself, you carry shame. And if you don't forgive others, you carry hate. Both become burdens. And both keep you from becoming the person you are capable of being. So today, make the decision. Forgive the version of you who didn't know better. Forgive the friend who failed you, the stranger who wronged you, the mistake that cost you. Not because it was okay, but because you want to be free. Forgiveness is not about being good, it's about living well. It's about choosing to rise again and again, no matter how many times you fall or are pushed. And as we move forward, we'll explore how this strength of spirit, once forged through forgiveness, becomes the foundation for another Stoic truth: to lead yourself with discipline, not emotion. Because once your heart is unburdened, your mind becomes unstoppable. 9. Do something about your ideals. There's a certain comfort in philosophy, in reading about virtue, thinking deeply about purpose, entertaining noble ideas about how life should be lived. But the Stoics were never content to leave philosophy on the page. They believed that if your ideas don't show up in your actions, they're just decoration for the ego. No matter how profound your thoughts are, they mean nothing if you don't live them. Marcus Aurelius understood this better than anyone. He wasn't a man locked away in a study, isolated from the noise of the world. He was a general, an emperor, a father, and a student of philosophy. He led armies, made life and death decisions, and still carved out space in his day to reflect on virtue. But more importantly, he didn't just write about courage, temperance, justice, and wisdom. He acted on them. He reminded himself daily, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. So what does this mean for you and me? In today's world, filled with deadlines, distractions, and the constant pressure to appear a certain way, it's easy to confuse talking about ideals with actually living them. We say we value kindness, but are we kind to the people who can't do anything for us? We say we want to be disciplined, but are we consistent when no one's watching? We admire integrity, but do we still act with honesty when a lie might save face? Living by your values, truly living by them, is one of the hardest things you can do. Because it's not about moments of applause, it's about quiet decisions made when no one is watching. It's about choosing the harder path because it aligns with who you've committed to becoming. Take kindness, for example. It's easy to post quotes about compassion, but real kindness is shown when you're tired, under pressure, or being treated unfairly. That's when your philosophy is tested, and that's where your character is built. Or consider integrity. It's not about looking virtuous, it's about being virtuous when it costs you something, when you could bend the truth just slightly to gain an edge, but you don't. When you take responsibility for a mistake, even if no one would have known. That's Stoicism in motion. And what about discipline? It doesn't flourish in comfort. It grows in the cold, early mornings when you rise before you're ready. In the moments when you delay gratification because you know the future version of you deserves better than your present laziness. You don't need to be perfect, but you need to be in motion, aligning your behavior with your beliefs, one decision at a time. The Stoics were clear. Philosophy is a tool for action, not a shelter from life. You don't study courage to admire it. You study it to embody it when fear knocks. You don't reflect on justice to sound enlightened. You reflect so that when the moment comes to speak truth or protect someone weaker, you rise, not with noise, but with resolve. And here's the deeper truth. You don't need to be a ruler to make an impact. You don't need to be known. Your actions, however small, ripple outward. Every time you choose honesty in a dishonest room, you create space for others to do the same. Every time you remain calm in chaos, you become a stabilizing force for those around you. You may never see the full effect, but the impact is real. So don't wait for the perfect moment to start living your ideals. Don't wait until you have more time, more energy, more clarity. Start now, with what you have, where you are. That's the Stoic path. You'll stumble, you'll fall short, you'll fail to live up to your highest standards some days. That's part of it. The point is not to be flawless. The point is to take responsibility, to learn from it, and to get back on track, again and again. Improvement is not a destination, it's a practice. Every day is a fresh opportunity to align your actions with your principles, to close the gap between the person you are and the person you want to become. And when you do that, when you start living your values, not just talking about them, your life begins to shift. Your self-respect grows. Your clarity sharpens. You start moving through the world with quiet conviction, no longer needing to prove yourself because your actions speak loud enough. So here's the challenge. Pick one value that matters to you: honesty, courage, patience, responsibility, and ask yourself, how can I live this today? Not tomorrow, not next week. Today. Make it real. And remember, the Stoic doesn't chase recognition. He chases alignment between thought and deed, between word and action, between principle and practice. Let the world see your philosophy, not in what you say, but in how you live. Because in the end, it's not the ideas you admire that shape your life. It's the ones you act on. And as we move forward, we'll explore how this active pursuit of virtue doesn't just build character, it builds legacy. A legacy not of status, but of substance. Not of praise, but of presence. The kind of life that, like Marcus's, whispers to those who come after. He didn't just think deeply. He lived wisely. 10. Get your balance back. Life doesn't unfold in straight lines. It weaves, it stumbles, it dances between clarity and confusion, between momentum and stillness. Some days we move in rhythm, other days we miss the beat entirely. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor who guided Rome through war, disease, and betrayal, knew this truth deeply. He didn't seek perfection, he sought resilience. He understood that a good life isn't one without mistakes, it's one where we know how to return to center. to get our balance back again and again without shame. Think of life like a song. Some parts soar, others fall flat. But the music doesn't stop because of one wrong note. Neither should you. If you miss a workout, if you speak with frustration, if you stray from your values, the solution isn't guilt, it's return. Tune your instrument, adjust the rhythm, and step back into the flow. Self-discipline in Stoicism isn't punishment, it's practice. It's not the harsh voice that says, "You failed." It's the quiet strength that whispers, "Begin again." Just like a sculptor smooths a rough edge, or a musician retunes a string, you don't throw away the whole piece because of one imperfection. You keep refining. Let's say you lashed out at someone you care about. The old habit might be to justify, to ignore, or to spiral into regret. But the Stoic habit is to reflect, apologize with humility, and reset your compass. Because what defines you is not the misstep, it's your return. This is the essence of being human, not robotic discipline, but deliberate recovery. Marcus once wrote, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." That's not just poetic. That's a practical call to reset. Each morning is a chance to step back into the rhythm of your best self, regardless of who you were the day before. So often we chase perfection, believing that if we just try hard enough, we'll stop making mistakes. But the Stoic doesn't aim to be flawless. The Stoic aims to be whole, to fall, to rise, to adjust, and to keep moving forward, not because it's easy, but because it's worthy. Getting your balance back is not a one-time act, it's a habit. The more often you practice it, the faster your recovery becomes. The guilt shortens, the bounce back sharpens, and eventually you begin to trust yourself, not to never fall, but to never stay down for long. And in this rhythm, there's a quiet joy. A kind of peace that doesn't come from having everything figured out, but from knowing that no matter what happens, you can always return. You can always begin again. That is resilience. That is Stoicism in motion. Not in grand gestures, but in the humble, courageous act of recalibration. So the next time you feel off track, don't panic, don't punish yourself. Pause, breathe, and remember, the beat is still playing. Your life isn't waiting for you to be perfect. It's waiting for you to rejoin it. Because in the end, it's not about how many times you fall out of step. It's about how many times you choose to step back in with grace, with clarity, and with quiet determination. And now that we've found our footing again, let's turn our attention to something deeper still. How to stand firm even when the world tries to shake you. Because a resilient rhythm leads naturally to unshakable stillness, and that's where true power begins. Subscribe now to grow stronger, wiser, and more grounded daily. Have you ever noticed how the voice inside your head shapes the way you walk through the world? For the next 3 days, what if every word you spoke to yourself was rooted in strength, clarity, and quiet encouragement? No self-doubt, no harshness, just the kind of steady inner dialogue that lifts you instead of limits you. The Stoics believed that the quality of your thoughts defines the quality of your life, and science agrees. This video offers a simple but powerful experiment that could shift not only how you think, but how you live. If you're ready to challenge the patterns holding you back and speak to yourself like someone worth believing in, stay with me. This might be the beginning of something rare, something stronger than motivation, something that lasts. Number 1, speak with purpose, even to yourself. If you truly want to change your life, don't scatter your energy. For just 3 days, choose one thing, one mindset, one goal, one identity, and give it your full attention. That's all it takes to begin. It sounds simple, almost too simple, but simplicity is often where truth hides. The Stoics understood this well. Epictetus once said that growth doesn't come from luck, but from effort and discipline. If you want to rewire your thinking, if you want to build something lasting within yourself, you must train your mind with deliberate repetition. Think of your day in 3 windows: morning, afternoon, and night. These aren't random. They're powerful openings when your brain is most open to new programming. In the morning, your mind is fresh, less distracted, and more receptive. That's when you plant the seed. In the afternoon, when your body is active, that seed takes root. Movement anchors thought. And at night, when the world quiets down, your mind processes and stores what you've repeated all day. Marcus Aurelius used this rhythm. He reflected each evening, reviewing his thoughts, preparing for the next sunrise with wisdom instead of worry. This is where affirmations become more than words. They become tools, but only if you speak them with feeling. "I am disciplined" is meaningless if it's just noise. You have to feel it, believe it, and align your behavior with it. The Stoics didn't speak of virtue, they lived it. When you say, "I fully trust myself," it's not about pretending. It's about calling yourself into alignment again and again. Your brain doesn't distinguish between truth and belief. It's sempre follows what's repeated with conviction. That's why you replace "I want to be confident" with "I am confident." You're training identity, not chasing wishes. Seneca said that luck is simply what happens when preparation meets opportunity. So prepare. Not someday. Not next week. Now. Take walks with purpose. Breathe deeply. Repeat your mantras out loud while your body is in motion. Connect thought to action. This is how the Stoics practiced. Not with performance, but with presence. You don't become who you wish to be. You become who you repeatedly choose to be. And when the day ends, don't fall asleep to chaos. Review what you did well. Set your intention for the next day. Let that be the last message your brain absorbs before sleep. Marcus did this each night. Not to punish himself, but to sharpen his edge. 3 days. That's the beginning. Not magic, discipline, not fantasy, practice. Do it with intention and you'll feel the shift. Because once a habit begins to form, it becomes harder to break than it was to build. Don't underestimate this. You're not waiting for motivation, you're building momentum. And if you truly focus just for 3 days, everything begins to change. Let's go deeper. Number 2. Your inner voice builds your reality. The voice in your head isn't just background noise, it's the architect of your entire experience. Every time you repeat a thought to yourself, whether it's a complaint, a judgment, or a quiet encouragement, that thought lays another brick in the structure of your life. Over time, those bricks become your worldview, and that world can either build you or bury you. Marcus Aurelius said it plainly, the quality of your thoughts determines the quality of your life. Yet how often do we walk through the day saying things to ourselves we'd never say to someone we love? I'm not good enough. I always mess this up. Nothing ever works for me. The body hears this, and it believes it. Your biology reacts. Your emotions follow. You tense up. You shrink. You doubt. And none of it is because of what's happening around you. It's because of what you're telling yourself inside. Epictetus reminded us that it's not the events themselves that disturb us, but how we think about them. If you look at every challenge and whisper, "I can't," you'll retreat before the real test ever begins. And the tragedy is, your life doesn't fall apart because of what happened. It shrinks because of what you told yourself about it. This plays out in the smallest moments. You wake up, and the first thing you think is, today's going to be tough. And without knowing it, your mind begins preparing for a hard day. You get stressed before anything stressful even happens, but imagine starting with, today is full of opportunity. That one shift opens a new path. Not magic, just biology, just philosophy. The Stoics knew this. Marcus wrote daily, not because he enjoyed writing, but to shape his mind, to remind himself who he wanted to be and how he wanted to see the world. You have to do the same. Don't let negative thoughts run the show. Question them. Is this true or just a habit? Most of the time you'll realize it's just noise, and you don't have to obey it. Mantras help, but only when they're felt deeply. Say it and mean it. I am ready for success. I face challenges with calm and courage. My mind is strong. Speak to yourself as you would to a friend who's trying to grow. Your inner dialogue is not harmless. It's a weapon or a lifeline. It can hold you back or carry you forward. Seneca once wrote that a mind which torments itself is its own worst enemy. Don't be that mind. You can fail and still grow. You can stumble and still rise. Just shift the way you speak. This is not the end. This is how I get better. Each thought is a decision, and those decisions become your future. So from now on, talk to yourself like someone who is going somewhere, because you are. Now, let's take it even deeper. Number 3, train the mind like it's already living the life. Here is something most people never realize. Your brain doesn't know the difference between what you imagine and what actually happens. It responds to thoughts as if they were real events. That means every time you imagine failure, every time you picture yourself afraid or not good enough, your brain and body respond in kind. Muscles tighten, stress rises, confidence fades. You begin to feel like you're already defeated, even though nothing has actually happened yet. This is not just philosophy. Neuroscience confirms it. The same areas in the brain light up whether you're experiencing something in real life or vividly imagining it. Olympic athletes have used this for decades. By mentally rehearsing their routines with intense focus and clarity, they build the same neural patterns as if they were physically training. They are not lying to themselves. They are preparing the mind to lead the body. Stoic wisdom saw this truth long before the science. Marcus Aurelius said you have power over your mind, not over outside events. Epictetus taught that it is not events that disturb us, but our interpretation of them. When you internalize that, you understand something essential. The obstacle is never just the thing itself. It is your perception of it. And that perception is shaped by your thoughts. So imagine yourself as someone who moves with calm and purpose. Someone who meets fear with courage and setbacks with discipline. If you do this every day, just a few minutes at a time, your brain starts to believe it. Not as a fantasy, but as training. The more clearly you can picture the version of you who is focused, disciplined, and resilient, the more naturally you begin to act like them. You are not fooling yourself. You are forming yourself. Do not just say you want to change. See it. Live it in your imagination. Imagine the tone of your voice when you are sure of yourself. Picture how your body feels when you are aligned with your values. Visualize the actions of someone who does not break under pressure. Let those images burn into your mind until they become familiar. When the moment comes in real life, your brain will know what to do, because you already lived it in your thoughts. Seneca once wrote that we suffer more in imagination than in reality, And it is true, fear of failure often stops more people than failure itself. If your mind is filled with doubt, it will find reasons to hesitate. But if your mind is trained on clarity and purpose, it will look for ways to act. You cannot wait for the world to change before you train your mind. The world will not wait for you. Take control now. Choose the images you hold. Choose the story you tell. Imagine success with such clarity that your body starts preparing for it. Because the ones who succeed are not always the most talented. They are often the ones who believed in the result before it arrived. And that belief starts in thought. Next, we will see how to turn that belief into daily action. Number 4. Break the loop. Live deliberately. Most people are not really living, they are repeating. Day after day they think the same thoughts, feel the same emotions, act in the same ways, and wonder why nothing changes. It is not fate that keeps them stuck. It is habit. Their mind has become a loop of old stories and outdated beliefs, and they are trapped inside it without realizing it. Marcus Aurelius once said that the happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. But if your thoughts never change, neither will your life. On average, a person has between 60 and 70,000 thoughts per day. The striking part is that over 90% of those are the same as yesterday. That means we are constantly recycling old thinking, reinforcing old patterns. The more we repeat a story to ourselves, the more we believe it to be true. And if that story is limiting, we will live a life that feels small, no matter how much potential we truly have. Epictetus taught that what matters is not what happens to us, but how we think about it. Still, if you never stop to question your thoughts, if you keep seeing the world through the same lens, then your future will always look like your past. Think of the person who constantly tells themselves, "I'm not good at business." Every action they take will reflect that belief. They will avoid risk, miss out on opportunities, and even seek out people who validate that view. Their life is not determined by luck, it is shaped by belief. The mind craves consistency. If you tell it something often enough, it will do everything it can to make that story fit. Say, "I can't speak in public," and you will feel fear every time you stand before a crowd. Not because it is an absolute truth, but because repetition has made it feel that way. But once you recognize these patterns, you gain the power to change them. You can question each limiting thought. Is this really true, or is it just a story I've been repeating for so long that it feels real? The Stoics believed that taking control of your thoughts was the beginning of true discipline. Seneca said, "It is not that we have too little time, but that we waste a great deal of it." And we waste the most time on thoughts that weaken us. If your inner voice keeps saying, "This is too hard," your brain will shut down before the task even begins. But if you shift the question to, "How can I solve this?" your entire mental state begins to change. Instead of letting your mind wander in old patterns, direct it. Choose a thought worth thinking. Choose a question that moves you forward. You do not need to force false positivity. Stoicism is not about pretending. It is about choosing thoughts that make you stronger rather than weaker. You train your mind like you train a muscle, and training means choosing your repetitions with care. Marcus Aurelius understood this, which is why he wrote his thoughts down each morning, not to impress anyone, but to remind himself that he had a choice, that he could return to reason, to virtue, to clarity. And so can you, because once you become aware of the story, you can start writing a better one, and in the next step, that awareness will become action. Number 5. Belief isn't passive, it's a practice. What you believe about yourself becomes the blueprint of your life, not because it is necessarily true, but because your mind is built to act in alignment with what it repeats. Limiting beliefs are rarely based on fact. They are simply thoughts rehearsed so many times that they become habits, and habits begin to feel like identity. Epictetus said we are not disturbed by events, but by how we think about them. A belief, then, is not just an opinion. It is a mental pattern that silently controls how you interpret challenge, opportunity, and even your own potential. If you see a difficulty as an impossible wall, you will never move. But if you see it as a test, a doorway, a lesson in progress, your mind will begin to search for solutions instead of excuses. This is not abstract theory. Neuroscience confirms it. The concept of neuroplasticity tells us that every time we change the way we think, we change the brain itself. New thought patterns carve new pathways. In other words, when you consciously choose a new belief, you are physically reshaping who you are becoming. Marcus Aurelius knew this before science proved it. That is why he wrote daily. He was not recording events. He was repeating virtues, anchoring wisdom, training his mind to think and act from principle. Every time he returned to discipline, clarity, and self-control, he was reinforcing a mental structure that made strength his default. Now, think of someone who has told themselves for years, "I'm just not good with money." That belief will shape every financial decision they make. They will avoid investment in themselves, turn down opportunities that require growth, and continue to prove the belief correct through self-sabotage. Not because they are doomed, but because they are stuck in a story. And the same principle applies to any area of life. Tell yourself, "I'm not disciplined," and you will avoid every situation that might require it. Tell yourself, "I'm not a speaker," and you will shrink from every chance to find your voice. You must challenge those beliefs on purpose. This is not about lying to yourself. It is about replacing harmful thoughts with useful ones. Say, "I am learning to manage my money with intelligence," or "I am practicing discipline every day." At first it might feel false, but consistency makes it true. Seneca once said, you live, keep learning how to live. You are not fixed, you are in motion, and belief is what sets the direction. The Stoics knew that mental discipline is not natural, it is forged through repetition. Self-confidence is not a gift, it is built from thoughts that support your strength. Who you become tomorrow depends on the thoughts you hold today. So stop trusting your mental health to random thought patterns. Epictetus said that no one is truly free unless they master themselves. And to master yourself, you must first understand the narrative running in your own mind. Old beliefs will keep you stuck if you let them. But if you decide which thoughts to nurture, you gain the power to write a future that fits your true potential. Mental training is not a one-time choice. It is a daily decision. When you say, "I am disciplined," then act like it. When you say, "I can learn," then prove it through effort. Those who succeed are not simply lucky. They have learned to train their thoughts before the world does it for them. Every day is a chance to rewrite your story. The past does not trap you. Your next choice sets the direction. And the future begins with what you choose to believe right now. Let us now step forward into how to make those beliefs endure. Number 6. Your morning voice sets the direction. The moment you wake up, before the noise of the world creeps in, your mind is at its most open. The first words you say are not just background thoughts, they are instructions. Your brain, still fresh and undistracted, is in a receptive state, ready to be shaped like a blank canvas. Marcus Aurelius once wrote in his Meditations that each morning is a new chance to live with strength and purpose. But if the first thing you do is sigh, complain, or scroll through negativity, you've already started the day with resistance. The Stoics were right. The early hours hold a kind of power that most people waste. During sleep, the brain resets, clears clutter, and rebalances itself. When you rise, your neural pathways are most available to absorb and encode new direction. That's why the first few minutes matter more than most people realize. If you say to yourself, "Today is going to be difficult," your mind will immediately begin looking for evidence to prove that belief, and the day will follow. But imagine starting with a different voice. "I am ready for this day." That one line can change how your body breathes, how your shoulders sit, how your mind begins to search for direction. Your mood lifts, your thoughts sharpen, and the world opens just a little wider. The way you speak to yourself in the morning reflects how you plan to face life. And whether that voice lifts you or limits you is entirely within your control. Epictetus taught that it is not what happens to us that matters, but how we react. And your first reaction each morning begins with your own words. If those words are intentional, if they are aligned with your values and your vision, they become the foundation for everything that follows. Say, "Today I will move forward with discipline," and your brain starts to prepare for action. Say, "Today I will look for opportunities," and your mind begins to scan for what it previously ignored. This is not empty positivity, it is preparation. Your words set the tone for your perception, your decisions, and your energy. Seneca reminded us that life is not short. We simply waste it on what does not matter. Starting your day with a clear intention is one of the best ways to avoid that waste. You do not need to wait for circumstances to be ideal before choosing your mindset. You can build the world you want to live in through the way you speak about it. Your fate is not determined by random chance. It is shaped each morning by the thoughts you reinforce again and again with confidence and conviction. Even though you cannot control every event that will unfold in the day ahead, you can choose how you meet it. And that choice begins with the first sentence you give yourself. Marcus Aurelius used writing to remind himself of this daily, anchoring his mind to strength no matter what life brought his way. Do the same. Let your first words be power, not pity. Speak with direction, not defeat. Each morning is not just a beginning, it is a decision. And that decision is shaping who you are becoming. Let us now turn to the next principle that keeps that momentum alive throughout the day. Number 7, your thoughts speak to your body. Every thought you think sends a signal to your body, not in theory, but in real time. Your brain uses chemicals to translate thoughts into physical sensations. These signals influence how you feel, how you act, and even how well your body functions. Marcus Aurelius said that the happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. What he understood through discipline and reflection, science is now proving through biology. If your thoughts are filled with fear, stress, or worry, your body will react as if you are in actual danger. It releases stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. Your muscles tighten, your heart rate speeds up, your body becomes hyper-alert. And while this response is useful in a moment of real threat, it becomes harmful when repeated daily. Living in that state too long drains your energy, weakens your immune system, and slowly erodes your health. Seneca warned that we suffer more in imagination than in reality. That is not just a poetic idea, it is a physical reality. Your body cannot tell the difference between a real threat and a fearful thought, repeated over and over. It reacts to both with the same stress response. But the good news is this works the other way too. When you think about gratitude, discipline, or progress, your brain responds with chemicals like dopamine and serotonin. These are not just feel-good hormones. They sharpen your focus, lift your mood, and support your immune system. They help you recover faster, act with more clarity, and stay resilient under pressure. This is why Epictetus said, "If you want to be rich, do not add to what you own, but learn to value what you already have." Gratitude is not just a pleasant idea. It is a tool for inner strength. It creates balance in your nervous system. If someone constantly feeds themselves negative thoughts, they may feel exhausted, overwhelmed, and foggy for no reason. But there is a reason. It is the chemical result of a system in conflict with itself. You can train your mind to find solutions instead of dwelling on problems. You can focus on what is working instead of what is missing. This mental shift does not ignore difficulty. It simply prepares the body and mind to meet it with greater power. Before you go to bed tonight, think of 3 things you're grateful for. They do not have to be big. A good conversation, a step forward in your discipline, the fact that you're breathing and healing. This small ritual sends calming signals to your brain, helping you sleep deeper and wake up clearer. Marcus Aurelius wrote about his day each night not to complain, but to strengthen his mind. You can do the same. In every moment, your mind is speaking to your body. Ask yourself, does this thought make me stronger or weaker? If it weakens you, replace it. Train your mind not to run wild, but to serve your highest self. This is not ignoring truth. It is using truth as a tool for transformation. Your mind is not your enemy. It is your most powerful ally, if you teach it well. And now, with that foundation, we are ready to explore the next truth that will deepen your power even further. Number 8, let go or stay stuck. You cannot build a new life if you're still clinging to the wreckage of the old one. Letting go is not weakness, it is clarity. Marcus Aurelius said that if something outside of you causes pain, it is not the thing itself, but your judgment about it. And that judgment can be changed right now. You do not have to rewrite the past. You simply have to stop letting it shape who you are becoming. Most people stay trapped in their own minds, replaying old mistakes, old betrayals, old failures like a broken song on repeat. They believe the past holds them down, but the truth is, it is the attachment to the past that keeps them from rising. Neuroscience confirms what Stoicism taught centuries ago. The brain is always changing, but only when given new instructions. Every time you recall a painful memory with emotion, the same neural pathways that recorded it the first time light up again and grow stronger. You are not just remembering, you are reinforcing. And with each repetition, that pain becomes a part of how your body moves through the world. Epictetus reminded us that we cannot control what has happened, only how we interpret it. If your mind treats every disappointment as a wound that never healed, then even joy will feel like a threat. You will start sabotaging what could help you. You will see betrayal in honest faces. You will turn away from people who care for you. Not because the world is still cruel, but because your mind is still stuck in yesterday. This is where discipline of the mind begins. Not with denial, not with pretending, but with the decision to stop allowing the past to be your compass. When the old story comes knocking, tell yourself this: I choose to free myself from the past. Say it with intent, not as a wish, but as a command. See it not as a memory, but as a closed chapter. That is how you begin rewriting your internal script. Stoicism teaches that what makes us strong is not the pain we've endured, but but how we rise from it. Seneca said that it is not what happens to us that harms us, but how we interpret it. If you see the past as a prison, you will remain locked inside. But if you choose to view it as a lesson already learned, you are free to move forward. You are not your heartbreak. You are not your worst decision. You are not the words someone once used to tear you down. You are the action you take in this moment, and every moment you stay stuck in what was, you rob yourself of what could be. So stop repeating the story. Stop rehearsing your pain. Start writing something new. Life is not holding you back. It is waiting for you to loosen your grip on the past. When you finally stop looking behind you, the road ahead becomes clear. If this spoke to you, comment below. Let go. And if you're ready to choose freedom over repetition, hit subscribe. We are only just beginning. Let's move forward. Number 9. Master the emotion, don't obey it. Feelings are natural. Everyone experiences them. But what truly shapes our lives is not whether we feel sadness, anger, or frustration, but how we choose to respond when those emotions rise. This is one of the core teachings of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics never asked us to suppress our emotions. Instead, they taught us to recognize them, to name them, and most importantly, to make sure they do not rule us. We do not control the waves that crash against us, but we can learn to navigate them with calm and purpose. During hard moments, you may feel overwhelmed. That is human. But what comes next is a choice. Do you let the emotion take over and speak for you? Or do you step back, take a breath, and choose a response rooted in reason? The Stoics taught that true strength lies in that space between emotion and action. Modern science agrees. The ability to understand and regulate our emotions is known as emotional intelligence. It is strongly linked to resilience, better relationships, and long-term success. Someone with emotional intelligence does not avoid strong feelings. They observe them. They know that feelings are messengers, not masters. Imagine facing tension at work. Maybe a disagreement with a colleague or a setback in a project. If you react immediately, your response will likely come from a place of frustration or pride. But if you pause, acknowledge what you feel without being consumed by it, you give yourself the freedom to respond wisely. This is the essence of Stoicism, living in harmony with reason. Keeping your inner peace does not mean ignoring emotion. It means not letting emotion dictate your path. It is a practice, and like any practice, it gets stronger the more you do it. Techniques like meditation and deep breathing are simple yet powerful tools. They train the mind to remain anchored, to become familiar with inner storms without being pulled into them. Deep breathing activates the parasympathetic nervous system, calming the body's natural fight or flight response. This allows you to reset and think clearly, even under pressure. Meditation trains your attention. It helps you see thoughts and emotions as passing clouds, not permanent truths. You begin to witness them rather than become them. With time, you respond not with instinct, but with intention. Choosing to be calm is not passive. It is power. Every time you respond with patience instead of impulse, you are taking ownership of your life. This daily practice not only reduces stress, but also brings more balance, clarity, and health into your days. Remember this: no one else has the right to control how you feel. Not other people, not events, not even your past. That power belongs to you alone. And the more you use it, the freer you become. Let this awareness guide you forward as we continue to explore what it means to live with strength, presence, and purpose. Number 10. Strength is proven, not claimed. Feeling stuck does not mean you've reached the end. In fact, it often signals that you're right where the growth begins. You can choose to crumble every time life pushes back, or you can lean in and become stronger. Stoicism reminds us that we're made of something deeper than fear or doubt. There is a force within us that cannot be broken, only uncovered when we are tested. It does not matter how overwhelming the task feels. What matters is how you show up to meet it. Strength is not about avoiding struggle. It is about facing it and turning it into something useful. Pain, failure, loss, they are not curses, they are tools. And the science of resilience confirms this. Those who have been through hardship and come out the other side are not broken. They are more adaptive. Their minds become sharper, their strategies more creative, and their belief in themselves more grounded. Imagine someone who suddenly loses their job. The first reaction is fear, maybe panic, maybe shame, but instead of freezing, they move, they reassess, they learn, they adapt. Over time, they do not just find new work. They discover new skills, new confidence, and a strength they didn't know they had. What once felt like disaster becomes the very thing that forged a stronger version of themselves. That is not luck. That is character in motion. The Stoics taught that suffering is not in the event, but in how we interpret the event. A challenge only becomes a wall when you believe you cannot go through it. But if you see that same wall as a doorway to skill, discipline, or clarity, it transforms. Life's difficulties are not punishments. They are revelations of potential. Without them, you would never discover what you are truly capable of. So when life tests you, do not shrink. Do not ask why me. Ask what now. Ask what lesson is hidden in this moment. Ask how you can rise through it, not run from it. This is how mental strength is built. It is not crafted in easy conditions. It is hardened in heat, in pressure, in moments when walking away feels easier than standing tall. Each time you feel like giving up, remind yourself, I have the strength to overcome this. Not as a hopeful thought, but as a truth you have lived. You have already endured moments that felt impossible, and you are still here. That is proof. We have no reason to believe that this moment will be any different. Yes, it will be difficult. But difficulty is not your enemy. It is your training ground. What defines you is not how many times you fall. It is the quiet, relentless decision to rise after each fall. Do not let fear write your story. Let resilience do that. Because the unconquerable are not born that way. They are shaped, moment by moment, by the storms they refuse to surrender to. Now let us continue toward the next insight that strengthens this foundation even further. Number 11, you deserve what you're willing to build. Success and happiness are not rare privileges meant for a chosen few. They are not reserved for people born into perfect circumstances or handed opportunities on a silver plate. They are rights that belong to every person who has the courage to claim them. You deserve a good life, not because someone said so, but because you are capable of building it. The belief that only certain people are allowed to succeed or find peace is one of the most damaging illusions we've inherited. It is not a hidden truth. It is a false limit you can choose to reject. Believing in yourself is not about arrogance. It is the foundation that separates those who step forward from those who stay stuck. Positive psychology confirms what the Stoics understood centuries ago. The way you think about yourself becomes the way you act. When you believe that you deserve the best, your mind, your choices, and even your energy begin to reflect that truth. You stand taller, you speak with more purpose. You stop settling for scraps when you know you're capable of more. Picture someone who has carried doubt for most of their life. Maybe they've been told they are not enough, not talented, not deserving of anything great. For years, those words echo in their decisions. They play small, accept less, stay quiet. But then something shifts. They begin to say, I deserve happiness, I deserve success. At first it feels uncomfortable, but they keep going. Their posture changes. They apply for better jobs. They say no to situations that drain them. They walk away from people who do not value them. And little by little, the world responds. Not because the world changed, but because their belief changed. The Stoics taught that the root of our power lies not in circumstances, but in thought and action. Success is not granted by fortune. It is built by preparation, persistence, and self-respect. When you believe you deserve better, you start treating your time differently. You stop chasing approval. You stop waiting for someone else to tell you that you're worth something. You already know it, and that knowing shapes how you move. Say it to yourself, and then act like it's true. I deserve to be happy. I deserve to be successful. This is not a phrase, it is a way of life, but it only works if you live it. Do not say it and then make choices that go against it. If you believe in your worth, you will stop delaying your dreams. You will take care of your body, your goals, your relationships. You will begin to live like someone who knows they have value. Change begins not with the world telling you that you matter, but with you deciding to believe it. No one will come to hand you confidence. No one will assign you value. You do that. And the moment you do, everything starts to shift. Because now, instead of chasing permission, you are acting from truth. Let that truth carry us into the next insight that will anchor your path even deeper. Number 12. Your talent rises when doubt fades. The world doesn't give you permission to succeed. It waits for you to step forward and claim what has always been within reach. Your talent is not hiding behind luck or timing. It's resting quietly beneath your doubts, waiting for the moment you decide to believe in it. Stoicism teaches us that the external world cannot be controlled, but your internal world, your thoughts, your effort, your direction, is entirely yours, and that is where your power lies. When you doubt yourself, you build barriers before you've even taken the first step. Your mind, wired to follow your beliefs, will shape itself around that doubt. Say often enough, "I'm not ready," or "I'm not good enough," and your actions will reflect that fear. But say, "I am capable of achieving great things," and you begin to walk a different path. Not because the world suddenly agrees with you, but because your thoughts have shifted how you see the world and how you show up in it. Neuroscience backs this truth. Your brain is always changing. The beliefs you feed it strengthen certain neural pathways. The more you affirm your ability, the stronger those pathways become. This isn't a trick or a false hope. It is biology. Just as a muscle grows with repetition, so does self-belief. And with it comes confidence, clarity, and the courage to act. Picture someone who repeats every day, "I can do great things." At first it might sound like a lie, but over time, something shifts. They walk differently. They speak with intention. They take chances they once avoided. Not because everything around them changed, but because they changed the way they think, and the world began to respond in kind. The Stoics would say, do not wait for the world to bend to your will. Instead, train your mind to meet life with resilience. If your thoughts are filled with fear and hesitation, your actions will mirror that. But if you choose to think with strength and clarity, you will act with purpose. And that purpose builds momentum. Start with a simple act. Each morning, stand in front of the mirror and say it clearly, "I am capable of achieving great things." Do not just speak the words, feel them. If it feels strange, that's fine. Keep saying it, keep meaning it, then live in a way that proves it. Make decisions that match the person you are becoming, not the person you used to be. The path will not be smooth. There will be challenges, losses, and doubts. But the people who create lasting change are not the ones who never fall. They are the ones who get up again and again because they have trained their minds not to surrender. They do not wait for the perfect moment. They act despite uncertainty because belief drives them forward. Your thoughts are the soil. What you plant there will grow. If you plant doubt, you will harvest hesitation. If you plant belief, you will move with boldness. The choice is yours every single day. Let us now take that belief one step further as we approach the next principle on this journey of inner mastery. Number 13, gratitude is a daily discipline. You may be chasing something, waiting for the day when everything finally feels right. But here's a truth the Stoics knew well. You already have everything you need to feel whole. Happiness is not a destination. It's a way of seeing. And until you train your mind to recognize what's already present, even your greatest victories will feel incomplete. Being grateful does not mean settling. It is not weakness or complacency. It is clarity. It is the discipline of valuing what you have instead of obsessing over what you lack. Many people spend their lives stuck in the illusion that joy lies on the other side of some finish line, a better job, a different partner, a bigger number in the bank. But the moment those things arrive, the mind just resets its expectations. The hunger stays. The peace never comes. Gratitude interrupts that cycle. It pulls your attention back to the ground beneath your feet and reminds you that you are not empty. You are surrounded by gifts, your health, your breath, the people who stand beside you, the wisdom you've earned through hardship. When you learn to value these things, you begin to see life differently, not as something that is missing, but as something that is already full. Studies in modern psychology back this up. People who practice gratitude regularly report better moods, lower stress, and a stronger sense of well-being. Not because their lives are easier, but because their minds have been trained to look for what's working instead of only seeing what's broken. Gratitude is not about ignoring pain. It is about refusing to let pain blind you to everything else. Picture someone who takes a moment each day to say, "Thank you." Not when things are going perfectly, but especially when they are not. Maybe they're going through a rough patch, facing uncertainty, or carrying grief. Still, they pause. They notice the small wins, the quiet kindness of a friend, the lesson hidden in a setback, the simple fact that they're still here, still trying. That shift in perspective gives them strength, not because the situation changed, but because their mindset did. The Stoics didn't equate wealth with material things. For them, wealth was the ability to appreciate life, no matter what it looked like. Seneca wrote that it is not the man who has little, but the man who wants more, who is poor. You can have almost nothing and still feel rich, or have everything and still feel empty. It all depends on what you choose to focus on. So take time every day to recognize the good. 3 small things: a laugh you shared, a moment of quiet, a step forward. Write them down if you can. What matters is not the size of the thing, but the habit of looking. Because the more you see what's good, the more good you'll begin to notice. And that mindset changes not just how you feel, but how you live. Let's carry that awareness forward into the next insight, where we continue building a life rooted in clarity, strength, and presence. Number 14, because life ends, it matters. If life were endless, would anything truly matter? Would we push ourselves to grow, to love deeply, to choose wisely? The truth is, life holds meaning precisely because it ends. Its brevity gives each moment weight. The Stoics understood this well. They didn't fear death. They respected it. They used it as a compass to live more fully. Memento mori, remember that you will die, was not a grim reminder. It was a call to live with urgency and intention, to strip away the noise and focus on what truly matters. Modern research supports this ancient wisdom. Studies show that people make better decisions when they reflect on their mortality. When time feels finite, priorities sharpen. You stop wasting hours on things that don't serve you. You stop assuming that tomorrow will always be there. You become more present with those you love. You become more mindful of your values. You ask harder questions of yourself and demand more honest answers. When you embrace the reality that your time is limited, you stop postponing your life. You no longer delay the conversation that matters. You stop holding grudges that drain you. You no longer wait for the perfect moment to begin something meaningful. Every day becomes something sacred. Every breath, a reminder that you're still here and that today is not owed to you. Gratitude becomes clearer when you understand impermanence. The sound of the wind, a genuine conversation, the warmth of morning sunlight. These aren't just background noise, they are fleeting wonders. When you know they will not last forever, you start to pay attention. Life becomes richer, not because the circumstances have changed, but because your awareness has. To live well, the Stoics believed, is to live with virtue, purpose, and appreciation. You do not control the length of your life, but you do control the depth, and that depth is built through how you see each moment. You can live distracted, waiting for some future milestone to give you permission to be happy, or you can understand that this very moment, the breath you are taking now, is the only place where life actually happens. Life is not in the future. It's not in your to-do list. It's in the cup of coffee you're sipping. It's in the way your child laughs. It's in the way the breeze brushes your skin. These are not small things, they are life itself. You don't need to go somewhere or become someone else to feel alive. You just need to be present enough to notice. The Stoics taught us to focus only on what we can control. We cannot control how much time we get, but we can control how we experience it. Whether we move with gratitude or complaint, whether we drift or live with intention, whether we let life happen to us or choose to meet it fully awake. And when we finally understand that each day will never come again, something shifts. Life becomes not just something we endure, but something we honor. Now let us bring that awareness with us as we prepare for the final lesson that ties it all together. Number 15, the energy you carry builds the path. The world around you is constantly responding to the energy you carry. It may not always be visible, but the tone of your thoughts and the quality of your mindset shape how you move through life. When you spend your days focusing on what's broken, what's missing, or what went wrong, your mind begins to filter the world through that lens. You become more sensitive to obstacles, more reactive to setbacks, and more convinced that you are stuck. But the Stoics taught us that events themselves have no inherent meaning. What matters is the judgment you attach to them. And this judgment, this perspective, is entirely within your control. Think about it. A difficult moment can either be a signal that you're defeated or a doorway to something greater. A delay can either frustrate you or teach you patience. A failure can either confirm your doubts or spark your next breakthrough. The same event, seen through different lenses, becomes something completely different. And when you choose to interpret life with clarity and calm, opportunities start to reveal themselves. This is not magic. It's not wishful thinking. It's about how your mind is wired. Studies in neuroscience and positive psychology have proven that your emotional state directly impacts how you perceive and respond to the world. A hopeful, open mind is more creative, more adaptive, and more likely to notice the opportunities that are already present. When you shift your energy toward possibility, your brain begins to focus on solutions. What was invisible before suddenly becomes clear. You don't create new doors. You start to see the ones that were always there. Your energy speaks before you do. People are drawn to confidence, to warmth, to calm assurance. When you carry yourself with positive intent and inner strength, conversations unfold differently. A simple chat can turn into an unexpected opportunity. A stranger may offer insight, a new path, or a connection simply because you were open, curious, and present. That kind of openness is not an accident. It's the result of choosing again and again to be someone who radiates resilience rather than desperation. The Stoics understood that what matters is not what happens, but how we meet it. You can face life as a battlefield or as a classroom. You can view problems as curses or as chances to sharpen your character. That choice is yours every time. And when you consistently choose growth over complaint, strength over despair, your entire experience begins to shift. This mindset is not about avoiding reality or pretending everything is perfect. Stoicism has never been about fantasy. It is about seeing the truth and choosing the most courageous and constructive response. Yes, pain exists. Yes, setbacks will come, but so will strength. So will wisdom. So will grace, if you are willing to let it in. The moment you decide to stop asking why something happened and start asking what you can learn from it, you take back your power. You stop being a passive participant in your own life and become an architect of your path. Every day you wake up is a new opportunity to reset your mindset. If you start your morning already weighed down by frustration, then everything in your day will feel heavier. But if you wake up with intention, with gratitude, and with a desire to bring good energy into whatever you do, even the challenges will feel different. They won't disappear, but you will be stronger than them. And strength changes everything. Start simply. Be grateful for something, even one thing. Your breath. Your discipline, a lesson from yesterday. Take on your work with purpose. Surround yourself with people who challenge and uplift you. Speak to yourself with kindness, not pity, with conviction, not doubt. Over time, you'll begin to notice something subtle but powerful. The people around you will respond to your energy. The world will open doors where you once saw walls. And most importantly, you will feel more steady, more alive, more in control. The mindset you choose is the ground on which your life is built. It determines what you see, how you act, and what you invite into your experience. You are not powerless. You are not at the mercy of chance. You bring energy. You bring direction. You bring possibility. And that is more than enough to change everything. One day, you will look back and say, yes, that moment was difficult, but it became the beginning of something real. Not because life suddenly became easier, but because you chose to respond with strength. That is how we decide reality. Not by avoiding pain, but by transforming it into growth, into meaning, into quiet power. If this message spoke to you, take a moment and write in the comments, I choose clarity. And if you are ready to keep shaping your mind with intention, subscribe and stay close. The journey does not end here. The next step is waiting, and you are more than ready to take it. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to move through life untouched by the noise around them, while others are constantly shaken by every word, every silence, every shift in energy? Maybe you've felt it too, the way a small comment lingers like a wound, the way someone's distance feels like rejection. We live in a world that moves fast and speaks loud, and in the middle of it, sensitivity can feel like both a gift and a curse. But what if it didn't have to hurt so much? What if your peace didn't depend on how others act, but on how you choose to respond? True inner calm is not found by escaping the world, but by learning how to face it without losing yourself. It's not about shutting down your emotions, but about rising above their chaos. In this journey, we're not chasing numbness, we're cultivating strength, the kind that lets you feel everything but be mastered by nothing. So if something in you is ready to stop breaking over what you cannot control, stay with me. Let's walk this path toward deeper stillness together. It begins right now. Chapter 1. Peace is a discipline, not a gift. Most people wait for peace like they wait for good weather, hoping it shows up when everything around them is just right. Quiet mornings, no stress, no conflict, no unexpected chaos. And for a moment, when the world is soft and forgiving, they feel calm. But that kind of peace is fragile. It disappears with the first challenge, the first harsh word, the first delay. Real peace, the kind that stays with you even in the middle of the storm, is not something you're given. It's something you build slowly, repeatedly, through choice and through practice. You don't wake up calm one day just because life gets easier. You become calm because you decide again and again not to feed the chaos. Every time you choose not to retaliate, every time you feel anger rise and respond with a breath instead of a reaction, every time you want to defend your pride but instead let stillness speak for you, that's training. That's self-mastery. And that's what Stoicism calls virtue in motion, because peace isn't passive. It's not lounging on a beach far from the noise. It's sitting with yourself when your thoughts are loud and messy and not believing everything they throw at you. It's being pulled in every direction by the world and still knowing how to come back to your center. That kind of calm doesn't happen by accident. It doesn't appear because you read the right quote or made a one-time decision. It's carved into your nervous system, through repetition, through discipline, through the daily invisible act of reclaiming your focus. There will be days, many of them, when your emotions flare, when people say things that sting, when plans fall apart, when old wounds reopen. Those are the moments when the real training begins. Not in theory, but in practice. That's when you anchor your breath, when you check your posture, when you decide not to react just because you feel something. You don't run from the emotion, but you don't let it take the wheel either. You observe it, you name it, and you choose your response with intention. This is not about becoming numb. This is not about pretending life doesn't touch you. It's about becoming unshakable, not because life stopped challenging you, but because you stopped letting every challenge own you. There's a difference between feeling deeply and being ruled by every emotion, and there's power in that difference. Your peace, if it's real, must be able to withstand pressure. It must be stronger than your triggers, because without that inner foundation, everything you build, your focus, your relationships, your work, rests on unstable ground. The smallest disturbance can knock you off course. But when peace is something you've trained, something you've earned through your own effort, it's not so easily taken. Think about how often we give our calm away. A careless comment from a stranger ruins our mood. A delay, a mistake, a misunderstanding, we let it spiral. Not because those things are huge, but because we never learned how to hold ourselves steady. And when we lack discipline, we default to reaction. But Stoicism teaches us that the only true control we ever have is over ourselves. Our attention, our choices, our responses. So what does it mean to train your peace like a discipline? It means starting with the small moments. When you're in traffic and someone cuts you off. When someone interrupts you mid-sentence. When you're tired and tempted to complain. It's in those micro moments that you decide, will I hand over my peace for this, or will I hold it a little longer? The more you choose stillness, the easier it becomes to return to it. And with time, something subtle but profound begins to shift. You're no longer pulled into every argument. You're no longer haunted by the need to defend yourself constantly. You're no longer drained by trying to control what you can't. You become someone who can walk into tension without absorbing it, who can hear criticism without collapsing, who can sit in uncertainty without losing direction. And people will notice. They'll wonder why you don't flinch, why you don't chase noise, why you can move through chaos with a kind of grace they can't name. That's not because you've escaped difficulty. It's because you've been through it and trained through it. That's because you no longer need external conditions to align in order to feel whole. You've built a home inside yourself, and it's guarded by your discipline. So if you've been waiting for peace to arrive, to finally feel calm when life gives you permission, stop waiting. Build it. Choose it. Sharpen it like a blade. Cultivate it like a garden. And remember this: your peace will never be stronger than your discipline. If your calm is conditional, it's not real. If it can be taken by every irritation, it's not trained. But when it's forged in your breath, in your posture, in your silence, it becomes unbreakable. And the more you practice, the more unbothered you become. Not because you've stopped caring, but because you've finally learned what's actually worth your care. And from here, the work only deepens. So, let's keep going. Chapter 2. Not every feeling deserves your energy. There's a quiet trap many people fall into, the belief that to be fully human, you must feel everything all the time and feel it intensely. That to be sensitive is to be virtuous. That every silence must be unpacked, every glance must be decoded, and every passing discomfort must become a story. But the Stoics would challenge that. Because while emotion is part of life, letting every ripple shake you to your core is not sensitivity, it's surrender. You are not required to carry every wound. Not every situation deserves your full emotional investment. You have the right and the responsibility to protect your peace. Feeling everything deeply might seem like awareness, but in truth, it can become a distortion. Every unanswered message starts to feel like rejection. Every short reply becomes an insult. Every delay, a sign of disrespect. But is it really? Or is it your unhealed mind assigning meaning where none was intended? Life, most of the time, is neutral. People are distracted. They're tired. They're carrying burdens you'll never see. And yet, we so often make their behavior about us. We interpret their silence as judgment, their distance as abandonment, their indifference as a reflection of our worth. But it's not. Their actions are their own. Their storms belong to them. You don't have to get caught in the downpour every time a cloud passes over someone else's sky. The Stoic path invites you to ask better questions. When emotion rises, pause, ask, is this really about me? Or am I reacting from fear, from memory, from an old story I haven't let go of yet? This moment of reflection is power. It gives you the space to observe without immediately internalizing. You are not obligated to become a character in every drama, nor a detective in every silence. You're not required to feel shame because someone else is distant. You're not required to make room in your heart for every passing storm. True strength is not in feeling more, it's in feeling wisely. It's in learning to distinguish between what is real and what is simply your mind filling in the blanks with worst-case scenarios. The Stoics knew that unchecked emotion is like an undisciplined horse. It will drag you wherever it wants. But a trained mind knows when to hold, when to release, and when to simply watch the wave pass. This doesn't mean becoming cold. It means becoming clear. It means no longer bleeding for battles that aren't yours. It means no longer draining your spirit, trying to read the minds of people who barely understand themselves. It means stepping out of the exhausting theater of assumptions and choosing stillness instead. Because in that stillness, your clarity returns. And with clarity comes freedom. Think of how many nights you've lost to overthinking. How many unnecessary apologies you've given. How many times you've felt small, unworthy, or invisible simply because you made a moment mean more than it needed to. Not everything is personal. Not every look is a signal. Not every delay is a rejection. And not every cold moment is a verdict on your value. Your attention is sacred. Your empathy, a rare and precious resource. And like any valuable thing, it must be given intentionally, not scattered across every minor disruption. You are allowed to say, "This isn't mine. This doesn't define me. This doesn't deserve a throne in my mind." That's not detachment, it's wisdom. That's not coldness, it's self-respect. When you stop overfeeling, something unexpected happens. You actually begin to feel more authentically, because now you're no longer reacting to every small wave. You're noticing the tides that truly matter. You grieve only when grief is real. You celebrate when the joy is sincere. You connect where connection is mutual. You return to the present moment, not as a reactor, but as an observer with clarity, choosing when to engage and when to let go. This is the discipline the Stoics practiced: to feel without being consumed, to observe without being overwhelmed, to engage with life without becoming lost in it. It's not about numbing your heart, it's about refining it, sculpting your sensitivity so it serves you, not enslaves you. So next time your chest tightens at a silence, or your mind spins because someone seems distant, pause, step back, ask, "Is this truly about me?" More often than not, the answer will be no, and in that moment, you reclaim your power. You choose peace over projection. You protect your inner sanctuary. Because you are not obligated to make your heart an open wound for every fleeting experience. You are allowed to feel less when it protects your clarity. You are allowed to detach when it preserves your strength. And you are deeply encouraged to keep your depth for what actually deserves it. In doing so, you don't become less human. You become a wiser one, and with that wisdom, you'll meet the world with a heart that is open but steady. Steady enough to feel, but strong enough to choose what's worth feeling. And that's the strength we carry forward. Let's move to the next truth. Chapter 3. Sensitivity needs strength. There is something undeniably powerful about being able to feel deeply, to walk into a room and notice what others miss, to sense the weight in someone's voice, the shift in their expression, the silence that hides a storm. This kind of awareness, the ability to feel the world's tremors, is a gift. But like any gift, it becomes dangerous when not guided by strength. Because when sensitivity stands alone, without grounding, it begins to turn inward. It stops being a way to connect with others and starts becoming a way to harm yourself. The Stoics would never tell you to stop feeling, but they would tell you to feel with wisdom. Without inner resilience, sensitivity becomes a blade turned against your own spirit. You overthink, overfeel, and over-identify with every glance, every pause, every misunderstanding. You begin to collapse under the weight of your own perception. You carry wounds that aren't yours. You interpret uncertainty as rejection. You begin to drown in emotions that were never meant to consume you, and it's not the world that becomes too much. It's the absence of strength within that makes you feel powerless. You were not given a tender heart so that it could be broken by every passing wave. You were given that heart to navigate life more clearly, to connect more deeply, to understand more compassionately. But none of that works unless it's anchored, unless it's held by something steady. Sensitivity needs structure. Emotion needs guidance. Feeling deeply is beautiful, but without boundaries, it becomes a slow erosion of your peace. And let's be clear, strength is not about putting up walls or pretending nothing affects you. It's not becoming numb. Strength means you can remain open without being shattered, that you can be present without being overtaken. It means knowing when to stay soft and when to step back. To recognize when someone's behavior is a reflection of their struggle, not a verdict on your worth. It means understanding you don't have to make every feeling a wound, every pause a rejection, every change a crisis. Imagine a violin, delicate yet powerful. Its strings are sensitive, but they hold tension. That tension, that balance between delicacy and resistance, is what creates music. Without that strength, the sound collapses. Your emotional sensitivity is the same. Without clear boundaries, without self-respect, without discipline, it stops creating harmony and starts creating noise. And when the noise grows loud, you start confusing other people's emotions for your own, their chaos for your responsibility, their coldness for your failure. Here's another danger. When left unchecked, deep sensitivity can quietly turn into self-absorption. You begin to filter everything through the lens of how it affects you. Every word, every moment becomes another reminder of how much you feel, how misunderstood you are, how hurt you've been. You begin to see the world as a series of injuries. Not because the world is cruel, but because you've turned so far inward that you've forgotten to look out. The Stoics called this inward collapse a loss of perspective, a mind trapped in itself. Real strength is the antidote. It allows you to witness pain without making it your identity, to stand in front of suffering and respond with clarity instead of collapse, to hold space for emotion without handing over control. You stop needing the world to be soft with you because you've become steady within yourself. You stop expecting every interaction to affirm your worth because you already know it. You stop absorbing other people's storms because you've learned to weather your own. That doesn't mean you stop feeling. It means you stop letting your feelings dictate your life. You learn when to sit with discomfort and when to rise above it, when to honor a wound and when to remind yourself, this pain does not define me. It's the difference between acknowledging emotion and becoming enslaved to it. It's the difference between being alive and being ruled. Yes, it takes time. Yes, it takes practice. But that's what makes it real. Because when sensitivity is paired with strength, it becomes something extraordinary. It becomes wisdom. It becomes clarity. It becomes a calm presence that can stand steady in the middle of chaos, not because the world changed, but because you did. You stopped trying to protect yourself by feeling everything, and instead, you learned to feel only what matters, when it matters, and in the way that serves your growth. And this is the kind of strength the world needs. Not coldness, not detachment, but the kind of inner resilience that allows your heart to stay open without being torn apart. A strength that allows you to care without collapsing, to love without losing your center, to grieve without losing your way. Because when you can be both sensitive and sovereign, you stop being tossed around by life, and you become the calm at the center of it. So, let's keep walking. This journey doesn't end here. Chapter 4. Master your mind, master your calm. If you take a quiet moment and truly listen, you'll notice something surprising. The loudest voice in your life isn't the noise of the world. It's the voice in your own mind. Thought after thought, from morning to night, there's a constant stream of dialogue shaping how you feel, how you react, and ultimately, who you become. And whether you realize it or not, that inner voice is either building your calm or slowly unraveling it. Trying to find peace while leaving that voice unchecked is like trying to calm a storm by shifting the clouds. You may change the surface for a moment, but the turbulence inside remains. True, steady, grounded peace begins when you stop trying to fix the external first and take ownership of the way you speak to yourself. Most people never do this. They let their minds wander without any discipline. Every fear is entertained. Every self-doubt is treated like truth. Every passing failure becomes a prophecy. The result? Their inner world becomes a stage for drama. A cruel narrator takes the mic, exaggerating every flaw, replaying every regret, imagining futures soaked in anxiety. And long before any real challenge arrives from the outside, their inner peace is already gone. But here's the truth the Stoics held close. Your mind, when left untrained, will run wild. But your mind, when trained, becomes your sanctuary. Mastering your inner dialogue doesn't mean ignoring problems or pretending everything is fine. It's not about repeating mantras you don't believe. It's about creating a conversation with yourself that is honest, clear, and grounded in reality, not fear. It's learning to hear when your thoughts are spiraling and choosing to pull them back. It's noticing when self-criticism shows up and calmly challenging it instead of accepting it as law. Take this example. You fail at something. The untrained mind says, "You're worthless. You'll never make it." But the disciplined mind answers, "This is just a setback. What can I learn? How can I grow?" Or when someone pulls away from you, the panicked mind says, "You're being rejected. You're not enough." But the grounded mind replies, "They're facing their own battles. This isn't about me." This is the art of inner dialogue, not about denial, but about direction. It's not ignoring life's challenges. It's choosing to meet them with clarity instead of confusion. Because your thoughts are not facts, they are suggestions. And it is your responsibility to decide which ones deserve your attention and which ones need to be let go. Imagine your mind as a garden. What you plant, you grow. If you constantly plant fear, self-blame, and panic, you shouldn't be surprised when anxiety becomes the harvest. But if you plant thoughts of patience, resilience, and perspective, calm will bloom naturally. It's not magic, it's cultivation. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That is not just a beautiful quote, it is a blueprint. Peace is not something the world gives you when it decides to be kind. It is something you create through daily discipline, through the quiet practice of guiding your thoughts, catching your spirals, and speaking to yourself with steadiness instead of fear. So the next time your chest tightens, your thoughts race, and fear rises, pause. Ask yourself, what is my mind saying to me right now? Is this the voice of clarity or the echo of old pain? Is this a moment for panic or a moment for perspective? You cannot always choose the thoughts that appear, but you can always choose how you respond. You can choose which ones you believe. You can choose which ones you feed. And in doing so, you become more than just someone who reacts. You become someone who rules your own inner world. That is where calm begins. Not in the silence of the outside, but in the mastery of the voice within. And when you learn to master that voice, you're no longer chasing peace. You are creating it, word by word, moment by moment. Let's take this further, because the discipline doesn't end here. Chapter 5. Choosing not to react is power. In a world addicted to immediacy, silence is often misread as weakness. People expect responses, fast, loud, emotional. If you stay calm, they think you don't care. If you don't defend yourself, they think you've surrendered. But the Stoics saw it differently. They knew that not reacting is not a lack of power, it is the highest proof of it. Anyone can react. A child reacts. An angry stranger reacts. A wounded animal reacts. Reaction is instinct. It's automatic. It's what happens when fear, ego, or anger takes the wheel. But response, that's different. Response requires awareness. It requires restraint. It demands that you step back, observe, and choose your next move deliberately, instead of being yanked into every emotional storm. This kind of control isn't common because it's not easy. Most people are too busy defending their pride or protecting their image to pause. But ask yourself, how many times have you wasted energy trying to prove something to someone who never even deserved your explanation? How many times have you lost your peace over things that days later meant nothing? Every time you react impulsively, you give a piece of yourself away. You give the situation your focus. You give the person your emotional state. You hand over your calm, and for what? To win a small battle while losing your inner ground. The Stoics would call that a poor trade. Choosing not to react is not about allowing disrespect. It's not about becoming passive. It's about realizing that not everything deserves your energy. You don't have to fight every fight. You don't have to correct every misperception. You don't have to participate in every performance of drama that life invites you into. That's not weakness. That's wisdom. Think of how much stronger you become when you realize you don't need to explain yourself all the time. You don't need to clap back at every insult. You don't need to be understood by everyone. You just need to stay aligned with your values. You need to stay rooted. There's power in walking away from chaos, not because you can't handle it, but because you've chosen a higher path. There's a quiet strength in pausing, breathing, and deciding, I'm not going to be pulled into this. I know who I am, and I don't need to perform for anyone. Seneca once wrote, "He who angers you conquers you." And it's true. When you let someone provoke you, you let them control you. You become a puppet to their chaos, a mirror to their noise. But when you remain still, you break the cycle. You become something rare in this world, unmoved, unshaken, untouchable. This doesn't mean it's easy. It takes practice. It takes humility. It takes being okay with not having the last word, with being misunderstood, with knowing your worth even when others don't see it. But in return, you get freedom. You get energy back, you get clarity, and most importantly, you get control, not of others, but of yourself. This control is the foundation of Stoic strength. It allows you to live with dignity, even when others act without it. It allows you to preserve your energy for what truly matters. Your growth, your purpose, your peace. It lets you walk through storms like a mountain, steady, grounded, present. So the next time someone provokes you, the next time a situation invites you into chaos, pause. Ask yourself, is this worth my energy? Is this worth my peace? And if the answer is no, choose silence. Choose stillness. Choose strategy over emotion. Because every time you stay composed when you could have exploded, you're not losing, you're winning. You're proving to yourself that you no longer need to react to every push. You are mastering the only battle that really matters, the one within. And once you win that battle, no one can take your peace from you. Not because the world got quieter, but because you learned how to hold your calm in the middle of the noise. Now let's keep going. The path doesn't end here. Chapter 6. What others do is not about you. One of the greatest forms of emotional freedom you'll ever experience comes from realizing this simple truth. Not everything is about you. The way people speak to you, treat you, or even betray you often reveals far more about their own inner world than it ever does about your worth. But until you understand that clearly, you remain exposed, open to being wounded by every cold look, every sharp word, every unmet expectation. The Stoics taught that what disturbs us is not events themselves, but the judgments we place upon them. And nowhere is this more obvious than in the way we take things personally. Most people are walking around carrying invisible wounds, childhood pain, broken trust, disappointments they never fully faced. These wounds shape how they speak, how they act, and how they relate to others, including you. When someone lashes out, it's not always because you did something wrong. It's often because they've never learned how to handle their own anger. When someone withdraws from you, it's not always your fault. Sometimes it's fear. Fear of being vulnerable, of needing someone, of being let down again. But if you take everything to heart, if you interpret every silence as rejection and every mood shift as a reflection of your inadequacy, you lose perspective. You start to dance to the rhythm of pain that was never yours to begin with. Learning not to take things personally doesn't mean accepting bad behavior. It doesn't mean staying silent in the face of disrespect. It means you gain the ability to understand where the behavior is coming from, and more importantly, where your worth comes from. It means you stop letting broken people define you. It means you develop the strength to say, this isn't about me, this is about them, and I don't have to carry it. Think about how much lighter your life would feel if you didn't take on every passing irritation like it was a personal attack. If you could meet someone's anger with calm curiosity instead of defensiveness. If you could recognize someone's coldness as a symptom of their own pain, not a verdict on your value. That's not arrogance, that's freedom. That's the strength of someone who no longer needs every interaction to confirm their worth. You don't need every conversation to end with validation. You don't need every person to understand your heart, because your value was never meant to be negotiated with people who don't even understand their own. When you stop assuming that everything is about you, you create space. Space to see people clearly, and space to protect the peace within yourself. And yes, sometimes people do hurt you on purpose. Sometimes they lie, they betray, they disappoint with full awareness. But even then, your freedom comes in recognizing that their actions come from their wounds, not your failures. That understanding doesn't excuse them, but it releases you. It frees you from the weight of holding pain that was never yours to carry. You were never meant to be a dumping ground for someone else's emotional baggage. You're not here to absorb every projection, to apologize for things you didn't break, to bend just to keep someone comfortable in their dysfunction. You're here to live, to grow, to love, and to do so without chains tied to the unhealed stories of others. So next time someone's words sting or their actions leave you unsettled, pause. Ask yourself, is this really about me? Or is this about something inside them that they haven't dealt with? Let that question be your shield. Let it protect your heart from unnecessary suffering, because you are allowed to love someone and still say, this pain is not mine. You are allowed to walk away from chaos without explanation. You are allowed to protect your peace without guilt. And the more you practice this, the stronger you become. You move through life without carrying every misunderstanding. You stop letting every rejection echo through your mind. Because now you know who you are. You know your value is not defined by broken voices or fleeting moods. You begin to live with a kind of calm nobility, not because life has never touched you, but because you've learned to protect the sanctuary inside from the storms outside. And that, in the eyes of the Stoics, is true strength. Let's keep going. The work continues. Chapter 7. Boundaries protect you, not walls. After enough pain, it's tempting to believe that the only way to protect yourself is to shut everything out. That if you build your walls high enough, thick enough, nothing can hurt you again. And on the surface, that idea makes sense. If no one gets close, no one can wound you. But here's what we often forget. What you keep out might protect you from pain, but it also keeps you from joy, from love, from growth. Walls may keep you safe, but they also keep you stuck. There's a vital difference between boundaries and walls. Boundaries are built from wisdom. Walls are built from fear. Boundaries protect your peace without closing your heart. Walls protect your wounds by locking your heart away. A boundary says, "This is what I need to feel safe and grounded." A wall says, "I'll never let anyone close enough to hurt me again." And while that may feel like strength, it's not freedom, it's quiet captivity. Emotional boundaries are an act of clarity. They are how you define where you end and someone else begins. They are how you decide what comes in and what stays out. When you build healthy boundaries, you're not rejecting people. You're inviting the right ones in. You're saying yes to connection that nourishes you and no to energy that drains you. You're not pushing the world away. You're choosing how it enters. And that's the key. Boundaries are not about isolation. They're about discernment. They are how you protect the garden of your inner life from being trampled by chaos, guilt, or manipulation. They are how you preserve your strength, your focus, your peace. And the beauty of boundaries is that they don't have to be loud or dramatic. Sometimes a boundary is as quiet as choosing not to reply, as simple as saying no without guilt, as firm as walking away when your peace is no longer respected. Walls, on the other hand, feel protective, but they eventually become prisons. They're often built in reaction to pain, not in response to wisdom. They keep everyone out, including the people who might help you heal. When you wall yourself off, you don't just block the hurt, you block the light, you block growth. And what feels like safety becomes stagnation. The Stoic approach isn't to close your heart, it's to protect it with strength and clarity. It's to be open without being vulnerable to every storm. To love without losing yourself, to stay connected to the world without being consumed by it. This is the art of living with strong yet invisible lines, not to control others, but to honor your own limits. You don't need to explain your boundaries to everyone. You don't need to feel guilty for setting them. Some people won't understand, some will be disappointed, but that's not your burden. Your responsibility is not to carry other people's expectations. Your responsibility is to protect your own well-being. To build a life where your soul has space to breathe. Seneca once said, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you." He didn't say to shut the world out. He said to choose wisely, to cultivate your emotional environment the way you would tend a garden. To be careful what you allow to grow within you. Because just like you wouldn't live in a polluted space physically, you cannot thrive in emotional environments filled with toxicity. Boundaries might feel uncomfortable at first. You might feel selfish. You might feel cold. But the truth is, boundaries are not acts of rejection. They are acts of deep self-respect. They are a quiet way of saying, I matter too. My energy, my focus, my peace, they matter. Every time you set a boundary with calmness and compassion, you reclaim a piece of your power. You reinforce to yourself that you are not here to please everyone. You are here to live with purpose. So remember, boundaries aren't walls. They are invitations to healthier connections. They are the framework for a life where you can stay open but not exposed, giving but not drained, loving but not lost. And most importantly, they remind you that you are not here to be everything to everyone. You are here to be true to yourself. Let's keep walking. The path of calm, clarity, and self-respect continues. Chapter 8. Make silence a safe place. Silence is a space most people avoid. In the absence of noise, in those in-between moments where nothing demands your attention, an old discomfort rises, one that many of us don't know how to name. Left alone with their thoughts, most people reach instinctively for distraction, a phone, a podcast, a conversation, any sound to fill the quiet. But the Stoics understood something modern life often forgets. Silence isn't a void to be feared. It's a sanctuary waiting to be reclaimed. If you want real calm, real inner strength, you must train your nervous system to feel safe in stillness. Because without that internal sense of safety, you won't be reacting to the world. You'll be reacting to your own unprocessed noise. What many people call overreacting or oversensitivity is often just a nervous system that's untrained in how to be still, how to rest, how to trust silence. Modern life wires us to fear quiet. We live in constant motion, surrounded by sounds, alerts, background chatter. Our devices hum, our feeds refresh, our minds spin. Stillness starts to feel like something's wrong, like you're missing out, like you've forgotten something urgent. But your nervous system wasn't built for endless stimulation. It was designed to cycle, engage, retreat, act, recover. Without that retreat, without the practice of stillness, you become like an instrument that's always played but never tuned. The harmony is lost, and slowly, so are you. Training yourself to feel safe in silence isn't about cutting yourself off from the world. It's about building a place inside where you can return, no matter how loud life becomes. It's anchoring yourself so deeply in presence that the absence of input doesn't feel like abandonment. It feels like coming home. And this doesn't start with grand gestures. It starts small. It starts when you sit in your car and don't turn on the radio. When you wait in line and leave your phone in your pocket, when you let the evening settle without filling it with background noise. These little acts are powerful. Each one sends a quiet signal to your nervous system. You are safe. You are whole. You don't need to escape. At first, it might feel strange, even uncomfortable, like a tension beneath the skin. Like your body is asking, what are we waiting for? But that feeling is just your old programming unraveling. And if you stay with it, if you breathe through it, you'll begin to notice something else. The discomfort softens, and in its place grows a spaciousness, a kind of quiet strength you didn't know you were missing. You begin to hear things that were always there, but drowned out by noise, the rhythm of your breath, the tension held in your shoulders, the thoughts that repeat in your mind. You start to recognize what actually needs your attention and what doesn't. You begin to see that silence isn't empty. It's full of clarity, full of subtle truths, full of life. And most importantly, you begin to